surprising, the fact that John had already run the samples, or that the results were negative. "You must be joking," Jack managed to say. "Hardly," John said. "It's not my style." "But the patient had to be on immunosuppressants," Jack said. "He'd had a recent liver transplant. Is it possible you got a false negative?" "We run controls as standard procedure," John said.
If there'd been a transplant, Franconi had to be on either cyclosporin A or FK506. That was standard medical procedure. Getting off the elevator on the 5th floor, he walked down to histology, while trying to come up with some rational explanation for the facts he'd been given. Nothing came to mind. "Well, if it isn't the good doctor yet again," Maureen O'Connor said in her Irish brogue. "What is it? You only have one case? Is that why you're dogging us so?" "I only have one that is driving me bananas," Jack said. "What's the story with the slides?" "There's a few that are ready," Maureen said. "Do you want to take them, or wait for the whole batch?" "I'll take what I can get," Jack said. Maureen's nimble fingers picked out a sampling of the sections that were dry, and placed them in a microscopic slide holder. She handed the tray to Jack. "Are there liver sections among these?" Jack asked hopefully. "I believe so," Maureen said. "1 or 2. The rest you'll have later." Jack nodded and walked out. A few doors down the hall, he entered his office. Chet looked up from his work and smiled. "Hey, sport, how's it going?" Chet said. "Not so good," Jack said. He sat down and turned on his microscope light. "Problems with the Franconi case?" Chet asked. Jack nodded. He began to hunt through the slides for liver sections. He only found one. "Everything about it is like squeezing water from a rock." "Listen, I'm glad you came back," Chet said. "I'm expecting a call from a doctor in North Carolina. I just want to find out if a patient had heart trouble. I have to duck out to get passport photos taken for my upcoming trip to India. Would you take the call for me?" "Sure," Jack said. "What's the patient's name?" "Clarence Potemkin," Chet said. "The folder is right here on my desk." "Fine," Jack said, while slipping the sole liver section onto his microscope's stage. He ignored Chet as Chet got his coat from behind the door and left. Jack ran the microscopic objective down to the slide, and was about to peer into the eyepieces, when he paused. Chet's errand had started him thinking about international travel. If Franconi had gotten his transplant out of the country, which seemed increasingly probable, there might be a way to find out where he'd been. Jack picked up his phone and called police headquarters. He asked for Lieutenant Detective Lou Soldano. He expected to have to leave a message, and was pleasantly surprised to get the man himself. "Hey, I'm glad you called," Lou said. "Remember what I told you this morning about the tip it was the Lucia people who stole Franconi's remains from the morgue? We just got confirmation from another source. I thought you might like to know." "Interesting," Jack said. "Now I have a question for you." "Shoot," Lou said. Jack outlined the reasons for his belief that Carlo Franconi might have traveled abroad for his liver transplant. He added that according to the man's mother, he'd taken a trip to a supposed spa 4 to 6 weeks previously. "What I want to know is there a way to find out by talking to customs if Franconi left the country recently, and if so, where did he go?" "Either customs or the immigration and naturalization," Lou said. "Your best bet would be immigration unless, of course, he brought back so much stuff he had to pay duty. Besides, I have a friend in immigration. That way I can get the information much faster than going through the usual bureaucratic channels." "Want me to check?" "I'd love it," Jack said. "This case is bugging the hell out of me." "My pleasure," Lou said. "As I said this morning, I owe you." Jack hung up the phone with a tiny glimmer of hope that he'd thought of a new angle. Feeling a bit more optimistic, he leaned forward, looked into his microscope, and began to focus. Laurie's day had not gone anything like she'd anticipated. She planned on doing only one autopsy, but ended up doing 2. And then George Fontworth ran into trouble with his multiple gunshot wound case, and Laurie volunteered to help him. Even with no lunch, Laurie didn't get out of the pit until 3. After changing into her street clothes, Laurie was on her way up to her office, when she caught sight of Marvin in the mortuary office. He'd just come on duty, and was busy putting the office in order after the tumult of a normal day. Laurie made a detour, and stuck her head in the door. "We found Franconi's x-rays," she said. "And it turned out that floater that came in the other night was our missing man." "I saw it in the paper," Marvin said. "Far out." "The x-rays made the identification," Laurie said. "So I'm extra glad you took them." It's my job, Marvin said. I wanted to apologize again for suggesting you didn't take them, Lori said. No problem, Marvin said. Lori got about 4 steps away when she turned around and returned to the mortuary office. This time she entered and closed the door behind her. Marvin looked at her questioningly. Would you mind if I asked you a question just between you and me? Lori asked. I guess not, Marvin said warily. Obviously, I've been interested in how Francone's body was stolen from here, Lori said. That's why I talked to you the afternoon before last, remember? Of course, Marvin said. I also came in that night and talked with Mike Pisano, Lori said. So I heard, Marvin said. I bet you did, Lori said. But believe me, I wasn't accusing Mike of anything. I hear you, Marvin said. He can be sensitive now and then. I can't figure out how the body was stolen, Lori said. Between Mike and security, there was always someone here. Marvin shrugged. I don't know, either, he said. Believe me. I understand, Lori said. I'm sure you would have said something to me if you had any suspicions, but that's not what I wanted to ask. My feeling at this point is that there had to be some help from inside. Is there any employee here at the morgue that you think might have been involved in this somehow? That's my question. Marvin thought for a minute and then shook his head. I don't think so. It had to have happened on Mike's shift, Lori said. The 2 drivers, Pete and Jeff, do you know them very well? No, Marvin said. I mean, I've seen them around, and even talked with them a few times, but since we're on different shifts, we don't have a lot of contact. But you don't have any reason to suspect them? No, no more than anybody else, Marvin said. Thanks, Lori said. I hope my question didn't make you feel uncomfortable. No problem, Marvin said. Lori thought for a minute, while she absently chewed on her lower lip. She knew she was missing something. I have an idea, she said suddenly. Maybe you should describe to me the exact sequence you go through when a body leaves here. You mean everything that happens? Marvin said. Please, Lori said. I mean, I have a general idea, but I don't know the specifics. Where do you want me to start? Marvin asked. Right from the beginning, Lori said. Right from the moment you get the call from the funeral home. Okay, Marvin said. The call comes in, and they say they're from so-and-so funeral home, and they want to do a pickup. So they give me the name and the accession number. That's it? Lori asked. Then you hang up. No, Marvin said. I put them on hold while I enter the accession number into the computer. I got to make sure the body has been released by you guys, and also find out where it is. So then you go back to the phone and say what? I say it's okay, Marvin said. I tell them I'll have the body ready. I guess I usually ask when they think they'll be here. I mean, no sense rushing around if they're not going to be here for 2 hours or something. Then what? Lori said. I get the body and check the accession number, Marvin said. Then I put it in the front of the walk-in cooler. We always put them in the same place. In fact, we line them up in the order we expect them to go out. It makes it easier for the drivers. And then what happens? Lori asked. Then they come, Marvin said with another shrug. And what happens when they arrive? Lori asked. They come in here, and we fill out a receipt, Marvin said. It's all got to be documented. I mean, they have to sign to indicate they have accepted custody. Okay, Lori said. And then you go back and get the body? Yeah, or one of them gets it, Marvin said. All of them have been in and out of here a million times. Is there any final check? Lori asked. You bet, Marvin said. We always check the accession number one more time before they wheel the body out of here. We have to indicate that being done on the documents. It would be embarrassing if the drivers got back to the home and realized they had the wrong corpse. Sounds like a good system, Lori said, and she meant it. With so many checks it would be hard to subvert such a procedure. It's been working for decades without a screw-up, Marvin said. Of course, the computer helps. Before that, all they had was the logbook. Thanks, Marvin, Lori said. Hey, no problem, Doc, Marvin said. Lori left the mortuary office. Before going up to her own, she stopped off on the second floor to get a snack out of the vending machines in the lunchroom. Reasonably fortified, she went up to the 5th floor. Seeing Jack's office door ajar, she walked over and peeked in. Jack was at his microscope. Something interesting, she asked. Jack looked up and smiled. Very, he said. Want to take a look? Laurie glanced into the eyepieces as Jack leaned to the side. "It looks like a tiny granuloma in the liver," she said. "That's right," Jack said. "It's from one of those tiny pieces I was able to find of Francone's liver," Laurie commented, continuing to look into the microscope. "That's weird. They would have used an infected liver for a transplant. You'd think they would have screened the donor better." "Are there a lot of these tiny granulomas?" "Maureen has only given me one slide of the liver so far," Jack said, "and that's the only granuloma I found, so my guess would be that there aren't a lot. But I did see one on the frozen section." Also on the frozen section were tiny collapsed cysts on the surface of the liver which would have been visible to the naked eye. "The transplant team must have known and didn't care." "At least there's no general inflammation," Laurie said. "So the transplant was being tolerated pretty well." "Extremely well," Jack said. "Too well, but that's another issue." "What do you think that is under the pointer?" Laurie played with the focus so that she could visually move up and down in the section. There were a few curious flecks of basophilic material. "I don't know. I can't even be sure it's not artifact." "Don't know, either," Jack said, "unless it's what stimulated the granuloma." "That's a thought," Laurie said. She straightened up. "What did you mean by the liver being tolerated too well?" "The lab reported that Francone had not been taking any immunosuppressant drugs," Jack said. "That seems highly improbable since there is no general inflammation." "Are we sure it was a transplant?" Laurie asked. "Absolutely," Jack said. He summarized what Ted Lynch had reported to him. Laurie was as puzzled as Jack. "Except for identical twins, I can't imagine two people's DQ alpha sequences being exactly the same," she said. "It sounds like you know more about it than I do," Jack said. "Until a couple of days ago, I'd never even heard of DQ alpha." "Have you made any headway as to where Francone could have had this transplant?" Laurie asked. "I wish," Jack said. He then told Laurie about Barr's vain efforts. Jack explained that he himself had spent a good portion of the previous night calling centers all over Europe. "Good Lord," Laurie remarked. "I've even enlisted Lou's help," Jack said. "I found out from Francone's mother that he'd gone off to what she thought was a spa and came home a new man. I'm thinking that's when he might have gotten the transplant. Unfortunately, she has no idea where he went. Lou's checking immigration to see if he'd gone out of the country." "If anyone can find out, Lou can," Laurie said. "By the way," Jack said, assuming a teasingly superior air, "Lou fessed up that he was the source of the leak about Francone to the newspapers." "I don't believe it," Laurie said. "I got it from the horse's mouth," Jack said. "So I expect an abject apology." "You've got it," Laurie said. "I'm amazed." "Did he give any reason?" "He said they wanted to release the information right away to see if it would smoke out any more tips from informers. He said it worked to an extent. They got a tip which was later confirmed, that Francone's body had been taken under orders from the Lucia crime family." "Good grief," Laurie said and shuddered. "This case is starting to remind me too much of the Serino affair." "I know what you mean," Jack said. "Instead of eyes, it's livers." "You don't suppose there's a private hospital here in the United States that's doing undercover liver transplants, do you?" Laurie asked. "I can't imagine," Jack said. "No doubt there could be big money involved, but there is the issue of supply. I mean, there's 7,000 plus people in this country waiting for livers as it is. Few of these people have the money to make it worthwhile." "I wish I were as confident as you," Laurie said. "The profit motive has taken over American medicine by storm." "But the big money in medicine is in volume," Jack said. "There are too few wealthy people who need livers. The investment in the physical plant and the requisite secrecy wouldn't pay off, especially without a supply of organs. You'd have to postulate some modern version of Burke and Hare, and although such a scenario might work in a B-movie, in reality it would be too risky and uncertain. No businessman in his right mind would go for it, no matter how venal." "Maybe you have a point," Laurie said. "I'm convinced there's something else involved here," Jack said. "There are just too many unexplained facts, from the DQ alpha nonsense to the fact that Francone wasn't taking any immunosuppressant drugs. We're missing something key, something unexpected." "What an effort!" Laurie exclaimed. "One thing is for sure, I'm glad I foisted this case onto you." "Thanks for nothing," Jack quipped. "It's certainly a frustrating case." On a happier note, last night at basketball, Warren told me that Natalie has been asking about you. "What do you say that we all get together this weekend for dinner and maybe a movie, provided they don't have any plans?" I'd enjoy that very much, Lori said. I hope you told Warren that I was asking about them as well. I did, Jack admitted. Not to change the subject, but how was your day? Did you make any headway in figuring out how Franconi managed to go on his overnight? I mean, Lou telling us that a crime family was responsible isn't telling us a whole bunch. We need specifics. Unfortunately, no, Lori admitted. I was caught in the pit until just a little while ago. I've got nothing done that I'd planned. Too bad, Jack said with a smile. With my lack of progress, I might have to rely on you providing the breakthrough. After promises to talk with each other by phone that evening, specifically about the weekend plans, Lori headed to her own office. With good intentions, she sat down at her desk and started to go through the lab reports and other correspondence that had come in that day involving her uncompleted cases. But she found it difficult to concentrate. Jack's generosity in crediting her with providing the breakthrough in the Franconi case only made her feel guilty for not coming up with a working hypothesis about how Franconi's body was taken. Seeing the effort Jack was expending on the case made her want to redouble her efforts. Pulling out a fresh sheet of paper, Lori began to write down everything Marvin had related. Her intuition told her that Franconi's mysterious abduction had to involve the two bodies that went out the same night. And now that Lou had said the Lucia crime family was implicated, she was more convinced than ever that the Spoleto funeral home was somehow involved. Raymond replaced the phone and raised his eyes to Darlene, who'd come into his study. Well? Darlene asked. She had her blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail. She'd been working out on an exercise bike in the other room and was clothed in sexy workout gear. Raymond leaned back in his desk chair and sighed. He even smiled. Things seem to be working out, he said. That was the gen-sized operational officer up in Cambridge, Mass. The plane will be available tomorrow evening, so I'll be on my way to Africa. Of course, we'll stop to refuel, but I don't know where yet. Can I come? Darlene asked hopefully. I'm afraid not, dear, Raymond said. He reached out and took her by the hand. He knew he'd been difficult over the previous couple of days and felt badly. He guided her around the desk and urged her to sit on his lap. As soon as she did, he was sorry. She was, after all, a big woman. With the patient and the surgical team, there'll be too many people on the plane on the return trip, he managed, even though his face was becoming red. Darlene sighed and pouted. I never get to go anywhere. Next time, Raymond croaked. He patted her on her back and eased her up into a standing position. It's just a short trip, there and back. It's not going to be fun. With a sudden burst of tears, Darlene fled from the room. Raymond considered following her to console her, but a glance at his desk clock changed his mind. It was after 3, and therefore after 9 in Chicago. If he wanted to talk to Siegfried, he felt he'd better try now. Raymond called the manager's home. The housekeeper put Siegfried on the line. Things still going okay? Raymond asked expectantly. Perfectly, Siegfried said. My last update on the patient's condition was fine. He couldn't be doing any better. That's reassuring, Raymond said. I suppose that means our harvest bonuses will be forthcoming, Siegfried said. Of course, Raymond said, although he knew there would be a delay. With the necessity of raising 20,000 cash for Vinnie Dominic, bonuses would have to wait until the next initiation fee came in. What about the situation with Kevin Marshall? Raymond asked. Everything is back to normal, Siegfried said. Except for one incident, when they went back to the staging area around lunchtime. That hardly sounds normal, Raymond complained. Calm down, Siegfried said. They only went back to look for Melanie Beckett's sunglasses. Nevertheless, they ended up getting fired at again by the soldiers I'd posted out there. Siegfried laughed heartily. Raymond waited until Siegfried had calmed down. What's so funny? Raymond asked. Those numbskull soldiers shot out Melanie's rear window, Siegfried said. It made her very angry, but it had the desired effect. Now I'm really sure they won't be going out there again. I should hope not, Raymond said. Besides, I had an opportunity to have a drink with the two women this afternoon, Siegfried said. I have a feeling our nerdy researcher has something risque going on. What are you talking about? Raymond asked. I don't believe he'll be having the time or the energy to worry about smoke from Isla Francesca, Siegfried said. I think he's got himself involved in a menage a trois. Seriously? Raymond asked. Such an idea seemed preposterous for the Kevin Marshall Raymond knew. In all of Raymond's dealing with Kevin Marshall, he'd never expressed the slightest interest in the opposite sex. The idea he'd have the inclination and stamina for one woman, let alone two, seemed ludicrous. That was the implication I got, Siegfried said. You should have heard the two women carrying on about their cute researcher. That's what they called him. And they were on their way to Kevin's for a dinner party. That's the first dinner party he's ever had as far as I know, and I live right across from him. I suppose we should be thankful, Raymond said. Envious is a better word, Siegfried said, with another burst of laughter that grated on Raymond's nerves. I've called to say that I'll be leaving here tomorrow evening, Raymond said. I can't say when I'll arrive in Bada, because I don't know where we'll refuel. I'll have to call from the refueling stop, or have the pilot's radio ahead. Anyone else coming with you? Siegfried asked. Not that I know of, Raymond said. I doubt it, because we'll be almost full on the way back. We'll be waiting for you, Siegfried said. See you soon, Raymond said. Maybe you could bring our bonuses with you, Siegfried suggested. I'll see if it can be arranged, Raymond said. He hung up the phone and smiled. He shook his head in amazement concerning Kevin Marshall's behavior. You never know, Raymond commented out loud as he got up and started from the room. He wanted to find Darlene and cheer her up. He thought that maybe as a consolation they should go out to dinner at her favorite restaurant. Jack had scoured the single liver section Maureen had given him from one end to the other. He'd even used his oil immersion lens to stare vainly at the basophilic specks in the heart of the tiny granuloma. He still had no idea whether they were a true finding, and if they were, what they were. Having exhausted his histological and pathological knowledge with respect to the slide, he was about to take it over to the pathology department at New York University Hospital when his phone rang. It was Chit's call from North Carolina, so Jack asked the appropriate question and wrote down the response. Hanging up the phone, Jack got his jacket from the file cabinet. With the jacket on, he picked up the microscopic slide, only to have the phone ring again. This time it was Lou Soldano. Bingo, Lou said cheerfully. I got some good news for you. I'm all ears, Jack said. He slipped out of his bomber jacket and sat down. I put in a call to my friend in immigration, and he just phoned me back, Lou said. When I asked him your question, he told me to hang on the line. I could even hear him entering the name into the computer. 2 seconds later, he had the info. Carlo Franconi entered the country exactly 37 days ago on January 29th at Teterboro in New Jersey. I've never heard of Teterboro, Jack said. It's a private airport, Lou said. It's for general aviation, but there's lots of fancy corporate jets out there, because of the field's proximity to the city. Was Carlo Franconi on the corporate jet? Jack asked. I don't know, Lou said. All I got is the plane's call letters or numbers, or whatever they call it. You know, the numbers and letters on the airplane's tail. Let's see, I got it right here. It was N69 Sioux. Was there any indication where the plane had come from? Jack asked as he wrote down the alphanumeric characters and the date. Oh yeah, Lou said. That's got to be filed. The plane came from Lyon, France. Nah, it couldn't have, Jack said. That's what's in the computer, Lou said. Why don't you think it's correct? Because I talked with the French Organ Allocation Organization early this morning, Jack said. They had no record of an American with the name of Franconi, and they categorically denied they'd be transplanting an American, since they have a long waiting list for French citizens. The information that immigration has must correlate with the flight plan filed with both the FAA and the European equivalent, Lou said. At least that's how I understand it. Do you think your friend in immigration has a contact in France? Jack asked. It wouldn't surprise me, Lou said. Those upper echelon guys have to cooperate with each other. I can ask him. Why would you like to know? If Franconi was in France, I'd like to find out the day he arrived, Jack said. And I'd like to know any other information the French might have on where he went to the country. They keep close tabs on most non-European foreigners through their hotels. Okay, let me see what I can do, Lou said. Let me call him, and I'll call you back. One other thing, Jack said. How can we find out who owns N69 Sioux? That's easy, Lou said. All you have to do is call the FAA Control Aviation Center in Oklahoma City. Anybody can do it, but I've got a friend there, too. Geez, you have friends in all the convenient places, Jack remarked. It comes with the territory, Lou said. We do favors for each other all the time. If you have to wait for everything to go through channels, nothing gets done. It's certainly convenient for me to take advantage of your web of contacts, Jack said. So you want me to call my friend at the FAA? Lou asked. I'll be much obliged, Jack said. Hey, it's my pleasure, Lou said. I have a feeling that the more I help you, the more I'm helping myself. I'd like nothing better than to have this case solved. It might save my job. I'm leaving my office to run over to the university hospital, Jack said. What if I call you back in a half hour or so? Perfect, Lou said before disconnecting. Jack shook his head. Like everything else with this case, the information he'd gotten from Lou was both surprising and confusing. France probably was the last country Jack suspected Franconi to have visited. After donning his coat for the second time, Jack left his office. Given the proximity of the university hospital, he didn't bother with his bike. It only took 10 minutes by foot. Inside the busy medical center, Jack took the elevator up to the pathology department. He was hoping that Dr. Malover would be available. Peter Malover was a giant in the field, and even at the age of 82 he was one of the sharpest pathologists Jack had ever met. Jack made it a point to go to seminars Dr. Malover offered once a month. So when Jack had the question about pathology, he didn't go to Bingham because Bingham's strong point was forensics, not general pathology. Instead, Jack went to Dr. Malover. The professor's in his lab as usual, the hairy pathology department secretary said. You know where it is? Jack nodded and walked down to the aged, frosted glass door which led to what was known as Malover's lair. Jack knocked. When there was no response, he tried the door. It was unlocked. Inside, he found Dr. Malover bent over his beloved microscope. The elderly man looked a little like Einstein with wild gray hair and a full mustache. He also had kyphotic posture, as if his body had been specifically designed to bend over and peer into a microscope. Of his 5 senses, only his hearing had deteriorated over the years. The professor greeted Jack cursorily, while hungrily eyeing the slide in his hand. He loved people to bring him problematic cases, a fact that Jack had taken advantage of on many occasions. Jack tried to give a little history of the case as he passed the slide to the professor, but Dr. Malover lifted his hand to quiet him. Dr. Malover was a true detective who didn't want anyone else's impressions to influence his own. The aged professor replaced the slide he'd been studying with Jack's. Without a word, he scanned it for all of 1 minute. Raising his head, Dr. Malover put a drop of oil on the slide and switched to his oil immersion lens for higher magnification. Once again, he examined the slide for only a matter of seconds. Dr. Malover looked up at Jack. Interesting, he said, which was a high compliment coming from him. Because of his hearing problem, he spoke loudly. There's a small granuloma of the liver as well as the cicatrix of another. Looking at the granuloma, I think I might be seeing some mirazoids, but I can't be sure. Jack nodded. He assumed that Dr. Malover was referring to the tiny basophilic flecks Jack had seen in the core of the granuloma. Dr. Malover reached for his phone. He called a colleague and asked him to come over for a moment. Within minutes, a tall, thin, overly serious African-American man in a long white coat appeared. Dr. Malover introduced him as Dr. Colin Osgood, Chief of Parasitology. What's your opinion, Colin? Dr. Malover asked as he gestured toward his microscope. Dr. Osgood looked at the slide for a few seconds longer than Dr. Malover had before responding. Definitely parasitic, he intoned with his eyes still glued to the eyepieces. Those are mirazoids, but I don't recognize them. It's either a new species or a parasite not seen in humans. I recommend that Dr. Lander Hammersmith view it and render his opinion. Good idea, Dr. Malover said. He looked at Jack. Would you mind leaving this overnight? I'll have Dr. Hammersmith view it in the morning. Who is Dr. Hammersmith? Jack asked. He's a veterinary pathologist, Dr. Osgood said. Fine by me, Jack said agreeably. Having the slide reviewed by a veterinary pathologist was something he'd not thought of. After thanking both men, Jack went back out to the secretary and asked if he could use a phone. The secretary directed him to an empty desk and told him to push 9 for an outside line. Jack called Lou at police headquarters. Hey, glad you called, Lou said. I think I'm getting some interesting stuff here. First of all, the plane is quite a plane. It's a G4. Does that mean anything to you? I don't think so, Jack said. From Lou's tone it sounded as if it should have. It stands for Gulfstream 4, Lou explained. It's what you would call the Rolls-Royce of the corporate jet. It's like $20 million. I'm impressed, Jack said. You should be, Lou said. Okay, let's see what else I learned. Here it is. The plane is owned by Alpha Aviation out of Reno, Nevada. Ever hear of them? Nope, Jack said. Have you? Not me, Lou said. Must be a leasing organization. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, this might be the most interesting. My friend from immigration called his counterpart in France at his home, if you can believe it, and asked about Carlo Francone's recent French holiday. Apparently, this French bureaucrat can access the immigration mainframe from his own PC, because guess what? I'm on pins and needles, Jack said. Francone never visited France. Lou said. Not unless he had a fake passport and fake name. There's no record of his entering or departing. So what's this about the plane incontrovertibly coming from Lyon, France? Jack demanded. Hey, don't get testy, Lou said. I'm not, Jack said. I was only responding to your point that the flight plan and the immigration information had to correlate. They do, Lou said. Saying the plane came from Lyon, France, doesn't mean anybody or everybody got out. It could have refueled for all I know. Good point, Jack said. I didn't think of that. How can we find out? I suppose I can call my friend back at the FAA, Lou said. Great, Jack said. I'm heading back to my office at the morgue. You want me to call you, or you call me? I'll call you, Lou said. After Lori had written down all that she could remember from her conversation with Marvin concerning how bodies were picked up by funeral homes, she'd put the paper aside and ignored it while she did some other busy work. A half hour later, she picked it back up. With her mind clear, she tried to read it with fresh eyes. On the second read-through, something jumped out at her, namely, how many times the term accession number appeared. Of course, she wasn't surprised. After all, the accession number was to a body what a social security number was to a living individual. It was a form of identification that allowed the morgue to keep track of the thousands of bodies and consequent paperwork that passed through its portals. Whenever a body arrived at the medical examiner's office, the first thing that happened was that it was given an accession number. The second thing that happened was that a tag with the number was tied around the big toe. Looking at the word accession, Lori realized to her surprise that, if asked, she wouldn't have been able to define it. It was a word she just accepted and used on a daily basis. Every laboratory slip and report, every X-ray film, every investigator's report, every document intramural had the accession number. In many ways, it was more important than the victim's name. Taking her American Heritage Dictionary from its shelf, Lori looked up the word accession. As she began reading the definitions, none of them made any sense in the context of the words used at the morgue, until the next to last entry. There it was defined as admittance. In other words, the accession number was just another way of saying admittance number. Lori searched for the accession numbers and names of the bodies that had been picked up during the night shift of March 4th. When Francone's body disappeared, she found a piece of scratch paper beneath a slide tray. On it was written, Dorothy Klein number 101,455 and Frank Gleason number 100,385. Thanks to her musing about accession numbers, Lori noticed something she'd not paid any attention to before. The fact that the accession numbers differed by over 1,000. That was strange, because the numbers were given out sequentially. Knowing the approximate volume of bodies processed through the morgue, Lori estimated that there must have been several weeks separation between the arrivals of these two individuals. The time differential was strange since bodies rarely stayed at the morgue more than a couple of days, so Lori keyed Frank Gleason's accession number into her computer terminal. His was the body picked up by the Spoleto Funeral Home. What popped up on the screen surprised her. Good grief! Lori exclaimed. Lou was having a great time. Contrary to the general public's romantic image of detective work, actual gumshoeing was an exhausting, thankless task. What Lou was doing now, namely sitting in the comfort of his office and making productive telephone calls, was both entertaining and fulfilling. It was also nice to say hello to old acquaintances. My word, Soldano. Mark Servert commented. Mark was Lou's contact at the FAA in Oklahoma City. I don't hear from you for a year, and then twice in the same day. This must be some case. It's a corker, Lou said. And I have a follow-up question. We found out that the G4 plane I called you about earlier had flown from Lyon, France to Teterboro, New Jersey, on January 29. However, the guy we're interested in didn't pass through French immigration, so we're wondering if it's possible to find out where Anne's 69 Sue came from before it landed in Lyon. Now that's a tricky question, Mark said. I know the ICAO. Wait a second, Lou interrupted. Keep the acronyms to a minimum. What's the ICAO? International Civil Aviation Organization, Mark said. I know they file all flight plans in and out of Europe. Perfect, Lou said. Anybody there you can call? There's someone I can call, Mark said. But it wouldn't do you much good. The ICAO shreds all their files after 15 days. It's not stored. Wonderful, Lou commented sarcastically. The same goes for the European Air Traffic Control Center in Brussels, Mark said. There's just too much material, considering all the commercial flights. So, there's no way, Lou remarked. I'm thinking, Mark said. You want to call me back? Lou said. I'll be here for another hour or so. Yeah, let me do that, Mark said. Lou was about to hang up when he heard Mark yell his name. I just thought of something else, Mark said. There's an organization called Central Flow Management with offices in both Paris and Brussels. They're the ones who provide the slot times for takeoffs and landings. They handle all of Europe, except for Austria and Slovenia. Who knows why those countries aren't involved? So, if N69 Sue came from any place other than Austria or Slovenia, their flight plan should be on file. Do you know anybody in that organization? Lou asked. No, but I know somebody who does, Mark said. Let me see if I can find out for you. Hey, I appreciate it, Lou said. No problem, Mark said. Lou hung up the phone and then drummed his pencil on the surface of his scarred and battle-worn gray metal desk. There were innumerable burn marks where he'd left smoldering cigarette butts. He was thinking about Alpha Aviation and wondering how to run down the organization. First, he tried telephone information in Reno. There was no listing for Alpha Aviation. Lou wasn't surprised. Next, he called the Reno Police Department. He explained who he was and asked to be connected to his equivalent, the head of homicide. His name was Paul Hersey. After a few minutes of friendly banter, Lou gave Paul a thumbnail sketch of the Franconi case. Then he asked about Alpha Aviation. Never heard of them, Paul said. The FAA said it was out of Reno, Nevada. Lou said. That's because Nevada's an easy state to incorporate in, Paul explained. And here in Reno we got a slew of high-priced law firms who spent their time doing nothing else. What's your suggestion about getting the lowdown on the organization? Lou asked. Call the office of the Nevada Secretary of State in Carson City, Paul said. If Alpha Aviation is incorporated in Nevada, it will be on public record. Want us to call for you? I'll call, Lou said. At this point, I'm not even sure what I want to know. We can at least give you the number, Paul said. He went off the line for a moment, and Lou could hear him bark an order to an underling. A moment later, he was back, and gave Lou the telephone number. Then he added, they should be helpful, but if you have any trouble, call me back. And if you need any assistance in Carson City for whatever reason, call Todd Ronson. He's head of homicide down there, and he's a good guy. A few minutes later, Lou was on the line with the office of the Nevada Secretary of State. An operator connected him to a clerk who couldn't have been nicer or more cooperative. Her name was Brenda Whitehall. Lou explained that he was interested to find out all he could about Alpha Aviation out of Reno, Nevada. Just a moment, please, Brenda said. Lou could hear the woman typing the name onto a keyboard. Okay, here it is, she added. Hang on and let me pull the folder. Lou lifted his feet up onto his desk and leaned back in his chair. He felt an almost irresistible urge to light up, but he fought it. I'm back, Brenda said. Lou could hear the rustle of papers. Now what is it that you want to know? What do you have? Lou asked. I have the Articles of Incorporation, Brenda said. There was a short period of silence while she read, then she added, it's a limited partnership and the general partner is Alpha Management. What does that mean in plain English? Lou asked. I'm not a lawyer or a businessman. It simply means that Alpha Management is the corporation that runs the limited partnership, Brenda said patiently. Does it have any people's names? Lou asked. Of course, Brenda said. The Articles of Incorporation have to have the names and addresses of the directors, the registered agent for service of process, and the officers of the corporation. That sounds encouraging, Lou said. Could you give them to me? Lou could hear the sound of rustling papers. Brenda commented. Actually, in this instance there's only one name and address. One person is wearing all those hats. According to this document, Brenda said. What's the name and address? Lou asked. He reached for a piece of paper. It's Samuel Hartman of the firm, Wheeler, Hartman, Gottlieb, and Sawyer. Their address is 8 Rodeo Drive, Reno. That sounds like a law firm, Lou said. It is, Brenda said. I recognize the name. That's no help, Lou said. He knew that the chances of getting any information out of a law firm were unlikely. A lot of Nevada corporations are set up like this, Brenda explained. But let's see if there are any amendments. Lou was already thinking of calling Paul back to get the rundown on Samuel Hartman when Brenda made a murmur of discovery. There are amendments, she said. At the first board meeting of Alpha Management, Mr. Hartman resigned as president and secretary. In his place Frederick Rouse was appointed. Is there an address for Mr. Rouse? Lou asked. There is, Brenda said. His title is Chief Financial Officer of the Gensize Corporation. The address is 150 Kendall Square, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Lou got all the information written down and thanked Brenda. He was particularly appreciative because he couldn't imagine getting the same service from his own Secretary of State's office in Albany. Lou was about to call Jack to give him the information about the ownership of the plane when the phone literally rang under his hand. It was Mark Servert calling back already. You're in luck, Mark said. The fellow I'm acquainted with who knows people in the Central Flow Management Organization in Europe happened to be on the job when I called him. In fact, he's in your neck of the woods. He's out at Kennedy Airport, helping direct air traffic across the North Atlantic. He talks to these Central Flow Management people all the time, so he slipped in a query about 1069 Sioux on January 29th. Apparently, it popped right up on the screen. And 69 Sioux flew into Lyon from Bata, Equatorial Guinea. Whoa, Lou said. Where's that? Beats me, Mark said. Without looking at a map, I'd guess West Africa. Curious, Lou said. It's also curious that, as soon as the plane touched down in Lyon, France, it radioed to obtain a slot time to depart for Teterboro, New Jersey, Mark said. Near as I can figure, it just sat on the runway until it got clearance. Maybe it refueled, Lou offered. Could be, Mark said. Even so, I would have expected them to have filed a through flight plan with a stop in Lyon, rather than two separate flight plans. I mean, they could have gotten hung up in Lyon for hours. It was taking a chance. Maybe they just changed their minds, Lou said. It's possible, Mark agreed. Or maybe they didn't want anyone knowing they were coming from Equatorial Guinea, Lou suggested. Now, that's an idea that wouldn't have crossed my mind, Mark admitted. I suppose that's why you're an engaging detective, and I'm a boring FAA bureaucrat. Lou laughed. Engaging I'm not. On the contrary, I'm afraid this job has made me cynical and suspicious. It's better than being boring, Mark said. Lou thanked his friend for his help, and after they exchanged the usual well-meaning promises to get together, they hung up. For a few minutes, Lou sat and marveled at why a $20 million airplane was carrying a mid-level crime boss from Queens, New York, from some African country Lou had never heard of. Such a third-world backwater certainly wasn't a medical mecca where a person would go to have sophisticated surgery like a liver transplant. After entering Frank Gleason's accession number into the computer, Lori sat pondering the apparent discrepancy for some time. She tried to imagine what the information meant in terms of the Franconi body disappearance. Slowly, an idea took root. Suddenly pushing back from her desk, Lori headed to the morgue level to look for Marvin. He wasn't in the mortuary office. She found him by stepping into the walk-in cooler. He was busy moving the gurneys around to prepare for body pickups. The moment Lori entered the cooler, she flashed on the horrid experience she'd had during the Sereno affair inside the walk-in unit. The memory made her distinctly uncomfortable, and she decided against attempting to have a conversation with Marvin while inside. Instead, she asked him to meet her back in the mortuary office when he was finished. 5 minutes later, Marvin appeared. He plopped a sheaf of papers on the desk, and then went to a sink in the corner to wash his hands. Everything in order? Lori asked, just to make conversation. I think so, Marvin said. He came to the desk and sat down. He began arranging the documents in the order that the bodies were to be picked up. After talking with you earlier, I learned something quite surprising, Lori said, getting to the point of her visit. Like what? Marvin said. He finished arranging the papers and sat back. I entered Frank Gleason's accession number into the computer, Lori said, and I found out that his body had come into the morgue over 2 weeks ago. There was no name associated with it. It was an unidentified corpse. No shit, Marvin exclaimed. Then realizing what he'd said, he added, I mean, I'm surprised. So was I, Lori said. I tried to call Dr. Besserman, who'd done the original autopsy. I wanted to ask if the body had been recently identified as Frank Gleason, but he's out of the office. Do you think it was surprising that Mike Pisano didn't know the body was still labeled in the computer as an unidentified corpse? Not really, Marvin said. I'm not sure I would have either. I mean, you enter the accession number just to find out if the body is released. You don't really worry too much about the name. That was the impression you gave me earlier, Lori said. There was also something else you said that I've been mulling over. You said that sometimes you don't get the body yourself, but rather one of the funeral home people does. Sometimes, Marvin said, but it only happens if 2 people come, and if they've been here lots of times, so they know the process. It's just a way of speeding things up. One of them goes to the cooler to get the body while me and the other guy finish the documents. How well do you know Mike Pisano? Lori asked. As well as I know most of the other techs, Marvin said. You and I have known each other for 6 years, Lori said. I think of us as friends. Yeah, I suppose, Marvin said warily. I'd like you to do something for me as a friend, Lori said. But only if it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. Like what? Marvin said. I'd like you to call Mike Pisano and tell him that I found out that one of the bodies that he sent out the night Franconi disappeared was an unidentified corpse. That's strange, man, Marvin said. Why would I be calling him rather than just waiting for him to come on duty? You can act like you just heard it, which is the case, Lori said. And you can say that you thought he should know right away, since he was on duty that night. I don't know, man, Marvin said, unconvinced. The key thing is that coming from you, it won't be confrontational, Lori said. If I call, he'll think I'm accusing him, and I'm interested to hear his reaction without his feeling defensive. But more important, I'd like you to ask him if there were 2 people from Spoleto Funeral Home that night, and if there were 2, whether he can remember who actually went to get the body. That's like setting him up, man, Marvin complained. I don't see it that way, Lori said. If anything, it gives him a chance to clear himself. You see, I think the Spoleto people took Franconi. I don't feel comfortable calling him, Marvin said. He's going to know something is up. Why don't you call him yourself? You know what I'm saying. I already told you, I think he'll be too defensive, Lori said. Last time he was defensive, when I asked him purely vague questions. But okay, if you feel uncomfortable, I don't want you to do it. Instead, I want you to go on a little hunt with me. Now what? Marvin asked. His patience was wearing thin. Can you produce a list of all the refrigerator compartments that are occupied at the moment? Lori asked. Sure, that's easy, Marvin said. Please, Lori said, while gesturing towards Marvin's computer terminal. While you're at it, make 2 copies. Marvin shrugged and sat down. Using a relatively rapid hunt and peck style, he directed the computer to produce the list Lori wanted. He handed the 2 sheets to her the moment they came out of the printer. Excellent, Lori said, glancing at the sheets. Come on. As she left the mortuary office, she waved over her shoulder. Marvin followed at her heels. They walked down the stained cement corridor to the giant island that dominated the morgue. On opposite sides were the banks of refrigerated compartments used to store the bodies before autopsy. Lori handed one of the lists to Marvin. I want to search every compartment that is not occupied, Lori said. You take this side and I'll take the other. Marvin rolled his eyes, but took the list. He started opening the compartments, peering inside, then slamming the doors. Lori went around to the other side of the island, and did the same. Uh-oh, Marvin intoned after 5 minutes. Lori paused. What is it? You'd better come over here, Marvin said. Lori walked around the island. Marvin was standing at the far end of the island, scratching his head while staring at his list. In front of him was an open refrigerated compartment. This one is supposed to be empty, Marvin said. Lori glanced within and felt her pulse race. Inside was a naked male corpse with no tag on its big toe. The number of the compartment was 94. It wasn't too far away from number 111, where Franconi was supposed to have been. Marvin then slid out the tray. It rattled on its ball bearings in the stillness of the deserted morgue. The body was a middle-aged male with signs of extensive trauma to the legs and torso. "Well, this explains it," Lori said. Her voice reflected an improbable mixture of triumph, anger, and fear. "It's the unidentified corpse. He'd been a hit-and-run accident on the FDR drive." Jack stepped off the elevator and could hear a phone ringing insistently. As he proceeded down the hall, he became progressively aware it had to be his phone, especially since his office was the only one with an open door. Jack picked up speed and then almost missed his door as he slid on the vinyl flooring. He snapped the phone off the hook just in time. It was Lou. "Where the hell have you been?" Lou complained. "I got stuck over at the university hospital," Jack said. After Jack had last talked with Lou, Dr. Malover had appeared, and had him look at some forensic slides for him. So soon on the heels of his consulting Malover, Jack didn't feel he could refuse. "I've been calling every 15 minutes, Lou remarked. "Sorry," Jack said. "I've got some surprising information that I've been dying to give you," Lou said. "This is one weird case." "That's not telling me anything I didn't already know," Jack said. "What did you learn?" Movement out of the corner of Jack's eye attracted his attention. Turning his head, he saw Lori standing in the doorway. She did not look normal. Her eyes were blazing, her mouth was set in an angry grimace, and her skin was the color of ivory. "Wait a sec," Jack said, interrupting Lou. "Lori, what the hell is the matter?" "I have to talk with you," Lori spluttered. "Sure," Jack said. "But could it wait for 2 minutes?" He pointed at the phone to indicate that he was talking with someone. "Now." Lori barked. Okay, Jack repeated. It was clear to him she was as tense as a piano wire about to snap. "Listen, Lou," Jack said into the phone. "Lori just came in, and she's upset. Let me call you right back." "Hold on." Lori snapped. "Is that Lou Soldano you're talking with?" "Yeah," Jack said hesitantly. For an irrational instant, he thought that Lori was overwrought because he was talking with Lou. "Where is he?" Lori demanded. Jack shrugged. "I guess he's in his office." "Ask him," Lori snapped. Jack posed the question, and Lou answered in the affirmative. Jack nodded to Lori. "He's there," he said. "Tell him you're coming down to see him," Lori said. Jack hesitated. He was confused. "Tell him," Lori repeated. "Tell him you're leaving right away." "Did you hear that?" Jack asked Lou. Lori then disappeared down the corridor toward her office. "I did," Lou said. "What's going on?" "Damned if I know," Jack said. "She just barreled in. Unless I call you right back, we'll be there." "Fine," Lou said. "I'll wait." Jack hung up the phone and rushed out into the hall. Lori was already on her way back and was struggling into her coat. She eyed him as she brushed past on her way to the elevators. Jack hustled to catch up with her. "What's happened?" Jack asked hesitantly. He was afraid to upset her any more than she already was. "I'm about 99% sure how Francone's body was taken from here," Lori said angrily. "And 2 things are becoming clear. First, the Spoleto funeral home was involved, and second, the abduction was surely abetted by someone who works here. And to tell you the truth, I'm not sure which of these 2 things bothers me more." "Geez, look at that traffic," Franco Ponti said to Angelo Faxiolo. "I'm sure as hell glad we're going into Manhattan instead of going out." Franco and Angelo were in Franco's black Cadillac, heading west on the Queensboro Bridge. It was 5:30, the height of rush hour. Both men were at rest, as if they were going to a ritzy dinner. "What order do you want to do this in?" Franco asked. Angelo shrugged. "Maybe the girl first," he said. His face twisted into a slight smile. "You're looking forward to this, aren't you?" Franco commented. Angelo raised his eyebrows as much as his facial scar tissue would allow. 5 years I've been dreaming about seeing this broad professionally, he said. "I guess I never thought I would get my chance." "I know I don't have to remind you that we follow orders," Franco said. "To the letter." "Serino was never so specific," Angelo said. "He'd just tell us to do a job. He didn't tell us how to do it." "That's why Serino is in jail and Vinny is running the show," Franco said. "I'll tell you what," Angelo said. "Why don't we do a drive-by Jack Stapleton's place? I've already been inside Lori Montgomery's apartment, so I know what we're getting ourselves into, but I'm a little surprised by this other address. West 106th Street isn't where I'd expect a doctor to be living." I think a drive-by sounds smart, Franco said. When they reached Manhattan, Franco continued west on 59th Street. He rounded the southern end of Central Park and headed north on Central Park West. Angelo thought back to the fateful day on the pier of the American Fresh Fruit Company when Lori caused the explosion. Angelo had had skin problems from chickenpox and acne, but it had been the burns he suffered because of Lori Montgomery that had turned him into what he called a freak. Franco posed a question, but Angelo hadn't heard him because of his angry musings. He had to ask him to repeat it. I bet you'd like to stick it to that Lori Montgomery, Franco said. If it had been me, I sure would. Angelo let out a sarcastic laugh. Unconsciously, he moved his left arm so that he could feel the reassuring mass of his Walter TPH auto pistol snuggled into its shoulder holster. Franco turned left onto 106th Street. They passed a playground on the right that was in full use, particularly the basketball court. There were lots of people standing on the sidelines. It must be on the left, Franco said. Angelo consulted the piece of paper he was holding with Jack's address. It's coming up, he said. It's the building with the fancy top. Franco slowed and then stopped to double park a few buildings short of Jack's on the opposite side of the street. A car behind beeped. Franco lowered his window and motioned for the car to pass. There was cursing as the car did so. Franco shook his head. You hear that guy? Nobody in the city has any manners. Why would the doctor live there? Angelo said. He was eyeing Jack's building through the front windshield. Franco shook his head. Doesn't make any sense to me. The building looks like a dump. Angelo said he was a little strange. Angelo said. Apparently, he rides a bike from here all the way down to the morgue at 1st Avenue and 30th Street every day. No way. Franco commented. That's what Angelo said, Angelo said. Franco's eyes scanned the area. The whole neighborhood is a dump. Maybe he's into drugs. Angelo opened the car door and got out. Where are you going? Franco asked. I want to check to make sure he lives here, Angelo said. Angelo said his apartment is the 4th floor rear. I'll be right back. Angelo rounded the car and waited for a break in the traffic. He crossed the street and climbed to the stoop in front of Jack's building. Calmly, he pushed open the outer door and glanced at the mailboxes. Many were broken. None had locks that worked. Quickly, Angelo sorted through the mail. As soon as he came across a catalog addressed to Jack Stapleton, he put it all back. Next, he tried the inner door. It opened with ease. Stepping into the front hall, Angelo took a breath. There was an unpleasant musty odor. He eyed the trash on the stairs, the peeling paint, and the broken light bulbs in the once elegant chandelier. Up on the 2nd floor, he could hear the sounds of a domestic fight with muffled screaming. Angelo smiled. Dealing with Jack Stapleton was going to be easy. The tenement looked like a crack house. Returning to the front of the house, Angelo took a step away to determine which underground passageway belonged to Jack's building. Each house had a sunken corridor reached by a half-dozen steps. These corridors led to the backyards. After deciding which was the appropriate one, Angelo gingerly walked its length. There were puddles and refuse which threatened his Bruno Magli shoes. The backyard was a tumult of decaying and collapsed fencing, rotting mattresses, abandoned tires, and other trash. After carefully picking his way a few feet from the building, Angelo turned to look at the fire escape. On the 4th floor, 2 windows had access. The windows were dark. The doctor wasn't at home. Angelo returned and climbed back into the car. Well? Franco asked. He lives there all right, Angelo said. The building is worse on the inside, if you can believe it. It's not locked. I could hear a couple fighting on the 2nd floor and someone else's TV on full blast. The place is not pretty, but for our purposes it's perfect. It'll be easy. That's what I like to hear, Franco said. Should we still do the woman first? Angelo smiled as best he could. Why deny myself? Franco put the car in gear. They headed south on Columbus Avenue to Broadway, then cut across town to 2nd Avenue. Soon they were on 19th Street. Angelo didn't need the address. He pointed out Lori's building without difficulty. Franco found a convenient no parking zone and parked. So, you think we should go up the back way? Franco said, while eyeing the building. For several reasons, Angelo said. She's on the 5th floor, but her windows face the back. To tell if she's there, we have to go back there anyway. Also, she's got a nosy neighbor who lives in the front, and you can see her lights are on. This woman opened her door to gawk at me the 2 times I was up at Montgomery's front door. Besides, Montgomery's apartment has access to the back stairs, and the back stairs dump directly into the backyard. I know because we chased her out that way. I'm convinced, Franco said. Let's do it. Franco and Angelo got out of the car. Angelo opened up the back seat and lifted out his bag of lock-picking tools along with a Halligan bar, a tool firefighters use to get through doors in cases of emergency. The 2 men headed for the passageway to the backyard. I heard she got away from you and Tony Ruggiero, Franco said. At least for a while. She must be quite a number. Don't remind me, Angelo said. Of course, working with Tony was like carrying around a bucket of sand. Emerging into the backyard, which was a dark warren of neglected gardens, Franco and Angelo carefully moved away from the building far enough to see up to the 5th floor. The windows were all dark. Looks like we have time to prepare a nice homecoming, Franco said. Angelo didn't answer. Instead, he took his lock-picking tools over to the metal fire door that led to the back stairs. He slipped on a tight-fitting pair of leather gloves, while Franco readied the flashlight. At first Angelo's hands shook from sheer anticipatory excitement of coming face to face with Lori Montgomery after 5 years of smoldering resentment. When the lock resisted Angelo's efforts, he made a point to control himself and concentrate. The lock responded, and the door opened. 5 floors up, Angelo didn't bother with the lock-picking tools. He knew that Lori had several deadbolts. He used the Halligan bar. With a quiet splintering sound, it made short work of the door. Within 20 seconds, they were inside. For a few minutes, the 2 men stood motionless in the darkness of Lori's pantry, so that they could listen. They wanted to be certain there were no sounds suggestive that their forced entry had been noticed by any of the other tenants. Jesus Christ! Franco forcibly whispered. Something just touched my leg. What is it? Angelo demanded. He'd not expected such an outburst, and it caused his heart to flutter. Oh, it's only a goddamn cat, Franco said with relief. All at once, both men could hear the animal purring in the darkness. Aren't we lucky? Angelo said. That will be a nice touch. Bring it along. Slowly, the men made their way from the pantry through the dark kitchen and into the living room. There they could see significantly better with the city night light coming through the windows. So far so good, Angelo said. Now we just have to wait, Franco said. Maybe I'll see if there's any beer or wine in the refrigerator. Are you interested? A beer would be nice, Angelo said. At police headquarters, Lori and Jack had to get ID badges and go through a metal detector before they were allowed to go up to Lou's floor. Lou was at the elevator to welcome them. The first thing he did was take Lori by the shoulders, look her in the eye, and ask what had happened. She's okay, Jack said, patting Lou reassuringly on the back. She's back to her old, rational, calm self. Really? Lou questioned, still giving Lori a close inspection. Lori couldn't help but smile under Lou's intense scrutiny. Jack's right, she said. I'm fine. In fact, I'm embarrassed I made us rush down here. Lou breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'm happy to see both of you. Come on back to my palace. He led the way to his office. I can offer you coffee, but I strongly advise against it, Lou said. At this time of day the janitorial staff considers it strong enough to clean out sink drains. We're fine, Lori said. She took a chair. Jack did likewise. He glanced around the Spartan quarters with an unpleasant shiver. The last time he'd been there about a year ago, it had been after he'd narrowly escaped an attempt on his life. I think I figured out how Francone's body was taken from the morgue, Lori began. You teased me about suspecting the Spoleto funeral home, but now I think you're going to have to take that back. In fact, I think it's time that you took over. Lori then outlined what she thought had happened. She told Lou that she suspected that someone from the medical examiner's office had given the Spoleto people the accession number of a relatively recent, unidentified body as well as the location of Francone's remains. Often when 2 drivers come to pick up a body for a funeral home, one of them goes in the walk-in cooler while the other handles the paperwork with the mortuary tech, Lori explained. In these instances, the mortuary tech prepares the body for pickup by covering it with a sheet, and positioning its gurney in a convenient location just inside the cooler door. In the Franconi situation, I believe the driver took the body whose accession number he had, removed its tag, stashed the body in one of the many unoccupied refrigerator compartments, replaced Franconi's tag with that one, and then calmly appeared outside the mortuary office with Franconi's remains. All the tech did at that point was check the accession number. That's quite a scenario, Lou said. Can I ask if you have any proof of this, or is it all conjecture? I found the body whose accession number Spoleto called in, Lori said. It was in a compartment which was supposed to be vacant. The name Frank Gleason was bogus. Ah, Lou said, becoming much more interested. He leaned forward on his desk. I'm beginning to like this very much, especially considering the matrimonial association between the Spoleto and the Lucia people. This could be something important. It kinda reminds me of getting Al Capone on tax evasion. I mean, it would be fantastic if we could get some of the Lucia people on body theft. Of course, it also raises the specter of an organized crime connection to illicit liver transplantation, Jack said. This could be a frightening association. Dangerous as well, Lou said. So I must insist on no more amateur sleuthing on your part. We take over from here. Do I have your word on that? I'm happy to let you take over, Lori said. But there is also the issue of Ramol in the medical examiner's office. I think it's best I deal with that, too, Lou said. With the involvement of organized crime, I'd expect some element of extortion or criminal coercion. But I'll deal directly with Bingham. I shouldn't have to warn you that these people are dangerous. I learned that lesson all too well, Lori said. I'm too preoccupied with my end of the mystery to interfere, Jack said. What did you learn from me? Plenty, Lou said. He reached over to the corner of his desk and hefted a large book the size of a coffee table art book. With a grunt, he handed it to Jack. With a look of confusion, Jack cracked the book. What the hell, he commented. What's an atlas for? Because you're going to need it, Lou said. I can't tell you how long it took me to scrounge one up here at police headquarters. I don't get it, Jack said. My contact at the FAA was able to call someone who knew someone who works in a European organization that doles out landing and takeoff times all over Europe, Lou explained. They also get the flight plans and store them for over 60 days. Franconi's G4 came to France from Equatorial Guinea. Where? Jack questioned as his eyebrows collided in an expression of total confusion. I never even heard of Equatorial Guinea. Is it a country? Check out page 152. Lou said. What's this about a Franconi and a G4? Lori asked. A G4 is a private jet, Lou explained. I was able to find out for Jack that Franconi had been out of the country. We thought he'd been in France until I got this new information. Jack got to page 152 in the atlas. It was a map labeled the Western Congo Basin, covering a huge portion of Western Africa. All right, give me a hint, Jack said. Lou pointed over Jack's shoulder. It's this little tiny country between Cameroon and Gabon. The city that the plane flew out of Espada, on the coast. He pointed to the appropriate dot. The atlas depicted the country as mostly uninterrupted green. Lori got up from her chair and looked over Jack's other shoulder. I think I remember hearing about that country one time. I think that's where the writer Frederick Forsyth went to write Dogs of War. Lou slapped the top of his head in utter amazement. How do you remember stuff like that? I can't remember where I had lunch last Tuesday. Lori shrugged. I read a lot of novels, she said. Writers interest me. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever, Jack complained. This is an undeveloped part of Africa. This country must be covered with nothing but jungle. In fact, this whole part of Africa is nothing but jungle. Franconi couldn't have gotten a liver transplant there. That was my reaction, too, Lou said. But the other information makes a little more sense. I tracked Alpha Aviation through its Nevada Management Corporation to its real owner. It's Gensize Corp in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I've heard of Gensize, Lori said. It's a biotech firm that's big in vaccines and lymphokines. I remember because a girlfriend of mine who's a broker in Chicago recommended the stock. She's forever giving me tips, thinking I've got tons of money to invest. A biotech company. Jack mused. That's a new twist. It must be significant, although I don't quite know how. Nor do I know what the biotech firm would be doing in Equatorial Guinea. What's the meaning of this indirect corporate trail in Nevada? Lori asked. Is Gensize trying to hide the fact that they own an aircraft? I doubted, Lou said. I was able to learn the connection too easily. If Gensize was trying to conceal ownership, the lawyers in Nevada would have continued to be the directors and officers of record for Alpha Aviation. Instead, at the first board meeting, the chief financial officer of Gensize assumed the duties of president and secretary. Then why Nevada for an airplane owned by a Massachusetts-based company? Lori asked. I'm no lawyer, Lou admitted, but I'm sure it has something to do with taxes and limitation of liability. Massachusetts is a terrible state to get sued in. I imagine Gensize leases its plane out for the percentage of the time it doesn't use it, and insurance for a Nevada-based company would be a lot less. How well do you know this broker friend of yours? Jack asked Lori. Really well, Lori said. We went to Wesleyan University together. How about giving her a call and asking her if she knows of any connection between Gensize and Equatorial Guinea? Jack said. If she recommended the stock, she'd probably thoroughly research the company. Without a doubt, Lori said. Jean Cohen was one of the most compulsive students I knew. She made esprit meds seem casual by comparison. Is it all right if Lori uses your phone? Jack asked Lou. No problem, Lou said. You want me to call this minute? Lori asked with surprise. Catch her while she's still at work, Jack said. Chances are if she has any file, it would be there. You're probably right, Lori admitted. She sat down at Lou's desk and called Chicago Information. While Lori was on the phone, Jack quizzed Lou in detail about how he was able to find out what he had. He was particularly interested and impressed with the way Lou had come up with Equatorial Guinea. Together, they looked more closely at the map, noticing the country's proximity to the equator. They even noticed that its major city, presumably its capital, wasn't on the mainland, but rather on an island called Biako. I just can't imagine what it's like in a place like that, Lou said. I can, Jack said. It's hot, buggy, rainy and wet. Sounds delightful, Lou quipped. Not a place someone would choose to vacation, Jack said. On the other hand, it's off the beaten track. Lori hung up the phone and twisted around in Lou's desk chair to face the others. Jean was as organized as I expected, she said. She was able to put her finger on her Gensize material in a flash. Of course, she had to ask me how much of the stock I'd bought, and was crushed when I admitted I hadn't bought any. Apparently, the stock tripled and then split. Is that good? Lou asked facetiously. So good I might have missed my opportunity to retire, Lori said. She said this is the second successful biotech company started by its CEO, Taylor Cabot. Did she have anything to say about Equatorial Guinea? Jack asked. For sure, Lori said. She said that one of the main reasons the company has been doing so well is that it established a huge primate farm. Initially, the farm was to do in-house research for Gensize. Then someone hit on the idea of creating an opportunity for other biotech companies and pharmaceutical firms to outsource their primate research to Gensize. Apparently, the demand for this service has trampled even the most optimistic forecasts. And this primate farm is in Equatorial Guinea? Jack asked. That's right, Lori said. Did she suggest any reason why? Jack asked. A memorandum she had from an analyst said that Gensize chose Equatorial Guinea because of the favorable reception they received from the government, which even passed laws to aid their operation. Apparently, Gensize has become the government's major source of much-needed foreign currency. Can you imagine the amount of graft that must be involved in that kind of scenario? Jack asked Lou. Lou merely whistled. The memorandum also pointed out that most of the primates they use are indigenous to Equatorial Guinea, Lori added. It allows them to circumvent all the international restrictions in exportation and importation of endangered species like chimpanzees. A primate farm, Jack repeated while shaking his head. This is raising even more bizarre possibilities. Could we be dealing with a xenograft? Don't start that doctor jargon on me, Lou complained. What in God's name is a xenograft? Impossible, Lori said. Xenografts cause hyperacute rejections. There was no evidence of inflammation in the liver section you showed me, neither humoral nor cell-mediated. True, Jack said. And he wasn't even on any immunosuppressant drugs. Come on, you guys, Lou pleaded. Don't make me beg. What the hell is a xenograft? It's when a transplant organ is taken from an animal of a different species, Lori said. You mean like that baby baboon heart fiasco 10 or 12 years ago? Lou asked. Exactly, Lori said. The new immunosuppressant drugs have brought xenografts back into the picture, Jack explained. And with considerable more success than with baby Fee. Especially with pig heart valves, Lori said. Of course, it poses a lot of ethical questions, Jack said. And it drives animal rights people berserk, especially now that they are experimenting with inserting human genes into the pigs to ameliorate some of the rejection reaction, Lori added. Could Franconi have gotten a primate liver while he was in Africa? Lou asked. I can't imagine, Jack said. Lori's point is well taken. There was no evidence of any rejection. That's unheard of even with a good human match short of identical twins. But Franconi was apparently in Africa, Lou said. True, and his mother said he came home a new man, Jack said. He threw up his hands and stood up. I don't know what to make of it. It's the damnedest mystery, especially with this organized crime aspect thrown in. Lori stood up as well. Are you guys leaving? Lou asked. Jack nodded. I'm confused and exhausted, he said. I didn't sleep much last night. After we made the identification of Franconi's remains, I was on the phone for hours. I called every European organ allocation organization whose phone number one could get. How about we all head over to Little Italy for a quick dinner? Lou suggested. It's right around the corner. Not me, Jack said. I've got a bike right ahead of me. At this point, a meal would do me in. Nor I, Lori said. I'm looking forward to getting home and taking a shower. It's been 2 late nights for me in a row, and I'm frazzled. Lou admitted to having another half hour of work to do, so Lori and Jack said goodbye and descended to the first floor. They returned their temporary visitor badges and left police headquarters. In the shadow of City Hall, they caught a cab. Feel better? Jack asked Lori, as they headed north of the Bowery. A kaleidoscope of light played across their faces. Much, Lori admitted. I can't tell you how relieved I'm to dump it all in Lou's capable lap. I'm sorry I got myself so worked up. No need to apologize, Jack said. It's unsettling, to say the least. There's a potential spy in our midst and that organized crime has an interest in liver transplants. And how are you bearing up? Lori asked. You're getting a lot of bizarre input on the Franconi case. It's bizarre, but it's also intriguing, Jack said. Especially this association with a biotech giant like Gensize. The scary part about these corporations is that their research is all behind closed doors. Cold War style secrecy is their modus operandi. No one knows what they are doing in their quest for return on investment. It's a big difference from 10 or 20 years ago, when the NIH funded most biomedical research in the kind of open forum. In those days, there was oversight in the form of peer review, but not today. Too bad there's no one like Lou that you can turn the case over to, Lori said with a chuckle. Wouldn't that be nice? Jack said. What's your next step? Lori asked. Jack sighed. I am running out of options. The only thing that's scheduled is for a veterinary pathologist to review the liver section. So, you already thought about a xenograft? Lori asked with surprise. No, I didn't, Jack admitted. The suggestion to have a veterinary pathologist look at the slide wasn't my idea. It came from a parasitologist over at the hospital who thought the granuloma was due to a parasite, but one he didn't recognize. Maybe you should mention the possibility of a xenograft to Ted Lynch, Lori suggested. As a DNA expert, he might have something in his bag of tricks that could say yes or no definitively. Excellent idea, Jack said with admiration. How can you come up with such a great suggestion when you're so beat? You amaze me. My mind has already shut down for the night. Compliments are always welcome, Lori teased. Especially in the dark, so you can't see me blush. I'm starting to think that the only option that might be open to me, if I really want to solve this case, is a quick trip to Equatorial Guinea. Lori twisted around in the seat, so she could look directly into Jack's broad face. In the half-light, it was impossible to see his eyes. You're not serious. I mean, you're joking, right? Well, there's no way I could phone Gensize or even go up to Cambridge and walk into their home office and say, "Hi folks, what's going on in Equatorial Guinea?" But we're talking about Africa, Lori said. That's crazy. It's halfway around the world. Besides, if you don't think you'd learn anything going up to Cambridge, what makes you think you'd learn anything going to Africa? Maybe because they wouldn't expect it, Jack said. I don't suppose they get many visitors. Oh, this is insane, Lori said, flapping her hands into the air and rolling her eyes. "Hey, calm down," Jack said. "I didn't say I was going. I just said it was something I was beginning to think about." "Well, stop thinking about it," Lori said. "I've got enough to worry about." Jack smiled at her. "You really are concerned." "I'm touched." "Oh, sure," Lori remarked cynically. "You're never touched by my pleas not to ride your mountain bike around the city." The taxi pulled up in front of Lori's apartment building and came to a halt. Lori started to get some money out. Jack put a hand on her arm. "My treat." "All right, I'll get it next time," Lori said. She started to climb out of the cab, then stopped. "If you were to promise to take a cab home, I think we could rustle up something to eat in my apartment." "Thanks, but not tonight," Jack said. "I've got to get the bike home. I'd probably fall asleep on a full stomach." "Worse things could happen," Lori said. "Let me take a rain check," Jack said. Lori climbed out of the cab and then leaned back in. "Just promise me one thing, you won't leave for Africa tonight." Jack took a playful swipe at her, but she easily evaded his hand. "Good night, Jack," Lori said with a warm smile. "Good night, Lori," Jack said. "I'll call you later, after I talk with Warren." "Oh, that's right," Lori said. "With everything that's happened, I'd forgotten. I'll be waiting for your call." Lori closed the taxi door and watched the cab until it disappeared around the corner on First Avenue. She turned toward her door, musing that Jack was a charming but complicated man. As she rode up in her elevator, Lori began to anticipate her shower and the warmth of her terry cloth robe. She vowed she'd turn in early. Lori treated Deborah Engler to an acid smile before keying her multiple locks. She slammed her door behind her to give Mrs. Engler an extra message. Moving her mail from one hand to the other, she removed her coat. In the darkness of the closet, she groped for a hanger. It wasn't until Lori entered the living room that she flipped the wall switch that turned on her floor lamp. She got 2 steps toward the kitchen when she let out a muffled scream and dropped her mail on the floor. There were 2 men in the living room. One was in her Art Deco chair, the other sitting on the couch. The one on the couch was petting Tom, who was asleep on his lap. The other thing Lori noticed was a large handgun with an attached silencer on the arm of the Art Deco chair. "Welcome home, Dr. Montgomery," Franco said. "Thank you for the wine and beer." Lori's eyes went to the coffee table. There was an empty beer bottle and wine glass. "Please come over and sit down," Franco said. He pointed to a side chair they'd put in the middle of the room. Lori didn't move. She was incapable of it. She thought vaguely about running into the kitchen for the phone, but immediately dismissed the idea as ridiculous. She even thought about fleeing back to her front door, but with all the locks, she knew it would be a futile gesture. "Please," Franco repeated with a false politeness that only augmented Lori's terror. Angelo moved the cat to the side and stood up. He took a step toward Lori and, without warning, backhanded her viciously across the face. The blow propelled Lori back against the wall, where her legs gave way. She slumped to her hands and knees. A few drops of bright red blood dropped from her split upper lip, splattering on the hardwood floor. Angelo grabbed her by the upper arm and roughly hoisted her to her feet. Then he powered her over to the chair and pushed her into a sitting position. Lori's terror made her incapable of resisting. "That's better," Franco said. Angelo leaned over and stuck his face in Lori's. "Recognize me?" Lori forced herself to look up into the man's horribly scarred face. He looked like a character in a horror movie. She swallowed. Her throat had gone dry. Incapable of speech, all she could do was shake her head. "No," Franco questioned. "Doctor, I'm afraid you are going to hurt Angelo's feelings, and, under the circumstances, that's a dangerous thing to do." "I'm sorry," Lori squeaked. But no sooner had the words come out than Lori associated the name with the fact that the man standing in front of her had been burned. It was Angelo Faxiolo, Sereno's main hitman, now obviously out of jail. "I've been waiting 5 years," Angelo snarled. Then he struck Lori again, half knocking her off the chair. She ended up with her head down. There was more blood. This time it came from her nose and soaked into the carpet. "Okay, Angelo," Franco said. "Remember, we've got to talk with her." Angelo trembled for a moment over Lori, as if struggling to restrain himself. Abruptly, he went back to the couch and sat down. He picked the cat back up and began roughly petting it. Tom didn't mind and began to purr. Lori managed to right herself. With her hand, she felt both her lip and her nose. Her lip was already beginning to swell. She pinched her nose to halt the bleeding. "Listen, Dr. Montgomery," Franco said. "As you might imagine, it was very easy for us to come in here. I say this so you will comprehend how vulnerable you are. You see, we have a problem that you can help us with. We're here to ask you nicely to leave the Franconi thing alone. Am I making myself clear?" Lori nodded. She was afraid not to. "Good," Franco said. "Now, we are very reasonable people. We'll consider this a favor on your part, and we're willing to do a favor in return. We happen to know who killed Mr. Franconi, and we're willing to pass that information on to you. You see, Mr. Franconi wasn't a nice man, so he was killed. End of story. Are you still with me?" Lori nodded again. She glanced at Angelo, but quickly averted her eyes. "The killer's name is Vito Delberio," Franco continued. "He's not a nice person either, although he did do the world a favor in getting rid of Franconi. I've even taken the trouble to write the name down." Franco leaned forward and put a piece of paper on the coffee table. "So, a favor for a favor." Franco paused and looked expectantly at Lori. "You do understand what I'm saying, don't you?" Franco asked after a moment of silence. Lori nodded for the third time. "I mean, we're not asking much," Franco said. "To be blunt, Franconi was a bad guy. He killed a bunch of people and deserved to die himself. Now, as far as you are concerned, I hope you will be sensible, because in a city this size there's no way to protect yourself, and Angelo here would like no better than have his way with you. Lucky for you, our boss is not heavy-handed. He's a negotiator. Do you understand?" Franco paused again. Lori felt compelled to respond. With difficulty, she managed to say she understood. "Wonderful," Franco said. He slapped his knees and stood up. "When I heard how intelligent and resourceful you are, Doc, I was confident we could see eye to eye." Franco slipped his handgun into his shoulder holster and put on his Ferragamo coat. "Come on, Angelo," he said. "I'm sure the doctor wants to shower and have her dinner. She looks kinda tired to me." Angelo got up, took a step in Lori's direction, and then viciously wrenched the cat's neck. There was a sickening snap, and Tom went limp without a sound. Angelo dumped the dead cat in Lori's lap, and followed Franco out the front door. "Oh, no," Lori whimpered as she cradled her pet of 6 years. She knew its neck had been cruelly broken. She stood up on rubbery legs. Out in the hall, she heard the elevator arrive and then descend. With sudden panic, she rushed to the front door and relocked all the locks, while still clutching Tom's body. Then, realizing the intruders had to have come in the back door, she raced there, only to find it wide open and splintered. She forced it closed as best she could. Back in the kitchen, she took the phone off the hook with trembling hands. Her first response was to call the police, but then she hesitated, hearing Franco's voice in the back of her mind warning her how vulnerable she was. She also could see Angelo's horrid face and the intensity of his eyes. Recognizing she was in shock and fighting tears, Lori replaced the receiver. She thought she'd call Jack, but she knew he wouldn't be home yet. So, instead of calling anyone for the moment, she tenderly packed her pet in a styrofoam box with several trays of ice cubes. Then she went into the bathroom to check out her own wounds. Jack's bike ride from the motorhome was not the ordeal he expected. In fact, once he got underway, he felt better than he had for most of the day. He even allowed himself to cut through Central Park. It had been the first time he'd been in the park after dark for a year. Although he was uneasy, it was also exhilarating to sprint along the dark, winding paths. For most of the trip, he pondered about genocides and Equatorial Guinea. He wondered what it was really like in that part of Africa. He'd joked earlier with Lou that it was buggy, hot, and wet, but he didn't know for sure. He also thought about Ted Lynch, and wondered what Ted would be able to do the following day. Before Jack had left the morgue, he'd called him at home to outline the unlikely possibility of a xenograft. Ted said that he thought he'd be able to tell by checking an area on the DNA that specified ribosomal proteins. He'd explained that the area differed considerably from species to species, and that the information to make a species identification was available on a CD-ROM. Jack turned onto his street with the idea of going to the local bookstore to see if there was any material on Equatorial Guinea. But as he approached the playground with its daily late afternoon and evening game of basketball underway, he had another idea. It occurred to him that that there might be expatriate Equatoguineans in New York. After all, the city harbored people from every country in the world. Turning his bike into the playground, Jack dismounted and leaned it up against the chain-link fence. He didn't bother to lock it, though most people would have thought the neighborhood a risky place to leave a $1,000 bike. In reality, the playground was the only place in New York Jack felt he didn't have to lock up. Jack walked over to the sidelines and nodded to Spit and Flash, who were part of the crowd waiting to play. The game in progress swept up and down the court as the ball changed hands or baskets were made. As usual, Warren was dominating the play. Before each of his shots he'd say money, which was aggravating to the opponents because 90% of the time, the ball would sail through the basket. A quarter hour later the game was decided by one of Warren's money shots, and the losers slunk off the court. Warren caught sight of Jack and strutted over. "Hey, man, you going to run, or what?" Warren asked. "I'm thinking about it," Jack said, "but I've got a couple of questions. First of all, how about you and Natalie getting together with Lori and me this weekend?" "Hell, yes," Warren said. "Anything to shut my shorty up. She's been ragging on me fierce about you and Lori. Secondly, do you know any brothers from a tiny African country called Equatorial Guinea?" "Man, I never know what's going to come out of your mouth," Warren complained. "Let me think. It's on the west coast of Africa," Jack said, "between Cameroon and Gabon." "I know where it is," Warren said indignantly. "It was supposedly discovered by the Portuguese and colonized by the Spanish. Actually, it was discovered a long time earlier by black people." "I'm impressed you know of it," Jack said. "I'd never heard of the country." "I'm not surprised," Warren said. "I'm sure you didn't take any black history courses. But to answer your question, yes, I do know a couple of people from there, and one family in particular. Their name is Nadim. They live 2 doors down from you, toward the park." Jack looked over at the building, then back at Warren. "Do you know them well enough to introduce me?" Jack asked. "I've developed a sudden interest in Equatorial Guinea." "Yeah, sure," Warren said. "The father's name is Esteban. He owns the Mercado Market over on Columbus. That's his son over there with the orange kicks." Jack followed Warren's pointing finger until he spotted the orange sneakers. He recognized the boy as one of the basketball regulars. He was a quiet kid and an intense player. "Why don't you come down and run a few games?" Warren suggested. "Then I'll take you over and introduce you to Esteban. He's a friendly dude." "Fair enough," Jack said. After being revived by the bicycle ride, he was looking for an excuse to play basketball. The events of the day had him in knots. Jack went back and got his bike. Hurrying over to his building, he carried the bicycle up the stairs. He unlocked his door without even taking it off his shoulder. Once inside, he made a beeline for his bedroom and his basketball gear. Within 5 minutes, Jack was already on his way out when his phone rang. For a moment, he debated answering it, but thinking it might be Ted calling back with a bit of arcane DNA trivia, Jack picked it up. It was Lori, and she was beside herself. Jack crammed enough bills through the plexiglass partition in the taxi to more than cover the fare and jumped out. He was in front of Lori's apartment building, where he'd been less than an hour earlier. Dressed in his basketball gear, he raced to the front door and was buzzed in. Lori met him in the elevator foyer on her floor. "My God," Jack wailed. "Look at your lip." "That will heal," Lori said stoically. Then she caught Deborah Engler's eye peering through the crack in her door. Lori lunged at the woman and shouted for her to mind her own business. The door snapped shut. Jack put his arm around Lori to calm her and led her into her apartment. "All right," Jack said, after getting Lori seated on the couch. "Tell me what happened." "They killed Tom," Lori whimpered. After the initial shock, Lori had cried for her pet, but her tears had dried until Jack's question, "Who?" Jack demanded. Lori waited until she had her emotions under control. "There were 2 of them, but I only knew one," she said. "And he's the one who struck me and killed Tom. His name is Angelo. He's the person I've had nightmares about. I had a terrible run-in with him during the Sereno affair. I thought he was still in prison. I can't imagine how, or why he is out. He's horrid to look at. His face is terribly scarred from burns, and I am sure he blames me." "So this visit was for revenge?" Jack asked. "No," Lori said. "This was a warning for me. In their words, I'm to quote, leave the Franconi thing alone." "I don't believe this," Jack said. "I'm the one investigating the case, not you." You warned me. I've obviously irritated the wrong people by trying to find out how Franconi's body was lifted from the morgue, Lori said. For all I know, it was my visit to the Spoleto funeral home that set them off. I'm not going to take any credit for foreseeing this, Jack said. I thought you would get in trouble with Bingham, not mobsters. Angelo's warning was presented in the guise of a favor for a favor, Lori said. His favor was to tell me who killed Franconi. In fact, he wrote the name down. Lori lifted the piece of paper from the coffee table and handed it to Jack. Vito Deliberio, Jack read. He looked back at Lori's battered face. Both her nose and lip were swollen, and she was developing a black eye. This case has been bizarre from the start. Now it's getting out of hand. I think you'd better tell me everything that happened. Lori related to Jack the details from the moment she'd walked in the door until she'd called him on the phone. She even told him why she'd hesitated calling 911. Jack nodded. I understand, he said. There's little the local precinct could do at this point. What am I going to do? Lori asked rhetorically. She didn't expect an answer. Let me look at the back door, Jack said. Lori led him through the kitchen and into the pantry. Whoa, Jack said. Because of the multiple deadbolts, the entire rag split when the door had been forced. I'll tell you one thing, you're not staying here tonight. I suppose I could go home to my parents, Lori said. You're coming home with me, Jack said. I'll sleep on the couch. Lori looked into the depths of Jack's eyes. She couldn't help but wonder if there were more to this sudden invitation than the issue of her safety. Get your things, Jack said, and pack for a few days. It will take that long to replace this door. I hate to bring this up, Lori said, but I have to do something with poor Tom. Jack scratched the back of his head. Do you have access to a shovel? I have a gardening trowel, Lori said. What are you thinking? We could bury him in the backyard, Jack said. Lori smiled. You are a softie, aren't you? I just know what it's like to lose things you love, Jack said. His voice caught. For a painful moment he recalled the phone call that had informed him of his wife and daughter's death in a commuter plane crash. While Lori packed her things, Jack paced her bedroom. He forced his mind to concentrate on current concerns. We're going to have to tell Lou about this, Jack said, and give him Vito Deliberio's name. I was thinking the same thing, Lori said from the depths of her walk-in closet. Do you think we should do it tonight? I think we should, Jack said. Then he can decide when he wants to act on it. We'll call from my house. Do you have his home number? I do, Lori said. You know, this episode is disturbing for more reasons than just your safety, Jack said. It adds to my worry that organized crime is somehow involved in liver transplantation. Maybe there is some kind of black market operation going on. Lori came out of her closet with a hang-up bag. But how can it be transplantation when Franconi wasn't on immunosuppressant drugs? And don't forget the strange results Dad got with his DNA testing. Jack sighed. You're right, he admitted. It doesn't fit together. Maybe Lou can make sense of it all, Lori said. Wouldn't that be nice? Jack said. Meanwhile, this episode makes the idea of going to Africa a lot more appealing. Lori stopped short on her way into the bathroom. What on earth are you talking about? She demanded. I haven't had any personal experience with organized crime, Jack said, but I have with street gangs, and I believe there's a similarity that I learned the hard way. If either of these groups gets it in their mind to get rid of you, the police can't protect you unless they are committed to guarding you 24 hours a day. The problem is, they don't have the manpower. Maybe it would be good for both of us to get out of town for a while. It could give Lou a chance to sort this out. I'd go, too? Lori asked. Suddenly the idea of going to Africa had a very different connotation. She'd never been to Africa, and it could be interesting. In fact, it might even be fun. We'd consider it a forced vacation, Jack said. Of course, Equatorial Guinea might not be a prime destination, but it would be different, and perhaps, in the process, we'll be able to figure out exactly what Gen Size is doing there, and why Franconi made the trip. Lori said. I'm starting to warm to the idea. After Lori had her things ready, she and Jack took Tom's styrofoam casket into the backyard. In the far corner of the garden, where there was loose loam, they dug a deep hole. The chance discovery of a rusted spade made the job easy, and Tom was put to rest. My word, Jack complained as he hauled Lori's suitcase out the front door. What did you put in here? You told me to pack for several days, Lori said defensively. But you didn't have to bring your bowling ball, Jack quipped. It's the cosmetics, Lori said. They are not travel size. They caught a cab on 1st Avenue. En route to Jack's, they stopped at a bookstore on 5th Avenue. While Jack waited in the taxi, Lori dashed inside to get a book on Equatorial Guinea. Unfortunately, there weren't any, and she had to settle for a guidebook for all of Central Africa. The clerk laughed at me when I asked for a book on Equatorial Guinea, Lori said, when she got back in the cab. That's one more hint it's not a top vacation destination, Jack said. Lori laughed. She reached over and gave Jack's arm a squeeze. I haven't thanked you yet for coming over, she said. I really appreciated it, and I'm feeling much better. I'm glad, Jack said. Once in Jack's building, Jack had to struggle with Lori's suitcase up the cluttered stairs. After a series of exaggerated grunts and groans, Lori asked him if he wanted her to carry it. Jack told her that her punishment for packing such a heavy bag was to listen to him complain. Eventually, he got it outside his door. He fumbled for his key, got it into the cylinder and turned. He heard the deadbolt snap back, he commented. I don't remember double locking the door. He turned the key again to release the latch bolt and pushed open the door. Because of the darkness, he preceded Lori into the apartment to flip on the light. Lori followed and collided with him because he'd stopped suddenly. Go ahead, turn it on, a voice said. Jack complied. The silhouettes he'd glimpsed a moment before were now men dressed in long, dark coats. They were seated on Jack's sofa facing into the room. Oh my God, Lori said. It's them. Franco and Angelo had made themselves at home, just as they had at Lori's. They'd even helped themselves to beers. The half-empty bottles were on the coffee table, along with a handgun and its attached silencer. A straight-backed chair had been brought into the center of the room to face the couch. I assume you are Dr. Jack Stapleton, Franco said. Jack nodded as his mind began to go over ways of handling the situation. He knew the front door behind him was still ajar. He berated himself for not being more suspicious to have found it double locked. The problem was he'd gone out so quickly, he couldn't remember which locks he'd secured. Don't do anything foolish, Franco admonished as if reading Jack's mind. We won't be staying long. And if we'd known that Dr. Montgomery was going to be here, we could have saved ourselves a trip to her place, not to mention the effort of going over the same message twice. What is it you people are afraid we might learn that makes you want to come and threaten us? Jack asked. Franco smiled and looked at Angelo. Can you believe this guy? He thinks we made all this effort to get in here to answer questions. No respect, Angelo said. Doc, how about getting another chair for the lady? Franco said to Jack. Then we can have our little talk, and we'll be on our way. Jack didn't move. He was thinking about the gun on the coffee table, and wondering which of the men was still armed. As he tried to gauge their strength, he noticed that both were on the thin side. He figured they were most likely out of shape. Excuse me, Doc, Franco said. Are you with us, or what? Before Jack could answer, there was commotion behind him and someone roughly bumped him to the side. Another person shouted, "Nobody move." Jack recovered from his momentary confusion to comprehend that 3 African Americans had leaped into the room, each armed with machine pistols. The guns were trained unwaveringly on Franco and Angelo. These newcomers were all dressed in basketball gear, and Jack quickly recognized them. It was Flash, David, and Spit, all of whom were still sweating from activity on the playground. Franco and Angelo were taken completely unawares. They simply sat there, eyes wide. Since they were accustomed to being on the other side of lethal weapons, they knew enough not to move. For a moment there was frozen silence. Then Warren strutted in. "Man, Doc, keeping you alive has become a full-time job. You know what I am saying? And I'm going to have to tell you you're dragging down the neighborhood, bringing in this kind of white trash." Warren took the machine pistol away from Spit, and told Spit to frisk the visitors. Wordlessly, Spit relieved Angelo with his Volger auto pistol. After frisking Franco, he collected the gun from the coffee table. Jack noisily let out a breath of air. "Warren, old sport, I don't know how you managed to drop in on such a timely basis in my life, but it's appreciated." "These scumbags were seen casing this place earlier tonight," Warren explained. "It's as if they think they're invisible, despite their expensive threads and that big black shiny Cadillac. It's kind of a joke." Jack rubbed his hands together in appreciation of the sudden change of power. He asked Angelo and Franco their names, but got cold stares in return. That one is Angelo Faxiolo, Lori said, while pointing toward her nemesis. Spit. Get their wallets, Warren ordered. Spit complied and read out their names and addresses. Oh, what's this? He questioned when he opened the wallet containing the Ozone Park police badge. He held it up for Warren to see. They're not police officers, Warren said with a wave of dismissal. Don't worry, Lori, Jack said. I think it's time to give Lou a call. I'm sure he'd like nothing better than to talk with these gentlemen and tell him to bring the paddy wagon in case he'd like to invite them to stay the night at the city's expense. Lori disappeared into the kitchen. Jack walked over to Angelo and towered above him. Stand up, Jack said. Angelo got to his feet and glowered insolently at Jack. To everyone's surprise, especially Angelo, Jack sucker punched him as hard as he could in the face. There was a crunching sound as Angelo was knocked backward over the sofa to land in a heap on the floor. Jack winced, cursed, and grabbed his hand. Then he shook it up and down. Geez, he complained. I've never hit anybody like that. It hurts. Hold up, Warren warned Jack. I don't like beating on these dog turds. It's not my style. I'm all done, Jack said, still shaking his injured hand. You see, that dog turd on the other side of the couch beat up on Lori earlier this evening, after they broke into her apartment. I'm sure you noticed her face. Angelo pushed himself up to a sitting position, his nose angled to the right. Jack invited him to come back around the couch and sit down. Angelo moved slowly, while cupping his hand beneath his nose, to catch the dripping blood. Now, before the police get here, Jack said to the two men, I'd like to ask you guys again about what you're afraid Lori and I might learn. What is going on with this Franconi nonsense? Angelo and Franco stared at Jack, as if he weren't there. Jack persisted and asked what they knew about Franconi's liver, but the men remained stone silent. Lori returned from the kitchen. I got Lou, she reported. He's on his way, and I have to say he's excited, especially about the videotape. An hour later, Jack found himself comfortably ensconced in Esteban Deem's apartment along with Lori and Warren. Sure, I'll have another beer, Jack said in response to Esteban's offer. Jack was feeling a pleasant buzz from his first beer and progressively euphoric that the evening had worked out so auspiciously after such a bad start. Lou had arrived at Jack's with several patrolmen less than 20 minutes after Lori's call. He'd been ecstatic to take Angelo and Franco downtown to book them on breaking and entering, possession of unauthorized firearms, assault and battery, extortion, and impersonation of a police officer. His hope was to hold them long enough to get some real information out of them about New York City organized crime, particularly the Lucia organization. Lou had been disturbed by the threats Lori and Jack had received, so when Jack mentioned that he and Lori were thinking of going out of town for a week or so, Lou was all for it. Lou was concerned enough that in the interim, he'd assigned a guard for Lori and Jack. To make the job easier, Jack and Lori agreed to stay together. At Jack's urging, Warren had taken him and Lori to the Mercado Market and to meet Esteban Deem. As Warren had intimated, Esteban was an amiable and gracious man. He was close to Jack's age of 42, but his body type was the opposite of Jack's. Where Jack was stocky, Esteban was slender. Even his facial features seemed delicate. His skin was a deep, rich brown, many shades darker than Warren's, but his most noticeable physical trait was his high domed forehead. He'd lost his hair in the front so that his hairline ran from ear to ear over the top of his head. As soon as he'd learned Jack was considering a trip to Equatorial Guinea, he'd invited Jack, Lori, and Warren back to his apartment. Theodora Deem had turned out to be as congenial as her husband. After the group had been in the apartment for only a short time, she'd insisted everyone stay for dinner. With savory aromas drifting from the kitchen, Jack sat back contentedly with a second beer. What brought you and Theodore to New York City? He asked Esteban. We had to flee our country, Esteban said. He went on to describe the reign of terror of the ruthless dictator Nguma that forced a third of the population, including all of Spanish descent, to leave. 50,000 people were murdered, Esteban said. It was terrible. We were lucky to get out. I was a school teacher trained in Spain and therefore suspect. Things have changed, I hope, Jack said. Oh, yes, Esteban said. A coup in 1979 has changed a lot, but it is a poor country, although there is some talk of offshore oil, as was discovered off Gabon. Gabon is now the wealthiest country in the region. Have you been back? Jack asked. Several times, Esteban said. The last time, a few years ago, Esteban said. Teodora and I still have family there. Teodora's brother even has a small hotel on the mainland in a town called Bata. I've heard of Bata, Jack said. I understand it has an airport. The only one on the mainland, Esteban said. It was built in the 80s for a Central African Congress. Of course, the country couldn't afford it, but that is another story. Have you heard of a company called Gensize? Jack asked. Most definitely, Esteban said. It is the major source of foreign currency for the government, especially since cocoa and coffee prices have fallen. So I've heard, Jack said. I've also heard Gensize has a primate farm. Do you know if that is in Bata? No, it is in the south, Esteban said. They built it in the jungle near an old, deserted Spanish town called Congo. They have rebuilt much of the town for their people from America and Europe, and they have built a new town for local people who work for them. They employ many Equatoguinean people. Do you know if Gensize built a hospital? Jack asked. Yes, they did, Esteban said. They built a hospital and laboratory on the old town square facing the town hall. How do you know so much about it? Jack asked. Because my cousin used to work there, Esteban said. But he quit when the soldiers executed one of his friends for hunting. A lot of people like Gensize because they pay well, but others don't like Gensize because they have too much power with the government. Because of money, Jack said. Yes, of course, Esteban said. They pay a lot of money to the ministers. They even pay part of the army. That's cozy, Lori commented. If we were to go to Bata, would we be able to visit Congo? Jack asked. I suppose, Esteban said. After the Spanish left 25 years ago, the road to Congo was abandoned and became impassable, but Gensize has rebuilt it, so the trucks can go back and forth. But you'd have to hire a car. Is that possible? Jack asked. If you have money, anything is possible in Equatorial Guinea, Esteban said. When are you planning to go? Because it's best to go in the dry season. When's that? Jack asked. February and March, Esteban said. That's convenient, Jack said, because Lori and I are thinking of going tomorrow night. What? Warren spoke for the first time since they'd arrived at Esteban's apartment. He'd not been privy to Jack and Lou's conversation. I thought me and Natalie were going out on the town with you guys this weekend. I've already told Natalie. Ah. Jack commented. I forgot about that. Hey, man, you got to wait till after Saturday night, otherwise I'm in deep shit. You know what I'm saying. I told you how much she's been ragging on me to see you guys. In his euphoric mood, Jack had another suggestion. I have a better idea. Why don't you and Natalie come along with Lori and me to Equatorial Guinea? It will be our treat. Lori blinked. She wasn't sure she'd heard correctly. Man, what are you talking about? Warren said. You're out your friggin' mind. You're talking about Africa. Yeah, Africa, Jack said. If Lori and I have to go, we might as well make it as fun as possible. In fact, Esteban, why don't you and your wife come, too? We'll make it a party. Are you serious? Esteban asked. Lori's expression was equally as incredulous. Sure, I'm serious, Jack said. The best way to visit a country is to go with someone who used to live there. That's no secret. But tell me, do we all need visas? Yes, but the Equatorial Guinean embassy is here in New York, Esteban said. 2 pictures, $25, and a letter from a bank saying you're not poor gets you a visa. How do you get to Equatorial Guinea? Jack asked. For Bata the easiest is through Paris, Esteban said. From Paris there is daily service to Douala, Cameroon. From Douala there's daily service to Bata. You can go through Madrid too, but that's only twice a week to Malabo and Biako. Sounds like Paris wins out, Jack said gaily. Teodora. Esteban called out to his wife in the kitchen. You'd better come in here. You're crazy, man, Warren said to Jack. I knew it the first day you walked out on that basketball court. But, you know something, I'm beginning to like it. Chapter 17. March 7, 1997, 6:15 a.m. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Kevin's alarm went off at 6:15. It was still completely dark outside. Emerging from his mosquito net, he turned on the light to find his robe and slippers. A cottony feeling in his mouth and a mild but temporal headache reminded him of the wine he'd drunk the night before. With a shaky hand he took a long drink of the water he had at his bedside. Thus fortified, he he set out on shaky legs to knock on his guest room's doors. The previous night, he and the women had decided that it made sense for Melanie and Candace to spend the night. Kevin had plenty of room, and they all agreed being together would make the departure in the morning far easier and probably elicit less attention. Consequently, at about 11 page 1000, amid lots of laughter and gaiety, Kevin had driven the women to their respective quarters to collect their overnight necessities, a change of clothes, and the food they'd gotten from the commissary. While the women had been packing, Kevin had made a quick detour to his lab to get the locator, the directional beacon, a flashlight, and the contour map. On each guest room door, Kevin had to knock twice, once quite softly, and when there was no response, he rapped more vigorously, until he heard a response. He sensed the women were hungover, especially after it took them significantly longer than they planned to show up in the kitchen. Both of them poured themselves a mug of coffee, and drank the first cup without conversation. After breakfast they all revived significantly. In fact, as they emerged from Kevin's house they felt exhilarated, as if they were setting off on a holiday. The weather was as good as could be expected in that part of the world. Dawn was breaking, and the pink and silver sky was generally clear overhead. To the south, there was a line of small puffy clouds. On the horizon to the west, there were ominous purple storm clouds, but they were way out over the ocean, and would most likely stay there for the day. As they walked toward the waterfront, they were enthralled by the profusion of bird life. There were blue uricus, parrots, weatherbirds, African fish eagles, and a kind of African blackbird. The air was filled with their color and shrieks. The town seemed deserted. There were no pedestrians or vehicles, and the homes were still shuttered against the night. The only person they saw was a local mopping the floor in the Chicky Hut bar. They walked out on the impressive pier Jen Size had built. It was 20 feet wide and 6 feet high. The rough-hewn planks were wet from the humid night air. At the end of the pier, there was a wooden ramp that led down to a floating dock. The dock seemed to be mysteriously suspended. The surface of the perfectly calm water was hidden by a layer of mist that extended as far as the eye could see. As the women had promised, there was a motorized 30-foot-long pirogue languidly moored to the end of the dock. Long ago, it had been painted red with a white interior, but the paint had faded, or had been scraped off in large areas. A thatched roof supported by wooden poles extended over 3/4 of the boat's length. Under the shelter were benches. The motor was an antique Evinrude outboard. Tethered to the stern was a small canoe with 4 narrow benches extending from gunwale to gunwale. Not bad, eh? Melanie said, as she grabbed the mooring line and pulled the boat to the dock. It's bigger than I expected, Kevin said. As long as the motor keeps going, we should be fine. I wouldn't want to paddle it very far. Worst case scenario, we float back, Melanie said, undaunted. After all, we are going upriver. They got the gear and food aboard. While Melanie continued to stand on the pier, Kevin made his way to the stern to examine the motor. It was self-explanatory with instructions written in English. He put the throttle on start and pulled the cord. To his utter surprise, the engine started. He motioned for Melanie to hop in, shifted the motor into forward, and they were off. As they pulled away from the pier, they all looked back at Kago to see if anyone took note of their departure. The only person they saw was the lone man cleaning the Chicky hut, and he didn't bother to look in their direction. As they had planned, they motored west, as if they were going to a Kalyong. Kevin advanced the throttle to half open, and was pleased at the speed. The pirogue was large and heavy, but it had very little draw. He checked the canoe they had in tow. It was riding easily in the water. The sound of the motor made conversation difficult, so they were content to enjoy the scenery. The sun had yet to come up, but the sky was brighter and the eastern ends of the cumulus clouds over Gabon were edged in gold. To their right, the shoreline of Equatorial Guinea appeared as a solid mass of vegetation that abruptly dumped into the water. Dotted about the wide estuary were other pirogues moving ghost-like through the mist that still layered the surface of the water. When Kago had fallen significantly astern, Melanie tapped Kevin on the shoulder. Once she had his attention, she made a wide sweeping motion with her hand. Kevin nodded and began to steer the boat to the south. After traveling south for 10 minutes, Kevin began a slow turn to the west. They were now at least a mile offshore, and when they passed Kago, it was difficult to make out specific buildings. When the sun did finally make its appearance, it was a huge ball of reddish gold. At first, The equatorial mists were so dense that the sun could be examined directly without the need to shield one's eyes. But the heat of the sun began to evaporate the mist, which, in turn, rapidly made the sun's rays stronger. Melanie was the first to slip on her sunglasses, but Candace and Kevin quickly did the same. A few minutes later, everyone began to peel off layers of clothing they donned against the comparative morning chill. To their left was the string of islands that hugged the Equatoguinean coast. Kevin had been steering north to complete the wide circle around Cago. Now he pushed over the helm to point the bow directly toward Isla Francesca, which loomed in the distance. Once the mists had dissipated from the sun's glare, a welcome breeze stirred the water, and waves began to mar the hitherto glassy surface. Pushing into a mounting headwind, the pirogue began to slap against the crests, occasionally sprinkling its passengers with spray. Isla Francesca looked different than her sister islands, and the closer they got, the more apparent it became. Besides being considerably larger, Isla Francesca's limestone escarpment gave it a much more substantial appearance. There were even bits of cloud-like mist that clung to its summits. An hour and 15 minutes after they had left the pier in Cago, Kevin cut back on the throttle and the pirogue slowed. 100 feet ahead was the dense shoreline of the southwestern tip of Isla Francesca. From this vantage point it looked sort of forbidding, Melanie yelled over the sound of the engine. Kevin nodded. There was nothing about the island that was inviting. There was no beach. The entire shoreline appeared to be covered with dense mangroves. "We've got to find Rio de Viso's outlet," Kevin yelled back. After approaching the mangroves as close as he thought prudent, he pushed the helm to starboard and headed along the western shore. In the lee of the island, the waves disappeared. Kevin stood up in hopes of seeing possible underwater obstructions, but he couldn't. The water was an impenetrable muddy color. "What about where all those bulrushes are?" Candace called out from the bow. She pointed ahead to an expansive marsh that had appeared. Kevin nodded and cut back on the throttle even farther. He nosed the boat toward the 6-foot reeds. "Can you see any obstructions underwater?" he called out to Candace. Candace shook her head. "It's too murky," she said. Kevin turned the boat so that they were again moving parallel with the island shoreline. The reeds were dense, and the marsh now extended inland for 100 yards. "This must be the river outlet," Kevin said. "I hope there is a channel or we're out of luck. There's no way we could get the canoe through those reeds." 10 minutes later, without having found a break in the reeds, Kevin turned the boat around. He was careful not to foul the towline for the small canoe. "I don't want to go any further in this direction," Kevin said. "The width of the marsh is decreasing. I don't think we're going to find a channel. Besides, I'm afraid of getting too close to the staging area, where the bridge is." "I agree," Melanie said. "What about going to the other end of the island, where Rio de Viso has its inlet?" "That was exactly my thought," Kevin said. Melanie raised her hand. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked. "It's called a high five, you jerk," Melanie teased. Kevin slapped her hand with his and laughed. They motored back the way they'd come, and rounded the island to head east along its length. Kevin opened up the throttle to about half speed. The route gave them a good view of the southern aspect of the island's mountainous backbone. From that angle, no limestone was visible. The island appeared to be an uninterrupted mountain of virgin jungle. "All I see are birds," Melanie yelled over the sound of the engine. Kevin nodded. He'd seen lots of ibises and shrikes. The sun had now risen enough so that the thatched shelter was useful. They all crowded into the stern to take advantage of the shade. Candace put on some sunblock that Kevin had found in his medicine cabinet. "Do you think the bonobos on the island are going to be as skittish as bonobos normally are?" Melanie yelled. Kevin shrugged. "I wish I knew," he yelled back. "If they are, it might be difficult for us to see any of them, and all this effort will have been in vain." They did have diminishing contact with humans until they were there in the bonobo enclosure of the animal center, Melanie yelled. "I think we have a good chance, as long as we don't try to get too close." "Are bonobos timid in the wild?" Candace asked Melanie. "Very much so," Melanie said. "As much or more than chimpanzees. Chimps unexposed to humans are almost impossible to see in the wild. They're inordinately timid, and their sense of hearing and smell is so much more acute than ours that people cannot get near them." "Are there still truly wild areas left in Africa?" Candace asked. "Oh, my lord, yes," Melanie said. "Essentially from this coastal part of Equatorial Guinea and extending west-northwest, there are huge tracts that are still essentially unexplored virginal rainforest. We're talking about as much as 1 million square miles." "How long is that going to last?" Candace questioned. That's another story, Melanie said. How about handing me a cold drink? Kevin yelled. Coming up, Candace said. She moved over to the styrofoam chest and lifted the lid. 20 minutes later, Kevin again throttled back on the motor and turned north around the eastern end of Isla Francesca. The sun was higher in the sky, and it was significantly hotter. Candace pushed the styrofoam chest over to the port side of the pirogue to keep it in the shade. There's another marsh coming up, Candace said. I see it, Kevin said. Kevin again guided the boat in close to the shore. In terms of size, the marsh appeared to be similar to the one on the western end of the island. Once again, the jungle dropped back to approximately 100 yards from the edge of the water. Just when Kevin was about to announce that they had again been foiled, an opening appeared in the otherwise unremitting wall of reeds. Kevin turned the canoe toward the opening and throttled back even more. The boat slowed. About 30 feet away, Kevin put the motor into neutral and then turned it off. As the sound of the engine died off, they were thrust into a heavy stillness. God, my ears are ringing, Melanie complained. Does it look like a channel? Kevin asked Candace, who'd again gone up to the bow. It's hard to tell, Candace said. Kevin grabbed the back of the motor and tilted it up out of the water. He didn't want to foul the propeller in underwater vegetation. The pirogue entered among the reeds. It scraped against the stems, then glided to a halt. Kevin reached behind the boat to keep the towed canoe from banging into the pirogue's stern. It looks like it goes forward in a meandering fashion, Candace said. She was standing on the gunwale and holding onto the thatched roof of the shelter so she could see over the top of the reeds. Kevin snapped off a stem and broke it into small pieces. He tossed them into the water next to the boat and watched them. They drifted slowly but inexorably in the direction they were pointing. There seems to be some current, Kevin said. I think that's a good sign. Let's give it a try with the canoe. Kevin moved the smaller boat alongside the larger. With difficulty because of the canoe's unsteadiness, they managed to get themselves into the smaller boat along with their gear and the food chest. Kevin sat in the stern, while Candace took the bow. Melanie sat in the middle, but not on one of the seats. Canoes made her nervous. She preferred to sit on the bottom. By a combination of paddling, pulling on reeds, and pulling on the pirogue, they managed to get ahead of the larger boat. Once in what they hoped was the channel, the going was considerably easier. With Kevin paddling in the rear and Candace in the front, they were able to move at the pace of a slow walk. The narrow 6-foot-wide passage twisted and turned as it worked its way across the marsh. The sun was now evidencing its equatorial power, even though it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. The reeds blocked the breeze, effectively raising the temperature even higher. There are not many trails on this island, Melanie commented. She'd unfolded the contour map and was studying it. The main one is from the staging area to Lago Hippo, Kevin said. There are a few more, Melanie said, all leading away from Lago Hippo. I suppose they'd been made to facilitate retrievals. That would be my guess, Kevin said. Kevin looked into the dark water. He could see strands of plant life trailing in the direction they were paddling, suggesting there was current. He was encouraged. Why don't you try the locator? Kevin said. See if bonobo number 60 has moved since we last checked. Melanie entered the information and clicked. He doesn't appear to have moved, she said. She reduced the scale until it was equivalent to the scale on the contour map, then located the red dot. He's still in the same spot in the marshy clearing. At least we can solve that mystery, even if we don't see any of the others, Kevin said. Ahead, they approached the 100-foot-high wall of jungle. As they rounded the final bend in the marsh, they could see the channel disappear into the riot of vegetation. We'll be in shade in a moment, Candace said. That should make it a lot cooler. Don't count on it, Kevin said. Pushing branches to the side, they silently slid into the perpetual darkness of the forest. Contrary to Candace's hopes, it was like a muggy, claustrophobic hothouse. There was not a breath of air, and everything dripped moisture. Although the thick canopy of tree limbs, twisted vines, and hanging mosses completely blocked the sunlight, it also held in the heat like a heavy woolen blanket. Some of the leaves were up to a foot in diameter. Everyone was shocked by how dark it was in the tunnel of vegetation until their eyes began to adjust. Slowly details appeared out of the dank gloom, until the scene resembled late twilight just before nightfall. Almost from the moment the first branches snapped in place behind them, they were assaulted by swarms of insects, mosquitoes, deer flies, and trachona bees. Melanie frantically located the insect repellent. After dousing herself, she passed it to the others. "It smells like a damn swamp," Melanie complained. "This is scary," Candace commented from her position in the boat. "I just saw a snake, and I hate snakes." "As long as we stay in the boat, we'll be fine," Kevin said. "So, let's not tip over," Melanie said. "Don't even suggest it." Candace moaned. "You guys have to remember I'm a newcomer. You've been in this part of the world for years. All we have to worry about are the crocs and hippos," Kevin said. "When you see one, let me know." "Oh, great," Candace complained nervously. "And just what do we do when we see one?" "I didn't mean to worry you," Kevin said. "I don't think we'll see any until we come to the lake." "And what then?" Candace questioned. "Maybe I should have asked about the dangers of this trip before I signed on." "They won't bother us," Kevin said. "At least that's what I've been told. As long as they are in the water, all we have to do is stay a reasonable distance away. It's when they're caught on land that they can be unpredictably aggressive, and both crocs and hippos can run faster than you'd think." "All of a sudden, I'm not enjoying this at all," Candace admitted. "I thought it was going to be fun." "It wasn't supposed to be a picnic," Melanie said. "We're not sightseeing. We're here for a reason." "Let's just hope we're successful," Kevin said. He could appreciate Candace's state of mind. Kevin marveled that he'd been talked into coming himself. Besides the insects, the dominant wildlife were the birds. They ceaselessly flitted among the branches, filling the air with melodies. On either side of the channel the forest was impenetrably dense. Only occasionally could Kevin or the others see for more than 20 feet in any direction. Even the shoreline was invisible, hidden behind a tangle of water plants and roots. As he paddled, Kevin looked down into the inky water that was covered with a plethora of darting water spiders. The disturbance he caused with each stroke made fetid bubbles rise to the surface. The channel soon became straighter than it had been in the marsh, making the paddling considerably easier. By observing the rate at which they floated by the passing tree trunks, Kevin estimated that they were moving at about the speed of a fast walk. At this rate, he figured they'd arrive at the Lago Hippo in 10 to 15 minutes. "How about putting the locator on scan?" Kevin suggested to Melanie. "If you narrow the graphic to this area, we'll know if there are any bonobos in the neighborhood." Melanie was huddled over the compact computer when there was a sudden commotion in the branches to their left. A moment later, deeper into the forest, they heard twigs snapping. Candace had a hand clasped to her chest. "Oh my," she said. "What the hell was that?" "I'd guess another one of those duikers," Kevin said. "Those little antelopes are common even on these islands." Melanie redirected her attention to the locator. Soon she was able to report that there were no bonobos in the area. "Of course not," Kevin said. "That would have been too easy." 20 minutes later, Candace reported that she could see a lattice of sunlight coming through the branches directly ahead. "That must be the lake," Kevin said. After a few more paddle strokes, the canoe glided out into the open water of Lago Hippo. The trio blinked in the bright sunlight, then scrambled for their sunglasses. The lake was not large. In fact, it was more like an elongated pond dotted with several lushly thicketed islands chock-a-block with white ibises. The shore was lined with dense reeds. Here and there on the surface of the lake were pure white water lilies. Patches of free-floating vegetation thick enough to allow small birds to walk across them turned lazily in slow circles, pushed by the gentle breezes. The wall of surrounding forest dropped away on both sides to form grassy fields, some as big as an acre. A few of these fields were peppered with pockets of palm trees. To the left, above the line of the forest rim, the very top of the limestone escarpment was clearly discernible against the hazy morning sky. "It's actually quite beautiful," Melanie said. "It reminds me of paintings of prehistoric times," Kevin said. "I could almost imagine a couple of brontosauruses in the foreground." "Oh my God, I see hippos over to the left," Candace called out with alarm. She pointed with her paddle. Kevin looked in the direction she was indicating. Sure enough, the heads and small ears of a dozen of these huge mammals were just visible in the water. Standing on their crowns were a number of white birds preening. "They're okay," Kevin assured Candace. "See how they are slowly moving away from us. They won't be any trouble." I've never been much of a nature lover, Candace admitted. You don't have to explain, Kevin said. He could remember clearly his unease about wildlife during his first year in Chicago. According to the map, there should be a trail not too far away from the left bank, Melanie said, while studying the contour map. If I remember correctly, there's a trail that goes around the whole eastern end of the lake, Kevin said. It originates at the bridge. That's true, but it comes closest to our left, Melanie said. Kevin angled the canoe toward the left shore and began looking for an opening in the reeds. Unfortunately, there wasn't one. I think we'll just have to try to paddle right through the vegetation, Kevin said. I'm certainly not getting out of this boat until there's dry land, Melanie announced. Kevin told Candace not to paddle as he aimed the canoe at the 6-foot-high wall of reeds and took a number of forceful strokes. To everyone's surprise, the boat skimmed through the vegetation with no trouble at all, despite the scraping noise of the reeds on the hull. Sooner than they expected, they bumped against dry land. That was easy, Kevin said. He looked behind at the path they'd created to the lake, but already the reeds were springing back to their original position. Am I supposed to get out? Candace said. I can't see the ground. What if there are bugs and snakes? Make yourself a clearing with your paddle, Kevin suggested. As soon as Candace climbed out of the boat, Kevin paddled against the vegetation and succeeded to force the canoe still further onto the shore. Melanie got out easily. What about the food? Kevin asked as he moved forward. Let's leave it here, Melanie said. Just bring the bag with the directional beacon and flashlight. I've got the locator and the contour map. The women waited for Kevin to get out of the boat, then motioned for him to go ahead of them. With the gear bag over his shoulder, he pushed aside the reeds and began moving inland. The ground was marshy and the muck sucked at his shoes, but within 10 feet, he emerged onto the grassy field. This looks like a field, but it's actually a swamp, Melanie complained as she looked down at her tennis shoes. They were already black with mud and completely soaked. Kevin struggled with the contour map to get his bearings, then pointed off to the right. The transmitting ship from Bonabo number 60 should be no more than 100 feet from here in the direction of that cul-de-sac of trees, he said. Let's get this over with, Melanie said. With her new tennis shoes ruined, even she was beginning to question if they should have come. In Africa, nothing was easy. Kevin struck off with the women following. At first, walking was difficult because of the unstable footing. Although the grass appeared generally uniform, it grew in small, lumpy hummocks surrounded by muddy water. But the going became easier about 50 feet from the pond, where the ground rose and became comparatively drier. A moment later, they came across a trail. They were surprised to discover that the trail looked well used. It ran parallel with the shoreline of the lake. Siegfried must send work crews out here more than we thought, Melanie said. This trail has been maintained. I'd have to agree, Kevin said. I suppose they'd need to keep them up for retrievals. The jungle is so thick and grows so fast out here. Lucky for us, they'll certainly help us get around as well. As I recall, this one heads up to the limestone cliff. If they come out here to maintain trails, maybe there is something to Siegfried's story about workmen making the fires, Melanie said. Wouldn't that be nice, Kevin said. I smell something bad, Candace said, while sniffing the air. In fact, it smells putrid. Hesitantly, the others sniffed and agreed. That's not a good sign, Melanie said. Kevin nodded and moved off in the direction of the cul-de-sac. A few minutes later, with their fingers pinching their nostrils shut, the three stared down at a disgusting sight. It was the remains of Bonabo number 60. The carcass was in the process of being devoured by insects. Larger scavengers had also taken a toll. Far more gruesome than the state of the corpse was the evidence of how the animal had died. A wet-chipped piece of limestone had struck the poor creature between the eyes, effectively splitting his head in two. The rock was still in place. Exposed soft eyeballs stared off in opposite directions. Ugh, Melanie said. It's what we didn't want to see. This suggests that not only the bonobos have split into two groups, but they're killing each other. I wonder if number 67 is dead, too. Kevin kicked the rock out of the decomposing head. All three stared at it. That's also what we didn't want to see, Kevin said. What are you talking about? Candace asked. That rock was shaped artificially, Kevin said. With the toe of his shoe, he pointed to an area along the side of the rock where there appeared to be freshly made gouges. That suggests tool making. More circumstantial evidence, I'm afraid, Melanie said. Let's move upwind, Kevin managed. Before I get sick. I can't stand this smell. Kevin got 3 steps away in an easterly direction when someone grabbed his arm and yanked him to a stop. He turned to see Melanie with her index finger pressed against her lips. Then she pointed to the south. Kevin turned his gaze in that direction, then caught his breath. About 50 yards away in the shadows of the very back of the cul-de-sac was one of the bonobos. The animal was standing ramrod straight and absolutely motionless, as if he were a military honor guard. He appeared to be staring back at Kevin and the others, just as they were staring at him. Kevin was surprised at the creature's size. The animal was well over 5 feet tall. It also seemed oversized in terms of weight. Given its enormously muscular torso, Kevin guessed the bonobo weighed between 125 and 150 pounds. He's taller than the bonobos that have been brought in for transplant surgery, Candace said. At least I think he is. Of course, the bonobos for the transplants were already sedated and strapped to a gurney by the time they got to me. Shhhhhhh, Melanie admonished. Let's not scare him. This might be our only chance to see one. Being careful not to move too quickly, Kevin pulled the gear bag off his shoulder and got out the directional beacon. He turned it on to scan. It began to quietly beep until he pointed it toward the bonobo. Then it let out a continuous note. Kevin looked at the LCD screen and gasped. "What's the matter?" Melanie whispered. She had seen Kevin's expression change. "It's number 1." Kevin whispered back. "It's my double." "Oh my God." Melanie whispered. "I'm jealous. I'd like to see mine too." "I wish we could see better," Candace said. "Do we dare try to get closer?" Kevin was struck by 2 things. First was the coincidence that the first live bonobo they'd come across would happen to be his double. Secondly, if he had inadvertently created a race of proto-humans, then he was in some metamorphic way meeting himself 6 million years earlier. "This is too much," Kevin couldn't help but whisper aloud. "What are you talking about?" Melanie asked. "In some ways that's me standing over there," Kevin answered. "Now let's not jump the gun," Melanie said. "He's certainly standing like a human," Candace remarked. "But he's hairier than any human I've ever been out with." "Very funny," Melanie said without laughing. "Melanie, use the locator to scan the area," Kevin said. "Bonobos usually travel together. Maybe there are more around that we can't see. They could be hiding in the bushes." Melanie played with the instrument. "I can't believe how still he is," Candace said. "He's probably scared stiff," Kevin said. "I'm sure he doesn't know what to make of us. Or if Melanie is right about there not being enough females out here, maybe he's smitten with you too." "That I don't find funny at all," Melanie said, without looking up from the keyboard of the locator. "Sorry," Kevin said. "What's he got around his waist?" Candace asked. "I was wondering that, too," Kevin said. "I can't make it out, unless it's just a vine that got caught on him when he came through the bushes." "Look at this," Melanie said with excitement. She held up the instrument so the others could see. "Kevin, you were right. There's a whole group of bonobos in the trees behind your double. Why would he venture out on his own?" Candace asked. "Maybe he's like an alpha male in chimp society," Melanie said. "Since there are so few females, it stands to reason these bonobos might act more like chimps. If that's the case, he might be proving himself to be courageous." Several minutes passed. The bonobo did not move. "This is like a Mexican standoff," Candace complained. "Come on, let's see how close we can get. What do we have to lose? Even if he runs off, I'd say this little episode is encouraging that we'll see more." "All right," Kevin said, "but no sudden movement. I don't want to scare him. That would only ruin our chances for seeing the others." "You guys first," Candace said. The 3 advanced carefully, moving forward step by step. Kevin was in the lead, followed immediately by Melanie. Candace brought up the rear. When they reached the midway mark between them and the bonobo, they stopped. Now they could see the bonobo much better. He had prominent eyebrows and a sloped forehead like a chimp, but the lower half of his face was significantly less prognathous than even a normal bonobo. His nose was flat, his nostrils flared, his ears were smaller than those of either chimps or bonobos, and flush against the side of his head. "Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking?" Melanie whispered. Candace nodded. "He reminds me of the pictures I saw in the 3rd grade of very early cavemen." Oh, can you guys see his hands?" Kevin whispered. "I think so," Candace said softly. "What's wrong with them?" "It's the thumb," Kevin whispered. "It's not like a chimp's. His thumb juts out from the palm." "You're right," Melanie whispered. "And that means he might be able to oppose his thumb with his fingers." Good God, the circumstantial evidence keeps mounting, Kevin whispered. I suppose if the developmental genes responsible for the anatomical changes necessary for bipedalism are on the short arm of chromosome 6, then it's entirely possible that the ones for the opposable thumb are too. It is a vine around his waist, Candace commented. Now I can see it clearly. Let's try moving closer, Melanie suggested. I don't know, Kevin said. I think we're pushing our luck. Frankly, I'm surprised he hasn't bolted already. Maybe we should just sit down right here. It's hotter than blazes here in the sun, Melanie said. And it's not even 9 o'clock, so it'll only get worse. When we decide to sit and observe, I vote we do it in the shade. I'd also like to have the food chest. I agree, Candace said. Of course, you agree, Kevin said mockingly. I'd be surprised if you didn't. Kevin was becoming tired of Melanie making a suggestion only to have Candace eagerly support it. It had already gotten him into trouble. That's not very nice, Candace said indignantly. I'm sorry, Kevin said. He'd not meant to hurt her feelings. Well, I'm going closer, Melanie announced. Jane Goodall was able to get right up next to her chimps. True, Kevin said, but that was after months of acclimatization. I'm still going to try, Melanie said. Kevin and Candace let Melanie get 10 feet in front of them, before they looked at each other, shrugged, and joined her. You don't have to do this for me, Melanie whispered. Actually, I want to get close enough to see if my double has any facial expression, Kevin whispered. And I want to look into his eyes. With no more talk, and by moving slowly and deliberately, the three were able to come within 20 feet of the bonobo. Then they stopped again. This is incredible, Melanie whispered without taking her eyes from the animal's face. The only way it was apparent the bonobo was alive was an occasional blink, movements of his eyes, and a flaring of his nostrils with each respiration. Look at those pectorals, Candace said. It looks like he's spent most of his life in the gym. How do you think he got that scar? Melanie asked. The bonobo had a thick scar that ran down the left side of his face almost to his mouth. Kevin leaned forward and stared into the animal's eyes. They were brown just like his own. Since the sun was in the bonobo's face, his pupils were pinpoint. Kevin strained to detect intelligence, but it was difficult to tell. Without the slightest warning, the bonobo suddenly clapped his hands with such force that an echo reverberated between the leafy walls of the cul-de-sac. At the same time he yelled, "Atta!" Kevin, Melanie, and Candace leaped from fright. Having worried from the start that the bonobo was about to flee at any moment, they'd not considered the possibility of him acting aggressively. The violent clap and yell panicked them, and made them fear the animal was about to attack. But he didn't. He reverted back to his stone-like state. After a moment's confusion there recovered a semblance of their previous poise. They eyed the bonobo nervously. What was that all about? Melanie asked. I don't think he's as scared of us as we thought, Candace said. Maybe we should just back away. I agree, Kevin said uneasily. But let's go slowly. Don't panic. Following his own advice, he took a few careful steps backward, and motioned for the women to do likewise. The bonobo responded by reaching around behind his back, and grabbing a tool he had suspended by the vine around his waist. He held the tool aloft over his head, and cried "Atta" again. The three froze, wide-eyed with terror. What can "Atta" mean? Melanie whined after a few moments when nothing happened. Can it be a word? Could he be talking? I don't have any idea, Kevin sputtered. But at least he hasn't come toward us. What is he holding? Candace asked apprehensively. It looks like a hammer. It is, Kevin managed. It's a regular carpenter's clawhammer. It must be one of the tools the bonobo stole when the bridge was being built. Look at the way he is grasping it. Just the way you or I would, Melanie said. There's no question he has an opposable thumb. We got to get away from here. Candace half cried. You two promised me these creatures were timid. This guy's anything but. Don't run, Kevin said, keeping his eyes glued to the bonobos. You can stay if you want, but I'm going back to the boat, Candace said desperately. We'll all go, but slowly, Kevin said. Despite warnings not to do so, Candace turned on her heels and started to run, but she only went a few steps before she froze and let out a scream. Kevin and Melanie turned in her direction. Both of them caught their breaths when they saw what had shocked her. 20 more bonobos had silently emerged from the surrounding forest and had arrayed themselves in an arc, effectively blocking the exit from the cul-de-sac. Candace slowly backed up until she bumped against Melanie. For a full minute no one spoke or moved, not even any of the bonobos. Then bonobo number 1 repeated his cry, "Atta!" Instantly, the animals began to circle around the humans. Candace moaned as she, Kevin, and Melanie backed into each other, forming a tight triangle. The ring the animals formed around them began to close like a noose. The bonobos came closer a step at a time. The humans could now distinctly smell them. Their odor was strong and feral. The animals' faces were expressionless but intent. Their eyes flashed. The animals stopped advancing when they were an arm's length from the three friends. Their eyes ran up and down the humans' bodies. Some of them were holding stone wedges similar to the one that had killed bonobo number 60. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace did not move. They were paralyzed with fear. All the animals looked as powerful as bonobo number 1. Bonobo number 1 remained outside the tight ring. He was still clutching the clawhammer, but no longer had it raised over his head. He advanced and made a full circuit of the group, staring at the humans between the heads of his compatriots. Then he let out a string of sounds accompanied by hand gestures. Several of the other animals answered him. Then one of them reached out his hand toward Candace. Candace moaned. "Don't move," Kevin managed to say. "I think the fact that they haven't harmed us is a good sign." Candace swallowed with difficulty as the bonobo's hand caressed her hair. He seemed enthralled by its blonde color. It took all the resolve she could muster not to scream or duck away. Another animal began to speak and gesture. He then pointed to his side. Kevin saw a long healing surgical scar. "It's the animal whose kidney went to the Dallas businessman," Kevin said fearfully. "See how he's pointing at us? I think he's connecting us to the retrieval process." "That can't be good," Melanie whispered. Another animal reached out tentatively and touched Kevin's comparatively hairless forearm. Then he touched the directional beacon Kevin was holding in his hand. Kevin was surprised when he didn't try to take it away from him. The bonobo standing directly in front of Melanie reached out and pinched the fabric of her blouse between his thumb and forefinger, as if feeling its texture. Then he gently touched the locator she was holding with just the tip of his index finger. "They seem mystified by us," Kevin said hesitantly, "and strangely respectful. I don't think they are going to hurt us. Maybe they think we are gods." "How can we encourage that belief?" Melanie asked. "I'll try to give them something," Kevin said. Kevin considered the objects he had on his person and immediately settled on his wristwatch. Moving slowly, he put the directional beacon under his arm and slipped the watch from his wrist. Holding it by its bracelet, he extended it toward the animal in front of him. The animal tilted his head, eyeing the watch, then reached for it. No sooner had he had it in his hand than bonobo number 1 vocalized the sound, "Ot." The animal with the watch responded by quickly giving it up. Bonobo number 1 examined the watch, then slipped it onto his forearm. "My God," Kevin voiced. "My double is wearing my watch. This is a nightmare." Bonobo number 1 appeared to admire the watch for a moment. Then he brought his thumbs and forefinger together to form a circle while saying, "Randa." One of the bonobos immediately ran off and disappeared for a moment into the forest. When he reappeared, he was carrying a length of rope. "Rope," Kevin said with trepidation. "Now what? Where did they get rope?" Melanie asked. "They probably stole it with the tools," Kevin said. "What are they going to do?" Candace asked nervously. The bonobo went directly to Kevin and looped the rope around his waist. Kevin watched with a mixture of fear and admiration as the animal tied a crude knot and then cinched it tight against Kevin's abdomen. Kevin looked up at the women. "Don't struggle," he said. "I think everything is going to be okay, as long as we don't anger them or scare them." "But I don't want to be tied up," Candace cried. "As long as we're not hurt it's okay," Melanie said, hoping to calm Candace. The bonobo roped Melanie and then Candace in a similar fashion. When he was finished, he stepped back, still holding the long end of the rope. Obviously, they want us to stay for a while, Kevin said, trying to make light of the situation. Don't be mad if I don't laugh, Melanie said. At least they don't mind our talking, Kevin said. Strangely enough, they seem to find it interesting, Melanie said. Each time one of them spoke, the nearest bonobo would cock its head as if listening. Bonobo number 1 suddenly opened and closed his fingers while sweeping his hands away from his chest. At the same time he said, "Iraq." Immediately, the group started moving, including the animal holding the rope. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace were forced forward. That gesture was the same as the bonobo did in the operating room, Candace said. Then it must mean "go" or "move" or "away," Kevin said. It's incredible. They're speaking. They left the cul-de-sac and moved across the field until they came to the trail. At that point they were led right. While they walked, the bonobos remained silent but vigilant. I suspect that it isn't Siegfried who maintains these trails, Melanie said. I think it's the bonobos. The trail curved to the south and soon entered the jungle. Even in the forest it was well cleared, and the ground underfoot was packed smooth. Where are they taking us? Candace asked nervously. I guess toward the caves, Kevin said. This is ridiculous, Melanie said. We're being taken for a walk like dogs on a leash. If they're so impressed with us, maybe we should resist. I don't think so, Kevin said. I think we should make every effort not to get them riled up. Candace. Melanie asked. What are you thinking? I'm too scared to think, Candace said. I just want to get back to the canoe. The bonobo leading with the rope turned and gave the rope a yank. The tug almost knocked all three people down. The bonobo repeatedly waved his hand palm down while whispering, "Hannah. My God, is he strong, or what?" Melanie commented as she regained her footing. What do you think he means? Candace asked. If I had to guess, I'd say he's telling us to be quiet, Kevin said. All at once, the entire group stopped. There were some hand signals among the bonobos. Several pointed up toward the trees to the right. A small group of bonobos slipped silently into the vegetation. Those remaining formed a wide circle, except for 3 who climbed directly up into the canopy of the forest with knees that defied gravity. What's happening? Candace whispered. Something important, Kevin said. They all seemed to be tense. Several minutes went by. None of the bonobos on the ground moved or made the slightest noise. Then suddenly, there was a tremendous commotion to the right, accompanied by high-pitched shrieks. At once, the trees were alive with desperately fleeing colobus monkeys on a course bringing them directly toward the bonobos who had climbed up into the trees. The terrified monkeys tried to change direction, but in their haste several of them lost their hold on the branches and fell to the ground. Before they could recover, they were set upon by waiting bonobos on the ground who killed them instantly with stone wedges. Candace winced in horror, then turned away. I'd say that was a good example of coordinated hunting, Melanie whispered. That requires a high level of cooperation. Despite the circumstances, she couldn't help but be impressed. Don't rub it in, Kevin whispered. I'm afraid the jury is in, and the verdict is bad. We've only been on the island for an hour, but the question that brought us here has already been answered. Besides collective hunting, we've seen totally upright posture, opposable thumbs, tool-making, and even rudimentary speech. I sense they can vocalize just like you, and it's extraordinary, Melanie whispered. These animals have gone through 4 or 5 million years of human evolution in the few years they've been out here. Oh, shut up. Candace cried. We're prisoners of these beasts and you two are having a scientific discussion. It's more than a scientific discussion, Kevin said. We're acknowledging a terrible mistake, and I'm responsible. The reality is worse than I feared. When I saw the smoke coming from this island, these animals are proto-humans. I have to share some of the blame, Melanie said. I disagree, Kevin said. I'm the one who created the chimeras by adding the human chromosome segments. That wasn't your doing. What are they doing now? Candace asked. Kevin and Melanie turned to see bonobo number 1 coming toward them, carrying the bloodied corpse of one of the colobus monkeys. He was still wearing the wristwatch, which only underlined the beast's odd position between man and ape. Bonobo number 1 brought the dead monkey directly to Candace, and held it out toward her in both his hands and said, "Stop." Candace moaned and turned her head. She looked like she was about to get sick. He's offering it to you, Melanie told Candace. Try to respond. I can't look at it, Candace said. Try. Melanie pleaded. Candace slowly turned. Her face reflected her disgust. The monkey's head had been crushed. Just bow or do something, Melanie encouraged. Candace smiled weakly and bowed her head. Bonobo #1 bowed and then withdrew. Incredible, Melanie said, watching the animal leave. Although he's obviously the alpha male, there must still be remnants of the typical matriarchal bonobo society. Candace, you did great, Kevin said. I'm a wreck, Candace said. I knew I should have been a blonde, Melanie said with her own attempt at humor. The bonobo holding the rope gave a tug significantly less forceful than the previous one. The group was on the move again and Kevin, Melanie, and Candace were forced to follow. I don't want to go any farther, Candace said tearfully. Pull yourself together, Melanie said. Everything is going to be okay. I'm starting to think Kevin's suggestion was right. They think of us like gods, especially you with that blonde hair. They could have killed us instantly, if they'd been inclined, just like they killed the monkeys. Why did they kill the monkeys? Candace asked. I assume for food, Melanie said. It is a little surprising since bonobos are not carnivorous, but chimps can be. I was afraid they were human enough for the killing to be for sport, Candace said. The group passed through a marshy area, then began a climb. 15 minutes later, they emerged from the forest twilight onto a rocky, but grassy area at the foot of the limestone escarpment. Halfway up the rock face was the opening of a cave that appeared to be accessible only by a series of extremely steeply tiered ledges. At the lip of the cave were a dozen more bonobos. Most were female. They were striking their chests with the flat of their hands and yelling bad over and over again. The bonobos with Kevin, Melanie, and Candace did the same, and then held up the dead colobus monkeys. That resulted in hooting from the females, that Melanie said reminded her of chimps. Then the group of bonobos at the base of the cliff parted. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace were pulled forward. At the sight of them, the females above fell silent. Why do I have the feeling the females aren't so happy to see us? Melanie whispered. I'd rather think they were just confused, Kevin whispered back. They hadn't expected company. Finally bonobo #1 said sit, and pointed up with his thumb. The group surged forward pulling Kevin, Melanie, and Candace along. Chapter 18. March 7, 1997, 6:15 a.m. New York City. Jack's lids blinked open, and he was instantly awake. He sat up and rubbed his gritty eyes. He was still tired from the poor night's sleep the night before last, and from having stayed up later than he planned the previous evening, but he was too keyed up to fall back asleep. Getting up off the couch, Jack wrapped himself in his blanket against the morning chill, and went to the bedroom door. He listened for a moment, convinced that Lori was still sound asleep. He cracked the door. As he'd expected, Lori was on her side under a mound of covers, breathing deeply. As quietly as possible, Jack tiptoed across the bedroom and entered the bathroom. Once the door was closed, he quickly shaved and showered. When he reappeared, he was pleased to see that Lori had not budged. Getting fresh clothes from his closet and bureau, Jack carried them out into the living room and got dressed. A few minutes later, he emerged from his building into the pre-dawn light. It was raw and cold with a few snowflakes dancing in the gusts of wind. Across the street was a squad car with two uniformed policemen drinking coffee and reading the morning papers with the help of the interior light. They recognized Jack and waved. Jack waved back. Lou had kept his word. Jack jogged down the street to the local deli on Columbus Avenue. One of the policemen dutifully followed. Jack thought about buying him a donut, but decided against it. He didn't want the cop to take it the wrong way. With an armload of juice, coffee, fruit, and fresh bagels, he returned to the apartment. Lori was up and was in the shower. Jack knocked on the door to announce that breakfast was served whenever she was ready. Lori appeared a few minutes later clad in Jack's robe. Her hair was still wet. The sequelae from the previous night's run-in with Angelo did not look bad. All that was apparent was a mild black eye. Now that you've had a night's sleep to think about this trip, do you still feel the same? Lori asked. Absolutely, Jack said. I'm psyched. Are you really going to pay for everyone's ticket? She asked. This could get expensive. What else do I have to spend my money on? Jack said. He glanced around his apartment. Certainly not my lifestyle, and the bike is all paid for. Seriously, Lori said. I can understand Esteban to some extent, but Warren and Natalie? The previous night when the proposal had been presented to Theodora, she had reminded her husband that one of them had to stay in the city to mind the market and be there for their teenage son. The decision that Esteban would go instead of Theodora had been decided by the flip of a coin. I was serious about making it fun, Jack said. Even if we don't learn anything, which is a possibility, it will at least be a great trip. I could see in Warren's eyes his interest to visit that part of Africa, and on the way back, we'll spend a night or two in Paris. You don't have to convince me, Lori said. I was against your going at first, but now I'm excited myself. Now all we have to do is convince Bingham, Jack said. I don't think that will be a problem, Lori said. Neither of us has taken the vacation time they've wanted us to. And Lou said he'd put in his 2 cents about the threats. He'd like to get us out of town. I never trust bureaucracy, Jack said. But I'll be optimistic. And assuming we're going, let's divvy up the errands. I'll go ahead and get the tickets while you, Warren, and Natalie take care of the visa situation. Also, we've got to arrange for some shots and start malaria prophylaxis. We really should have more time for immunizations, but we'll do the best we can, and we'll take a lot of insect repellent. Sounds good, Lori said. Because of Lori, Jack left his beloved mountain bike in his apartment. Together, they cabbed down to the medical examiner's office. When they walked into the ID room, Vinny lowered his newspaper and looked at them as if they were ghosts. What are you guys doing here? He asked with a voice that broke. He cleared his throat. What kind of question is that? Jack asked. We work here, Vinny. Have you forgotten? I just didn't think you two were on call, Vinny said. He hastily took a drink from his coffee cup before coughing again. Jack and Lori went to the coffee urn. He's been in a weird mood for the last couple of days, Jack whispered. Lori glanced back at Vinny over her shoulder. Vinny had gone back behind his newspaper. That was a strange reaction, she agreed. I noticed he was nervous around me yesterday. Jack and Lori's eyes met. They regarded each other for a moment. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Lori asked. Maybe, Jack said. It kind of fits. He certainly has access. I think we should say something to Lou, Lori said. I'd hate it to be Vinny, but we have to find out who's been giving out confidential information around here. Conveniently for Lori, her week-long rotation as the day chief was over, and Paul Plodget's was starting. Paul was already at the desk, going over the cases that had come in the previous night. Lori and Jack told him they were planning on taking vacation time, and wanted to skip doing any autopsies that day, unless there was a glut. Paul assured them that the caseload was light. Lori was more politically minded than Jack, and it was her opinion that they should approach Calvin about their vacation plans before they talked with Bingham. Jack bowed to her better judgment. Calvin's response was to merely grunt that they could have given more notice. As soon as Bingham arrived, Lori and Jack went to his office. He regarded them curiously over the tops of his wire-rimmed glasses. He was clutching the morning mail, which he was in the process of going through. You want 2 weeks starting today? He questioned with disbelief. What's the rush? Is this some sort of an emergency? We're planning on an adventure-type trip, Jack said. We'd like to leave this evening. Bingham's watery eyes went back and forth between Lori and Jack. You two aren't planning on getting married, are you? Not that adventuresome, Jack said. Lori sputtered with laughter. We're sorry not to have given more notice, she said. The reason for the haste is because last night both of us were threatened over the Franconi case. Threatened? Bingham questioned. Does it have anything to do with that china you've got? I'm afraid so, Lori said. She tried to cover the bruise with makeup, but had only been partially successful. Who was behind these threats? Bingham asked. One of the New York crime families, Lori said. Lieutenant Louis Soldano offered to fill you in on it as well as talk to you about a possible mole for the crime family here in the medical examiner's office. We think we have figured out how Franconi's body was taken from here. I'm listening, Bingham said. He put the mail down and leaned back in his chair. Lori explained the story, emphasizing that the Spoleto funeral home had to have been given the accession number of the unidentified case. Did Detective Soldano think it wise for you two to leave town? Bingham asked. Yes, he did, Lori said. Fine, Bingham said. Then you're out of here. Am I supposed to call Soldano, or is he calling me? It was our understanding that he was going to call you, Lori said. Good, Bingham said. Then he looked directly at Jack. What about the liver issue? That's up in the air, Jack said. I'm still waiting on some more tests. Bingham nodded and commented, "This case is a goddamn pain in the ass. Just make sure I'm informed. See if any breaking news while you're away. I don't want any surprises." He looked down at his desk and picked up the mail. "You people have a good trip, and send me a postcard." Laurie and Jack went out into the hall and smiled at each other. "Well, it looks good," Jack said. "Bingham was the major potential stumbling block. I wonder if we should have told him we're going to Africa because of the liver issue?" Laurie asked. "I don't think so," Jack said. "He might have changed his mind about letting us go. As far as he's concerned, he wishes this case would just disappear." Retiring to their separate offices, Laurie phoned the Equatorian embassy about the visas, while Jack called the airlines. She quickly learned that Esteban had been right about the ease of getting a visa, and that it could be done that morning. Jack found Air France happy to make all the arrangements, and he agreed to stop by their office that afternoon to pick up the tickets. Laurie appeared in Jack's office. She was beaming. "I'm beginning to think this is really going to happen," she said excitedly. "How do you do?" "Fine," Jack said. "We leave tonight at 7:50. "I can't believe this," Laurie said. "I feel like a teenager going on my first trip." After making arrangements with the travel and immunization office at the Manhattan General Hospital, they called Warren. He agreed to get in touch with Natalie and meet them at the hospital. The nurse practitioner gave each of them a battery of shots as well as prescriptions for antimalarial drugs. She also urged them to wait a full week before exposure. Jack explained that was impossible. The nurse's response was to say that she was glad they were going and not she. In the hall outside the travel office, Warren asked Jack what the woman meant. "It takes up to a week for these shots to take effect," Jack explained. "That is, except for the gamma globulin." "Are we taking a risk, then?" Warren asked. "Life's a risk," Jack quipped. "Seriously, there's some risk, but each day our immune systems will be better prepared. The main problem is the malaria, but I intend to take a hell of a lot of insect repellent." "So you're not concerned?" Warren asked. "Not enough to keep me home," Jack said. After leaving the hospital, they all went to a passport photo place and had snapshots taken. With those in hand, Laurie, Warren, and Natalie left to visit the Equatorian embassy. Jack caught a taxi and directed it to the university hospital. Once there, he went directly up to Dr. Peter Malover's lab. As usual, he found the aged pathologist bent over his microscope. Jack waited respectfully until the professor had finished studying his current slide. "Ah, Dr. Stapleton," Dr. Malover said, catching sight of Jack. "I'm glad you came. Now, where is that slide of yours?" Dr. Malover's lab was a dusty clutter of books, journals, and hundreds of slide trays. The wastebaskets were perennially overflowing. The professor steadfastly refused to allow anybody into his workspace to clean, lest they disturb his structured disorder. With surprising speed, the professor located Jack's slide on top of a veterinary pathology book. His nimble fingers picked it up and slipped it under the microscope's objective. "Drive Osgood's suggestion to have this reviewed by Dr. Hammersmith was crackerjack," Dr. Malover said as he focused. When he was satisfied, he sat back, picked up the book, and opened it to the page indicated by a clean microscope slide. He handed the book to Jack. Jack looked at the page Dr. Malover indicated. It was a photomicrograph of a section of liver. There was a granuloma similar to the one on Jack's slide. "It's the same," Dr. Malover said. He motioned for Jack to compare by looking into the microscope. Jack leaned forward and studied the slide. "The images did seem identical. This is certainly one of the more interesting slides you have brought to me," Dr. Malover said. He pushed a lock of his wild, gray hair out of his eyes. "As you can read from the book, the offending organism is called hepatocystis." Jack straightened up from looking at his slide to glance back at the book. He'd never heard of hepatocystis. "Is it rare?" Jack asked. "In the New York City morgue, I'd have to say yes," Dr. Malover said. "Extremely rare. You see, it is only found in primates. And not only that, but it is only found in Old World primates, meaning primates found in Africa and Southeast Asia. It's never been seen in the New World, and never in humans." "Never?" Jack questioned. "Put it this way," Dr. Malover said. "I've never seen it, and I've seen a lot of liver parasites. More important, Dr. Osgood has never seen it, and he has seen more liver parasites than I. With that kind of combined experience, I'd have to say it does not exist in humans. Of course, in the endemic areas, it might be a different story, but even there it would have to be rare. Otherwise we'd have seen a case or two." I appreciate your help, Jack said distractedly. He was already wrestling with the implications of this surprising bit of information. It was a much stronger suggestion that Franconi had had a transplant than the mere fact that he'd gone to Africa. This would be an interesting case to present at our grand rounds, Dr. Malover said. If you are interested, let me know. Of course, Jack said non-committally. His mind was in a whirl. Jack left the professor, took the hospital elevator down to the ground floor, and started toward the medical examiner's office. Finding an old world primate parasite in the liver sample was very telling evidence. But then there were the confusing results that Ted Lynch had gotten on the DNA analysis to contend with. And on top of that was the fact there was no inflammation in the liver with no immunosuppressant drugs. The only thing that was certain was that it all didn't make sense. Arriving back at the morgue, Jack went directly up to the DNA lab with the intention of grilling Ted in the hope that he could come up with some hypothesis to explain what was going on. The problem as Jack saw it was that Jack didn't know enough about current DNA science to come up with an idea on his own. The field was changing too rapidly. Jesus, Stapleton, where the hell have you been? Ted snapped the moment he saw Jack. I've been calling all over creation and nobody's seen you. I've been out, Jack said defensively. He thought for a second about explaining what was going on, then changed his mind. Too much had happened in the previous 12 hours. Sit down, Ted commanded. Jack sat. Ted searched around on his desktop until he located a particular sheet of developed film covered with hundreds of minute dark bands. He handed it to Jack. Ted, why do you do this to me? Jack complained. You know perfectly well I have no idea what I'm looking at with these things. Ted ignored Jack while he searched for another similar piece of celluloid. He found it under a laboratory budget he was working on. He handed the second one to Jack. Hold them up to the light, Ted said. Jack did as he was told. He looked at the two sheets. Even he could tell they were different. Ted pointed to the first sheet of celluloid. This is a study of the region of the DNA that codes for ribosomal protein of a human being. I just picked a case at random to show you what it looks like. It's gorgeous, Jack said. Let's not be sarcastic, Ted said. I'll try, Jack said. Now, this other one is a study of Franconi's liver sample, Ted said. It's the same region using the same enzymes as the first study. Can you see how different it is? That's the only thing I can see, Jack said. Ted snatched away the human study and tossed it aside. Then he pointed at the film Jack was still holding. As I told you yesterday, this information is on CD-ROM, so I was able to let the computer make a match of the pattern. It came back that it was most consistent with a chimpanzee. Not definitely a chimpanzee, Jack asked. Nothing seemed to be definite about this case. No, but close, Ted said. Kind of like a cousin of a chimpanzee. Something like that. Do chimps have cousins? Jack asked. You got me, Ted said with a shrug. But I've been dying to give you this information. You have to admit it's rather impressive. So from your perspective it was a xenograft, Jack said. Ted shrugged again. If you made me guess, I'd have to say yes. But taking the DQ alpha results into consideration, I don't know what to say. Also, I've taken it upon myself to run the DNA for the ABBA blood groups. So far that's coming up just like the DQ alpha. I think it's going to be a perfect match for Franconi, which only confuses things farther. It's a weird case. Tell me about it, Jack said. He then related to Ted the discovery of an old world primate parasite. Ted made an expression of confusion. I'm glad this is your case and not mine, he said. Jack placed the sheet of celluloid on Ted's desk. If I'm lucky, I might have some answers in the next few days, he said. Tonight I'm off to Africa, to visit the same country Franconi did. Is the office sending you? Ted asked with surprise. No, Jack said. I'm going on my own. Well, that's not quite true. I mean, I'm paying for it, but Lori is going too. My God, you are thorough, Ted said. Dogged is probably a better word, Jack said. Jack got up to go. When he reached the door, Ted called out to him. I did get the results of the mitochondrial DNA back. There was a match with Mrs. Franconi, so at least your identification was right. Finally something definitive, Jack said. Jack was again about to leave when Ted called out again. I just had a crazy idea, Ted said. The only way I could explain the results I've been getting is if the liver was transgenic. What the hell does that mean? Jack asked. It means the liver contains DNA from two separate organisms, Tat said. Jack said, I'll have to think about that one. Congo, Equatorial Guinea. Bertram looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Raising his eyes to look out the window, he noticed that the sudden, violent tropical rainstorm which had totally darkened the sky only 15 minutes earlier had already vanished. In its place was a steamy sunny African afternoon. With sudden resolve, Bertram reached for his phone and called up to the fertility center. The evening tech by the name of Shirley Cartwright answered. Have the 2 new breeding bonobo females got their hormone shots today? Bertram asked. Not yet, Shirley said. I thought the protocol called for them to get the shots at page 1000, Bertram said. That's the usual schedule, Shirley said hesitantly. Why the delay? Bertram asked. Miss Beckett hasn't arrived yet, Shirley explained reluctantly. The last thing she wanted to do was get her immediate boss in trouble, but she knew she couldn't lie. When was she due? Bertram asked. No particular time, Shirley said. She told the day staff she'd be busy all morning in her lab over at the hospital. I imagine she got tied up. She didn't leave instructions for the hormones to be given by someone else. If she didn't arrive by 2? Bertram asked. Apparently not, Shirley said. So I expect her any minute. If she doesn't come in the next half hour, go ahead and give the scheduled doses, Bertram said. Will that be a problem? No problem whatsoever, Doctor, Shirley said. Bertram disconnected and then dialed Melanie's lab in the hospital complex. He was less familiar with the staff and didn't know the person who answered. But the person knew Bertram and told him a disturbing story. Melanie hadn't been in that day because she'd been tied up at the animal center. Bertram hung up and nervously tapped the top of the phone with the nail of his index finger. Despite Siegfried's assertions that he'd taken care of the potential problem with Kevin and his reputed girlfriends, Bertram was skeptical. Melanie was a conscientious worker. It certainly wasn't like her to miss a scheduled injection. Snapping up the phone again, Bertram tried calling Kevin, but there was no answer. With his suspicions rising, Bertram got up from his desk and informed Martha, his secretary, that he'd be back in an hour. Outside, he climbed into his Cherokee and headed for town. As he drove, Bertram became increasingly certain that Kevin and the women had managed to go to the island, and it angered him. He berated himself for allowing Siegfried to lull him into a false sense of security. Bertram had a growing premonition that Kevin's curiosity was going to cause major trouble. At the point of transition from asphalt to cobblestones at the edge of town, Bertram had to brake abruptly. In his mounting vexation, he'd been unaware of his speed. The wet cobblestones from the recent downpour were as slick as ice, so Bertram's car skidded several yards before coming to a complete stop. Bertram parked in the hospital parking lot. He climbed to the 3rd floor of the lab and pounded on Kevin's door. There was no response. Bertram tried the door. It was locked. Returning to his car, Bertram drove around the town square and parked behind the town hall. He nodded to the lazy group of soldiers lounging in broken rattan chairs in the shade of the arcade. Taking the stairs by twos, Bertram presented himself to Aurelio and said he had to speak to Siegfried. He's with the chief of security at the moment, Aurelio said. Let him know I am here, Bertram said, as he began to pace the outer office. His irritation was mounting. 5 minutes later, Cameron McIvers emerged from the inner office. He said hello to Bertram, but Bertram ignored him in his haste to get in to see Siegfried. We've got a problem, Bertram said. Melanie Beckett didn't show up for a scheduled injection this afternoon, and Kevin Marshall is not in his lab. I'm not surprised, Siegfried said calmly. He sat back and stretched with his good arm. They were both seen leaving early this morning with the nurse. The menage a trois seems to be blossoming. They even had a dinner party late into the night at Kevin's house, and then the women stayed over. Truly? Bertram questioned. That the nerdy researcher could be involved in such a liaison seemed impossible. I should know, Siegfried said. I live across the green from Kevin. Besides, I met the women earlier at the Chicky bar. They were already tipsy, and told me they were on their way to Kevin's. Where did they go this morning? Bertram asked. I assume to a Caleong, Siegfried said. They were seen leaving in a pirogue before dawn by a member of the janitorial staff. Then they have gone to the island by water, Bertram snapped. They were seen going west, not east, Siegfried said. It could have been a ruse, Bertram said. It could have, Siegfried agreed. And I thought of the possibility. I even discussed it with Cameron. But both of us are of the opinion that the only way to visit the island by water is to land at the staging area. The rest of the island is surrounded by a virtual wall of mangroves and marsh. Bertram's eyes rose up to stare at the huge rhino heads on the wall behind Siegfried. Their brainless carcasses reminded him of the site manager, yet Bertram had to admit in this instance he had a point. In fact, when the island was initially considered for the Bonobo project, its inaccessibility by water had been one of its attractions, and they couldn't have landed at the staging area, Siegfried continued, because the soldiers are still out there itching to have an excuse to use their AK-47s. Siegfried laughed. It tickles me every time I think of their shooting out Melanie's car windows. Maybe you're right, Bertram said grudgingly. Of course I'm right, Siegfried said. But I'm still concerned, Bertram said, and suspicious. I want to get into Kevin's office. For what reason? Siegfried asked. I was stupid enough to show him how to tap into the software we'd developed for locating the bonobos, Bertram said. Unfortunately, he's been taking advantage of it. I know because he's accessed it on several occasions for long periods of time. I'd like to see if I can find out what he'd been up to. I'd say that sounds quite reasonable, Siegfried said. He called out to Aurelio to see to it that Bertram had an entrance guard for the lab. Then he said to Bertram, let me know if you find anything interesting. Don't worry, Bertram said. Armed with the magnetic pass card, Bertram returned to the lab and entered Kevin's space. Locking the door behind him, he first went through Kevin's desk. Finding nothing, he made a quick tour of the room. The first sign of trouble was a stack of computer paper next to the printer that Bertram recognized as printouts of the island graphic. Bertram examined each page. He could tell that they represented varying scales. What he couldn't figure out was the meaning of all the surcharged geometric shapes. Putting the pages aside, Bertram went to Kevin's computer and began to search through his directories. It wasn't long before he found what he was looking for, the source of the information on the printouts. For the next half hour, Bertram was transfixed by what he found. Kevin had devised a way to follow individual animals in real time. After Bertram played with this capability for a while, he came across Kevin's stored information documenting the animal's movement over a period of several hours. From this information, Bertram was able to reproduce the geometric shapes. You are too clever for your own good, Bertram said out loud as he allowed the computer to run sequentially through the movements of each animal. By the time the program had run its course, Bertram had seen the problem with bonobo numbers 60 and 67. With mounting anxiety, Bertram tried to get the indicators for the two animals to move. When he couldn't, he went back to real time and displayed the two animals' current position. They'd not changed one iota. Good Lord, Bertram moaned. All at once, the worry about Kevin vanished and was replaced with a more pressing problem. Turning off the computer, Bertram snapped up the printed island graphics and ran out of the lab. Outside, he passed up his car to run directly across the square to the town hall. He knew it would take less time on foot. He raced up the stairs. As he entered the outer office, Aurelio looked up. Bertram ignored him. He burst into Siegfried's office unannounced. I've got to talk with you immediately, Bertram sputtered to Siegfried. He was out of breath. Siegfried was meeting with his food service supervisor. Both appeared stunned by Bertram's arrival. It's an emergency, Bertram added. The food service supervisor stood up. I can return later, he said and left. This better be important, Siegfried warned. Bertram waved the computer printouts. It's very bad news, he said. He took the chair vacated by the supervisor. Kevin Marshall figured out a way to follow the bonobos over time. So what? Siegfried said. At least two of the bonobos don't move, Bertram said. Number 60 and number 67. And they haven't moved for more than 24 hours. There's only one explanation. They're dead. Siegfried raised his eyebrows. Well, they're animals, he said. Animals die. We have to expect some attrition. You don't understand, Bertram said with a tinge of disdain. You made light of my concern that the animals had split into two groups. I told you that it was significant. This, unfortunately, is proof. As sure as I'm standing here, those animals are killing each other. You think so? Siegfried asked with alarm. There's no doubt in my mind, Bertram said. I've been agonizing over why they split up into two groups. I decided it had to have been because we forgot to maintain the balance between males and females. There's no other explanation, and it means the males are fighting over the females. I'm sure of it. Oh my God! Siegfried exclaimed, with a shake of his head. That's terrible news. It's more than terrible, Bertram said. It's intolerable. It will be the ruin of the whole program, provided we don't act. What can we do? Siegfried asked. First, we tell no one. Bertram said. If there is ever an order to harvest either 60 or 67, we'll deal with that particular problem then. Second, and more important, we must bring the animals in, like I've been advocating. The bonobos won't be killing each other if they're in separate cages. Siegfried had to accept the white-haired veterinarian's advice. Although he'd always favored the animals being off by themselves for logistical and security reasons, its time was past. The animals could not be allowed to kill each other in a very real way. There was no choice. When should we retrieve them? Siegfried asked. As soon as possible, Bertram said. I can have a team of security-cleared animal handlers ready by dawn tomorrow. We'll begin by darting the splinter group. Once we have all the animals caged, which should take no more than 2 or 3 days, we'll move them at night to a section of the animal center that I will prepare. I suppose I'd better recall that contingent of soldiers out by the bridge, Siegfried said. The last thing we need is for them to shoot the animal handlers. I didn't like having them out there in the first place, Bertram said. I was afraid they might have shot one of the animals for sport or soup. When should we inform our respective bosses at Gensize? Siegfried asked. Not until it is done, Bertram said. Only then will we know how many animals have been killed. Maybe we'll also have a better idea of the best ultimate disposition. My guess is we'll have to build a separate, new facility. For that, we'd need authorization, Siegfried said. Obviously, Bertram said. He stood up. All I can say is that it is a damn good thing I had the foresight to move all those cages out there. New York City. Raymond felt better than he had in days. Things seemed to have gone well from the moment he'd gotten up. Just after 9 he'd called Dr. Weiler Anderson, and not only was the doctor going to join, he already had 2 clients ready to plunk down their deposits and head out to the Bahamas for the bone marrow aspirations. Then around noon Raymond had gotten a call from Dr. Alice Norwood, whose office was on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. She'd called to say that she'd recruited 3 physicians with large private practices who were eager to come on board. One was in Century City, another in Brentwood, and the last was in Bel Air. She was convinced that these doctors would soon provide a flood of clients, because the market on the West Coast for the service Raymond was offering was nothing short of phenomenal. But what had pleased Raymond the most during the day was whom he didn't hear from. There were no calls from either Vinnie Dominic or Dr. Daniel Levitz. Raymond took the silence to mean that the Franconi business had finally been put to bed. At 3:30, the door buzzer went off. Darlene answered it, and with a tearful voice, told Raymond that his car was waiting. Raymond took his girlfriend in his arms and patted her on the back. Next time maybe you can go, Raymond said consolingly. Really? She asked. I can't guarantee it, Raymond said. But we'll try. Raymond had no control over the Gensize flights. Darlene had been able to go on only one of the trips to Chicago. On all the other occasions, the plane had been full on one of the segments. As standard procedure, the plane flew from the States to Europe, and then on to Bata. On the return trip the same general itinerary was followed, although it was always a different European city. After promising to call, as soon as he arrived in Chicago, Raymond carried his bag downstairs. He climbed into the waiting sedan and luxuriously leaned back. Would you like the radio on, sir? The driver asked. Sure, why not? Raymond said. He was already beginning to enjoy himself. The drive across town was the most difficult part of the trip. Once they were on the West Side Highway, they were able to make good time. There was a lot of traffic, but since rush hour had not begun, the traffic moved fluidly. It was the same situation on the George Washington Bridge. In less than an hour Raymond was dropped off at Teterboro Airport. The Gensize plane had not yet arrived, But Raymond was not concerned. He positioned himself in the lounge, where he had a view of the runway, and ordered himself a scotch. Just as he was being served, the sleek gen-sized jet swooped in low out of the clouds and touched down. It taxied over to a position directly in front of Raymond. It was a beautiful aircraft painted white with a red stripe along its side. Its only markings were its call sign, and 69 Sioux, and a tiny American flag. Both were on the fin of the tail assembly. As if in slow motion, a forward door opened, and self-contained steps extended down toward the tarmac. An impeccably dressed steward in dark blue livery appeared in the doorway, descended the stairs, and entered the General Aviation Building. His name was Roger Perry. Raymond remembered him well. Along with another steward named Jasper Devereaux, he'd been on the plane every trip Raymond had made. Once inside the building, Roger scanned the lounge. The moment he spotted Raymond, he walked over and greeted him with a salute. "Is this the extent of your luggage, sir?" Roger asked as he picked up Raymond's bag. "That's it," Raymond said. "Are we leaving already? Isn't the plane going to refuel?" That had been the procedure on previous flights. "We're all set," Roger said. Raymond got to his feet and followed the steward out into the gray, raw March afternoon. As he approached the luxurious private jet, Raymond hoped there were people watching him. At times like this, he felt as if he were living the life that was meant for him. He even told himself that he was lucky he'd lost his medical license. "Tell me, Roger," Raymond called out, just before they reached the stairs. "Are we full on the flight to Europe?" On every flight Raymond had been on, there'd been other gen-size executives. "Only one other passenger," Roger said. He stepped to the side at the base of the stairs and gestured for Raymond to precede him. Raymond smiled as he climbed. With only one other passenger and two stewards, the flight was going to be even more enjoyable than he'd anticipated. The troubles that he'd had over the previous few days seemed a small price to pay for such luxury. Just inside the plane, he was met by Jasper. Jasper took his overcoat and jacket and asked if Raymond wanted a drink before takeoff. "I'll wait," Raymond said gallantly. Jasper pulled aside the drape that separated the galley from the cabin. Swelling with pride, Raymond passed into the main part of the plane. He was debating which of the deeply cushioned leather chairs to take when his eyes passed over the face of the other passenger. Raymond froze. At the same time, he felt a sinking feeling in his gut. "Hello, Dr. Leone. Welcome aboard." "Taylor Cabot," Raymond croaked. "I didn't expect to see you." "I suppose not," Taylor said. "I'm surprised to see myself." He smiled and gestured toward the seat next to him. Raymond quickly sat down. He berated himself for not taking the drink Jasper had offered. His throat had gone bone dry. "I'd been informed of the plane's flight plan," Taylor explained, "and since there was a window of opportunity in my schedule, I thought it wise for me to personally check on our cargo operation. It was a last-minute decision. Of course, we'll be making a stop in Zurich for me to have a short meeting with some bankers. I hope you won't find that inconvenient." Raymond shook his head. "No, not at all," he stammered. "And how are things going with the Bonobo project?" Taylor asked. "Very well," Raymond managed. "We were expecting a number of new clients. In fact, we're having trouble keeping up with demand." "And what about that regrettable episode with Carlo Franconi?" Taylor inquired. "I trust that has been successfully dealt with." "Yes, of course," Raymond sputtered. He tried to smile. "Part of the reason I'm making this trip is to be reassured that project is worth supporting," Taylor said. "My chief financial officer assures me that it is now turning a small profit, but my operations officer has reservations about jeopardizing our primate research business. So, I have to make a decision. I hope you will be willing to help me." "Certainly," Raymond squeaked, as he heard the characteristic whine of the jet engine starting. It was like a party at the bar in the International Departure Lounge at JFK Airport. Even Lou was there having a beer and popping peanuts into his mouth. He was in a great mood and acted as if he were going on the trip. Jack, Lori, Warren, Natalie, and Esteban were sitting with Lou at a round table in the corner of the bar. Over their heads was a television tuned to a hockey game. The frantic voice of the announcer and the roar of the fans added to the general din. "It's been a great day," Lou yelled to Jack and Lori. "We picked up Vito Delberio, and he's singing to save his ass. I think we'll be making a major dent in the Vaccaro organization." "What about Angelo Faxiolo and Franco Ponti?" Lori asked. "That's another story," Lou said with a laugh. "For once the judge sided with us and set bail at $2 million each." "What did the trick was the police impersonation charge?" How about Spoleto Funeral Home? Lori asked. That's going to be a gold mine, Lou said. The owner is the brother of the wife of Vinnie Dominic. You remember him, don't you, Lori? Lori nodded. How can I forget? Who's Vinnie Dominic? Jack asked. He played a surprising role in the Serino affair, Lori explained. He's with a competing Lucia organization, Lou said. They've been having a field day after Serino's fall, but my gut feeling tells me we're going to puncture their balloon. What about the mole in the medical examiner's office? Lori asked. Hey, first things first, Lou said. We'll get to that. Don't worry. When you do, check out one of the techs by the name of Vinnie Amendola, Lori said. Any particular reason? Lou asked, as he wrote down the name in the small notebook he carried in the side pocket of his jacket. Just a suspicion, Lori said. Consider it done, Lou said. You know, this episode shows how fast things can change. Yesterday I was in the doghouse, whereas today I'm the golden boy. I even got a call from the captain about a possible commendation. Can you believe it? You deserve it, Lori said. Hey, if I get one, you guys should get one, too, Lou said. Jack felt someone tap on his arm. It was the waitress. She asked if they wanted another round. Hey, everybody? Jack called out above the babble of voices. More beer? Jack looked first at Natalie, who put her hand over her glass to indicate she was fine. She looked radiant in a dark purple jumpsuit. She was a third-grade teacher at a public school in Harlem, but didn't look like any teacher Jack could remember. From Jack's perspective, her features were reminiscent of the Egyptian sculptures in the Metropolitan Museum that Lori had dragged him in to see. Her eyes were almond-shaped and her lips were full and generous. Her hair was done up in the most elaborate cornrow style that Jack had ever seen. Natalie had said that it was her sister's forte. When Jack looked at Warren to see whether he wanted more beer, he shook his head. Warren was sitting next to Natalie. He was wearing a sport jacket over a black t-shirt that somehow managed to hide his powerful physique. He looked happier than Jack had ever seen him. His mouth harbored a half smile instead of his normal expression of hard-lipped determination. I'm fine, Esteban called out. He too was smiling, even more broadly than Warren. Jack looked at Lori. No more for me. I want to save some room for wine with dinner on the plane. Lori had her auburn hair braided, and was wearing a loose-fitting velour top with leggings. With her relaxed, ebullient demeanor and casual clothes, Jack thought she looked like she was in college. Yeah, sure, I'll have another beer, Lou said. One beer, Jack told the waitress. Then the check. How'd you guys make out today? Lou asked Jack and Lori. We're here, Jack said. That was the goal. Lori and the others got the visas, and I got the tickets. He patted his stomach. I also got a bunch of French francs and a money belt. I was told that the French franc was the hard currency of choice for that part of Africa. What's going to happen when you arrive? Lou asked. Jack pointed over to Esteban. Our expatriate traveling companion has taken care of the arrangements. His cousin's meeting us at the airport, and his wife's brother has a hotel. You should be fine, Lou said. What's your plan? Esteban's cousin has arranged for us to rent a van, Jack said. So we'll drive to Chicago. And just drop in? Lou asked. That's the idea, Jack said. Good luck, Lou said. Thanks, Jack said. We'll probably need it. A half hour later, the group minus Lou merrily boarded the 747. They found their seats and stowed their carry-on baggage. No sooner had they gotten themselves situated than the huge plane lurched and was pulled from the gate. Later, when the engines began to scream and the plane began its dash down the runway to take off, Lori felt Jack take her hand. He gripped it fiercely. Are you okay? She asked. Jack nodded. I've just learned not to like air travel, he said. Lori understood. We're on our way, Warren exclaimed gleefully. Africa, here we come. Chapter 19. March 8, 1997, 2 a.m. Chicago, Equatorial Guinea. Are you asleep? Candace whispered. Are you kidding? Melanie whispered back. How am I supposed to sleep on rock with just a few branches strewn over it? I can't sleep either, Candace admitted, especially with all this snoring going on. What about Kevin? I'm awake, Kevin said. They were in a small side cave jutting off the main chamber just behind the main entrance. The darkness was almost absolute. The only light came from meager moonlight reflected from outside. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace had been shuttled into the small cave immediately on their arrival. It measured about 10 feet wide with a downward sloping ceiling that started at a maximum height roughly equivalent to Kevin's 5 feet 10 inches. There was no back wall to this cave. The chamber simply narrowed to a tunnel. Earlier in the evening, Kevin had explored the tunnel with the help of the flashlight in hopes of finding another way out, but the tunnel abruptly ended after about 30 feet. The bonobos had treated them well, even after the initially cold reception by the females. Apparently, the animals were mystified by the humans and intended to keep them alive and well. They provided them with muddy water in gourds and a variety of food. Unfortunately, the food was in the form of grubs, maggots, and other insects along with some kind of sedge from Lago Hippo. Later in the afternoon, the animals had started a fire at the cave's entrance. Kevin was particularly interested in how they started it, but he'd been too far back to observe their method. A group of the bonobos had formed a tight circle, and then a half an hour later a fire was going. Well, that answers the question about the smoke, Kevin had said. The animals had skewered the colobus monkeys and roasted them over the fire. The monkeys were then torn apart and distributed with great fanfare. Given all the hooting and vocalizations, it had been obvious to the humans that this monkey meat was considered a great treat. Bonobo number 1 had placed a few morsels of the feast on a large leaf and brought them back to the humans. Only Kevin had been willing to try it. He'd said it was the toughest thing he'd ever chewed. As far as taste was concerned, he told the women that it was strangely similar to the elephant he'd once sampled. The previous year, Siegfried had bagged a forest elephant on one of his hunting forays, and after taking the tusks, he'd had some of the meat cooked up by the central kitchen. The bonobos had not tried to imprison the humans, and had not tried to inhibit Kevin and the women from untying the rope that bound them together. At the same time, the bonobos had made it clear that they were to stay in the small cave at all times. At least 2 of the larger male bonobos remained in the immediate vicinity. Each time Kevin or one of the women tried to venture forth, these guards would screech and howl at the top of their lungs. Even more threatening, they would ferociously charge with bared teeth, only to pull up short at the last minute. Thus they effectively kept the humans in their place. "We're going to have to do something," Melanie said. "We can't stay here forever, and it's pretty apparent we'll have to do it while they are all sleeping, like now." Every bonobo in the cave, including the supposed guards, were fast asleep on primitive pallets constructed of branches and leaves. Most were snoring. "I don't think we should take the chance of angering them," Kevin said. "We're lucky they've treated us as well as they have." "Being offered maggots to eat is not what I'd call being well treated," Melanie said. "Seriously, we have to do something. Besides, they might turn on us. There's no way to anticipate what they'll do." "I prefer to wait," Kevin said. "We're a novelty now, but they'll lose interest in us. Besides, we're undoubtedly missed back in town. It won't take Siegfried or Bertram that long to figure out what we've done. Then they'll come for us." "I'm not convinced," Melanie said. "Siegfried might take our disappearance as a godsend." "Siegfried might, but Bertram won't," Kevin said. "He's basically a nice person." "What do you think, Candace?" Melanie asked. "I don't know what to think," Candace said. "This situation is so far beyond anything I'd ever thought I'd be involved in, that I don't know how to react. I'm numb." "What are we going to do when we do get back?" Kevin said. "We haven't talked about that." "If we get back," Melanie said. "Don't talk that way," Candace said. "We have to face facts," Melanie said. "That's why I think we should do something now, while they're all asleep." "We have no idea how soundly they sleep," Kevin said. "Trying to walk out of here will be like walking through a minefield." "One thing is for sure," Candace said. "I'm not going to be involved in any more harvests. I began to feel uncomfortable when I thought they were apes. Now that we know they were proto-humans, I can't do it. I know that much about myself." "That's a foregone conclusion," Kevin said. "I can't imagine any sensitive human being would feel differently. But that's not the issue. The issue is that this new race exists, and if they are not to be used for transplants, what's to be done with them? Will they be able to reproduce?" Candace asked. "Most assuredly," Melanie said. "Nothing was done to them to affect their fertility." "Oh my," Candace said. "This is a horror." Maybe they should be rendered infertile, Melanie said. Then there'd only be a single generation to consider. I wish I'd thought of all this before I started this project, Kevin said. The problem was that once I stumbled onto the ability to interchange chromosomal parts, the intellectual stimulation was so strong I never considered other consequences. There was a sudden, bright flash of lightning momentarily illuminating the interior of the cave, followed by a loud clap of thunder. The concussion seemed to shake the entire mountain. The violent display was nature's way of announcing that one of the almost daily thunderstorms was about to inundate the island. Now, that's an argument in favor of my position, Melanie said, after the sound of the thunder died away. What are you talking about? Kevin asked. That thunder was loud enough to wake the dead, Melanie explained, and not one of the bonobos so much as blinked. It's true, Candace said. I think at least one of us should try to get out of here, Melanie said. That way we could be sure that Bertram will be alerted as to what is happening out here. Bertram can also make arrangements for someone to come here and rescue the others. I guess I agree, Candace said. Of course you do, Melanie said. There were a few moments of silence. Finally, Kevin broke it. Wait a second. You guys are not suggesting that I go? I couldn't get in the canoe, much less paddle it, Melanie said. I could get in it, but I doubt I could paddle it in the dark, Candace said. And you two think I could? Kevin asked. Certainly better than we could, Melanie said. Kevin shivered. The idea of trying to get to the canoe in the dark knowing the hippos were out grazing was a scary thought. Even more scary was trying to paddle across the pond, knowing it was filled with crocodiles. Maybe you could hide in the canoe until it gets light, Melanie suggested. The important thing is to get out of this cave and away from these creatures while they are sleeping. The idea of waiting in the canoe was better than trying to cross the lake in the darkness, but it did not address the potential problem of running into the hippos in the marshy field. Remember, it was your suggestion to come out here, Melanie reminded him. Kevin started to strongly protest, but he stopped. In a way, it was true. He'd said that the only way to learn whether the bonobos were proto-humans was to come to the island. But from then on, Melanie had been the one to call the shots. It was your suggestion, Candace said. I remember it well. We were in your office. It was when you first raised the question about the smoke. But I only said, Kevin began, but he stopped. From past experience, he knew he was ill-equipped to argue with Melanie, and especially when Candace supported her as she was now doing. Besides, from where Kevin was sitting, he could see a clear path of moonlight along the cave floor all the way to the entrance. Except for a few rocks and branches, there were no obstructions. Kevin began to think maybe he could do it. Maybe it was best not to think of the hippos. Maybe it was true that the creature's hospitality could not be counted upon, not because of the bonobo part of their heritage, but because of the human part. All right, Kevin said with sudden resolve. I'll try. Hooray, Melanie said. Kevin pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. He was already trembling with the knowledge that there were 50 powerful and wild animals in the immediate environment that wanted him to stay where he was. If something goes wrong, Melanie said, just get yourself back here in a hurry. You make it sound so easy, Kevin said. It will be, Melanie said. Bonobos and chimps fall asleep as soon as it gets dark and sleep until dawn. You're not going to have any trouble. But what about the hippos? Kevin said. What about them? Melanie asked. Never mind, Kevin said. I've got enough to worry about. Okay, good luck, Melanie whispered. Yeah, good luck, Candace echoed. Kevin tried to stand up and start out, but he couldn't. He kept telling himself that he'd never been the hero, and this was no time to start. What's the matter? Melanie asked. Nothing, Kevin said. Then suddenly from someplace deep within himself, Kevin found the courage. He rose to a hunched over position and began to pick his way along the path of moonlight toward the mouth of the cave. As Kevin moved, he debated whether he would do better to move at a snail's pace or make an out-and-out dash for the canoe. It was an argument between caution and getting the ordeal over with. Caution won out. He moved with painstaking baby steps. Every time his foot made the slightest noise, he winced and froze in the darkness. All around him, he could hear the stertorous breathing of the sleeping creatures. 20 feet from the cave's entrance, one of the bonobos moved so suddenly, the branches in his bed snapped. Again Kevin stopped in mid-stride. his heart pounding. But the bonobo had only stirred, and was still breathing heavily, a sign of sleep. With additional light from the proximity of the cave entrance, Kevin could clearly see the bonobo sprawled about him. The sight of so many sleeping beasts was enough to stop him dead in his tracks. After a full minute of paralysis, Kevin recommenced his progress toward freedom. He even began to feel the first wave of relief as the smell of the damp jungle replaced the feral scent of the bonobos. But that relief was short-lived. Another clap of thunder followed by a sudden tropical downpour scared Kevin to the point that he almost lost his balance. It was only after frantic arm swinging that he managed to stay upright and in his planned path. He shuddered to think how close he'd come to stepping on one of the sleeping bonobos. With another 10 feet to go, Kevin could now see the black silhouette of the jungle below. The nocturnal sounds of the jungle were now audible over the bonobo snores. Kevin was close enough to begin worrying about how to make the steep descent to the ground when calamity struck. His heart leaped into his throat as he felt a hand on his leg. Something had grabbed him around the ankle with such force that instant tears formed in his eyes. Looking down in the half-light, the first thing he saw was his watch. It was on the hairy wrist of the powerful bonobo number 1. "Tada!" shouted the bonobo as he leaped to his feet, upending Kevin in the process. Luckily, the floor of that part of the cave was covered with refuse which broke Kevin's fall. Nevertheless, he landed on his left hip in a jarring fashion. Bonobo number 1's yell brought the other bonobos to their feet. For a moment, there was utter chaos, until they all understood that there was no danger. Bonobo number 1 let go of Kevin's ankle only to reach down and grasp him by his upper arms. In an amazing demonstration of strength, he picked Kevin up and held him off the ground at arm's length. The bonobo gave a loud, long, angry vocalization. All Kevin could do was wince in pain at the animal's tight grip. At the end of his tirade, bonobo number 1 marched into the depths of the cave and literally tossed Kevin into the smaller chamber. After a final angry word, he went back to his pallet. Kevin managed to push himself up to a sitting position. He'd again landed on his hip, and it felt numb. He'd also sprained the wrist and scraped an elbow. But considering the fact that he'd been literally thrown through the air, he was better off than he'd anticipated. More cries echoed inside of the cave, presumably from bonobo number 1, but Kevin couldn't tell for certain in the darkness. He felt his right elbow. He knew that the sticky warmth had to be blood. "Kevin?" Melanie whispered. "Are you okay?" "As good as can be expected," Kevin said. "Thank God," Melanie said. "What happened?" "I don't know," Kevin said. "I thought I'd made it. I was right at the cave's entrance." "Are you hurt?" Candace asked. "A little," Kevin admitted. "But no broken bones. At least, I don't think so." "We couldn't see what happened," Melanie said. "My double scolded me," Kevin said. "At least that's what I think he was doing. Then he threw me back in here. I'm glad I didn't land on either of you." "I'm so sorry I encouraged you to go," Melanie said. "I guess you were right." "It's good of you to say," Kevin said. "Well, it almost worked. I was so close." Candace switched on the flashlight with her hand shielding the front lens. She held it near Kevin's arm to check his elbow. "I guess we're going to have to count on Bertram Edwards," Melanie said. She shuddered and then sighed. "It's hard to believe we're prisoners of our own creations." Chapter 20. March 8, 1997, 4:40 p.m. Bata, Equatorial Guinea. Jack realized he'd been clenching his teeth. He was also holding Laurie's hand much harder than was reasonable. Consciously, he tried to relax. The problem had been the flight from Douala, Cameroon, to Bata. The airline was a fly-by-night outfit that used small, old commuter planes, just the kind of aircraft that plagued Jack's nightmares about his late family. The flight had not been easy. The plane constantly dodged thunderstorms whose towering clouds varied in color from whipped cream white to deep purple. Lightning had flashed constantly, and the turbulence was fierce. The previous part of the trip had been a dream. The flight from New York to Paris had been smooth and blissfully uneventful. Everyone had slept at least a few hours. Arrival in Paris had been 10 minutes early, so they'd had ample time to make their connection with Cameroon Airlines. Everyone slept even more on the flight south to Douala, but that final leg to Bata was a hair-raiser. "We're landing," Laurie said to Jack. "I hope it is a controlled landing," Jack quipped. He looked out the dirty window. As he'd expected, the landscape was a carpet of uninterrupted green. As the tops of the trees came closer and closer, he hoped there was a runway ahead. Eventually, they touched down onto tarmac, and Jack and Warren breathed simultaneous sighs of relief. As the weary travelers climbed out of the small, aged plane, Jack looked across the ill-maintained runway and saw a strange sight. It was a resplendent white jet sitting all by itself against the dark green of the jungle. At 4 points surrounding the plane were soldiers in camouflage fatigues and red berets. Although ostensibly standing upright, they'd all assumed varying postures of repose. Automatic rifles were casually slung over their shoulders. "Whose plane?" Jack asked Esteban. With no markings, it was apparent it was a private jet. "I can't imagine," Esteban said. Everyone except Esteban was unprepared for the chaos in the airport arrival area. All foreign arrivals had to go through customs. The group was taken along with their luggage to a side room. They were led to this unlikely spot by two men in dirty uniforms with automatic pistols bolstered in their belts. At first Esteban had been excluded from the room, but after a loud argument on his part in a local dialect, he was allowed in. The men opened all the bags and spread the contents onto a picnic-sized table. Esteban told Jack the men expected bribes. At first Jack refused on principle. When it became apparent that the standoff was going to last for hours, Jack relented. 10 French francs solved the problem. As they exited into the main part of the airport, Esteban apologized. "It's a problem here," he said. "All government people take bribes." They were met by Esteban's cousin, whose name was Arturo. He was a heavy-set, enormously friendly individual with bright eyes and flashing teeth who shook hands enthusiastically with everyone. He was attired in native African costume, flowing robes in a colorful print and a pillbox hat. They stepped out of the airport into the hot, humid air of equatorial Africa. The vistas in all directions seemed immense since the land was relatively flat. The late afternoon sky was a faraway blue directly overhead, but enormous thunderheads were nestled all along the horizon. "Man, I can't believe this," Warren said. He was gazing around like a kid in a toy store. "I've been thinking about coming here for years, but I never thought I'd make it." He looked at Jack. "Thanks, man. Give it here." Warren stuck out his hand. He and Jack exchanged palm slaps, as if they were back on the neighborhood basketball court. Arturo had the rented van parked at curbside. He slipped a couple of bills into the palm of a policeman, and gestured for everyone to climb in. Esteban insisted that Jack ride in the front passenger seat. Too tired to argue, Jack climbed in. The vehicle was an old Toyota with 2 rows of benches behind the front bucket seats. Lori and Natalie squeezed into the very back, while Warren and Esteban took the middle. As they exited the airport, they had a view out over the ocean. The beach was broad and sandy. Gentle waves lapped the shore. After a short distance, they passed a large unfinished cement structure that was weathered and crumbling. Rusted rubbers stuck out of the top like the spines of sea urchins. Jack asked what it was. "It was supposed to be a tourist hotel," Arturo said, "but there was no money and no tourists." "That's a bad combination for business," Jack said. While Esteban played tour guide and pointed out various sites, Jack asked Arturo if they had far to go. "No, 10 minutes, Arturo said. "I understand you worked for Gensize," Jack said. "For 3 years, Arturo said. "But no more. The manager is a bad person. I prefer to stay in Bata. I'm lucky to have work." "We want to tour the Gensize facility," Jack said. "Do you think we'll have any trouble?" "They don't expect you," Arturo asked with bewilderment. "Nope," Jack said. "It's a surprise visit." "Then you may have trouble," Arturo said. "I don't think they like visitors." When they repaired the only road to Cago, they built a gate. It's manned 24 hours a day by soldiers. "Uh-oh," Jack said. "That doesn't sound good." He'd not expected restricted access to the town, and had counted on being able to drive in directly. Where he expected to have trouble was getting into the hospital or the labs. When Esteban called to say you were going to Cago, "I thought you'd been invited," Arturo said. "I didn't think to mention the gate." "I understand," Jack said. "It's not your fault. Tell me, do you think the soldiers would take money to let us in?" Arturo flashed a glance in Jack's direction. He shrugged. "I don't know. They're better paid than regular soldiers." "How far is the gate from the town?" Jack asked. Could someone walk through the forest and just pass the gate? Arturo glanced at Jack again. The conversation had taken a turn in a direction he'd not expected. "It is quite far," Arturo said, evincing some unease. "Maybe 5 kilometers. And it is not easy to walk in the jungle. It can be dangerous. And there is only one road?" Jack asked. Only one road, Arturo agreed. I saw on a map that Cago is on the water, Jack said. What about arriving by boat? I suppose, Arturo said. Where could someone find a boat? Jack asked. In a Calayong, Arturo said. There are many boats there. That's how to go to Gabon. And there would be boats to rent? Jack asked. With enough money, Arturo said. They were now passing through the center of Bata. It was composed of surprisingly broad tree-lined, litter-strewn streets. There were lots of people out and about but relatively few vehicles. The buildings were all low concrete structures. On the south side of town, they turned off the main street and made their way along the rutted unpaved road. There were large puddles from a recent rain. The hotel was an unimposing two-story concrete building with rusted rubbers sticking out the top for potential future upward expansion. The facade had been painted blue, but the color had faded to an indistinct pastel. The moment they stopped, an army of congenial children and adults emerged from the front door. Everyone was introduced down to the youngest, shy child. It turned out that several multi-generational families lived on the first floor. The second floor was the hotel. The rooms turned out to be tiny but clean. They were all situated on the outside of the U-shaped building. Access was by way of a veranda open to the courtyard. There was a toilet and a shower on each end of the U. After putting his bag in his room and appreciating the mosquito netting around the inordinately narrow bed, Jack went out onto the veranda. Lori came out of her room. Together, they leaned on the balustrade and peered down into the courtyard. It was an interesting combination of banana trees, discarded tires, naked infants, and chickens. Not quite the Four Seasons, Jack said. Lori smiled. It's charming. I'm happy. There's not a bug in my room. That had been my main worry. The proprietors, Esteban's brother-in-law, Florinico, and his wife, Celestina, had prepared a huge feast. The main course was a local fish served with a turnip-like plant called malanga. For dessert there was a type of pudding along with exotic fruit. An ample supply of ice-cold Cameroonian beer helped wash it all down. The combination of plentiful food and beer took a toll on the exhausted travelers. It wasn't long before all of them were fighting drooping eyelids. With some effort, they dragged themselves upstairs to their separate rooms, full of plans to rise early and head south in the morning. Bertram climbed the stairs to Siegfried's office. He was exhausted. It was almost 8:30 at night, and he'd been up since 5:30 that morning to accompany the animal handlers out to Isla Francesca to help get the mass retrieval underway. They'd worked all day and only returned to the animal center an hour earlier. Aurelio had long since gone home, so Bertram walked directly into the manager's office. Siegfried was by the window facing the square with a glass in his hand. He was staring over at the hospital. The only light in the room was from the candle in the skull, just as it had been 3 nights before. Its flame flickered from the action of the overhead fan, sending shadows dancing across the stuffed animal trophies. Make yourself a drink, Siegfried said, without turning around. He knew it was Bertram, since they'd talked on the phone a half an hour earlier, and made plans to meet. Bertram was more of a wine drinker than an imbiber of hard alcohol, but under the circumstances he poured himself a double scotch. He sipped the fiery fluid as he joined Siegfried at the window. The lights of the hospital lab complex glowed warmly in the moist tropical night. Did you know Taylor Cabot was coming? Bertram asked. I hadn't the faintest idea, Siegfried said. What did you do with him? Bertram asked. Siegfried gestured toward the hospital. He's alien. I had the chief surgeon move out of what we call the presidential suite. Of course, he was none too happy. You know how these egotistical doctors are. But what was I supposed to do? It's not like I am running a hotel here. Do you know why Cabot came? Bertram asked. Raymond said that he came specifically to evaluate the Bonobo program, Siegfried said. I was afraid of that, Bertram said. It's just our luck, Siegfried complained. The program has been running like a Swiss clock for years on end, and just when we have a problem, he shows up. What did you do with Raymond? Bertram asked. He's over there, too, Siegfried said. He's a pain in the ass. He wanted to be away from Cabot, but where was I supposed to put him? In my house. No thank you. Has he asked about Kevin Marshall? Bertram asked. Of course, Siegfried said. As soon as he got me aside, it was his first question. What did you say? I told the truth, Siegfried said. I told him Kevin had gone off with the reproductive technologist and the intensive care nurse, and that I had no idea where he was. What was his reaction? He got red in the face, Siegfried said. He wanted to know if Kevin had gone to the island. I told him that we didn't think so. Then he ordered me to find him. Can you imagine? I don't take orders from Raymond Leone. So Kevin and the women have not reappeared? Bertram asked. No, and not a word, Siegfried said. Have you made any effort to find them? Bertram asked. I sent Cameron over to Akaleong to check out those cheap hotels along the waterfront, but he didn't have any luck. I'm thinking they might have gone over to Coco Beach in Gabon. That's what makes the most sense, but why they didn't tell anyone is beyond me. What a god-awful mess, Bertram commented. How did you do on the island? Siegfried asked. We did well, considering how fast we had to put the operation together, Bertram said. We got an all-terrain vehicle over there with a wagon. It was all we could think of to get that many animals back to the staging area. How many animals did you get? 21, Bertram said, which is a tribute to my crew. It suggests we'll be able to finish up by tomorrow. So soon, Siegfried commented. That's the first encouraging news all day. It's easier than we anticipated, Bertram said. The animals seem enthralled by us. They are trusting enough to let us get close with the dart gun. It's like a turkey shoot. I'm glad something is going right, Siegfried said. The 21 animals we got today were all part of the splinter group living north of the Rio de Viso. It was interesting how they were living. They'd made crude huts on stilts with roofs of layered lobelia leaves. I don't give a damn how those animals were living, Siegfried snapped. Don't tell me you're going soft. 2. No, I'm not going soft, Bertram said. But I still find it interesting. There was also evidence of campfires. So, it's good we're putting them in the cages, Siegfried said. They won't be killing each other, and they won't be playing around with fire. That's one way to look at it, Bertram agreed. Any sign of Kevin and the women on the island? Siegfried asked. Not in the slightest, Bertram said, and I made it a point to look. But even in areas they would have left footprints, there was nothing. We spent part of today building a log bridge over the Rio de Viso, so tomorrow we'll start retrievals near the limestone cliffs. I'll keep my eyes open for signs they'd been there. I doubt you'll find anything, but until they are located we shouldn't rule out the possibility they went to the island. But I'll tell you, if they did go, and they come back here, I'll turn them over to the Equatoguinean Minister of Justice with the charge that they have severely compromised the gen-sized operation. Of course, that means they'll be lined up out in the soccer field in front of a firing squad, before they knew what hit them. Nothing like that could happen until Cabot and the others leave, Bertram said with alarm. Obviously, Siegfried said. Besides, I mentioned the soccer field only figuratively. I'd tell the minister they'd have to be taken out of the zone to be shot. Any idea when Cabot and the others will be taking the patients back to the States? No one has said anything, Siegfried said. I guess it's up to Cabot. I hope it will be tomorrow, or at the very latest, the following day. Chapter 21. March 9, 1997, 4:30 a.m. Bata, Equatorial Guinea. Jack awakened at 4:30, and was unable to get back to sleep. Ironically, the racket made by tree frogs and crickets in the courtyard banana trees was too much even for someone fully adjusted to the noisy sirens and general din of New York City. Taking his towel and his soap, Jack stepped out on the veranda and started for the shower. Midway, he bumped into Lori on her way back. What are you doing up? Jack asked. It was still pitch dark outside. We went to bed around 8, Lori said. 8 hours, that's a reasonable night's sleep for me. You're right, Jack said. He'd forgotten how early it was when they'd all collapsed. I'll go down into the kitchen area and see if I can find any coffee, Lori said. I'll be right down, Jack said. By the time Jack got downstairs to the dining room, he was surprised to find the rest of his group already having breakfast. Jack got a cup of coffee and some bread and sat down between Warren and Esteban. Arturo mentioned to me that he thought you were crazy to go to Coco without an invitation, Esteban said. With his mouth full, all Jack could do was nod. He told me you won't get in, Esteban said. We'll see, Jack said after swallowing. I've come this far, so I'm not going to turn back without making an effort. At least the road is good, thanks to Jen's eyes, Esteban said. Worst case, we've had an interesting drive, Jack said. An hour later, everyone met again in the dining room. Jack reminded the others that going to Chicago wasn't a command performance, and that those people who preferred to stay in Bata should do so. He said that he'd been told it might take 4 hours each way. You think you can make out on your own? Esteban asked. Absolutely, Jack said. It's not as if we'll be getting lost. The map indicates only one main road heading south. Even I can handle that. Then I think I'll stay, Esteban said. I have more family I'd like to see. By the time they were on the road with Warren in the front passenger seat and the two women in the middle seat, the eastern sky was just beginning to show a faint glow of dawn. As they drove south, they were shocked at how many people were walking along the road on their way into the city. There were mostly women and children, and most of the women were carrying large bundles on their heads. They don't seem to have much, but they appear happy, Warren commented. Many of the children stopped to wave at the passing van. Warren waved back. The outskirts of Bata dragged by. The cement buildings eventually changed to simple whitewashed mud brick structures with thatched roofs. Reed mats formed corrals for goats. Once completely out of Bata, they began to see stretches of incredibly lush jungle. Traffic was almost non-existent save for occasional large trucks going in the opposite direction. As the trucks went by, the wind jostled the van. Man, those truckers move, Warren commented. 15 miles south of Bata, Warren got out the map. There was one fork and one turn in the road that they had to navigate appropriately, or lose considerable time. Signs were almost non-existent. When the sun came up, they all donned their sunglasses. The scenery became monotonous, uninterrupted jungle except for occasional tiny clusters of thatched huts. Almost 2 hours after they'd left Bata, they turned onto the road that led to Chicago. This is a much better road, Warren commented as Jack accelerated up to cruising speed. It looks new, Jack said. The previous road had been reasonably smooth, although its surface appeared like a patchwork quilt from all the separate repairs. They were now heading southeast away from the coast, and into considerably denser jungle. They also began to climb. In the distance they could see low, jungle-covered mountains. Seemingly out of nowhere came a violent thunderstorm. Just prior to its arrival, the sky became a swirling mass of dark clouds. Day turned to night in the space of several minutes. Once the rain started, it came down in sheets, and the van's old ragged windshield wipers could not keep up with the downpour. Jack had to slow to less than 20 miles an hour. 15 minutes later, the sun poked out between massive clouds, turning the road into a ribbon of rising steam. On a straight stretch, a group of baboons crossing the road looked as if they were walking on a cloud. After passing through the mountains, the road turned back to the southeast. Warren consulted the map and told everyone they were within 20 miles of their destination. Rounding another turn, they all saw what looked like a white building in the middle of the road. What the hell's this? Warren said. We're not there yet, no way. I think it's a gate, Jack said. I was told about this only last night. Keep your fingers crossed. We might have to switch to plan B. As they got closer, they could see that on either side of the central structure were enormous white lattice-work fences. They were on a roller mechanism, so they could be drawn out of the way to permit vehicles to pass. Jack braked and brought the van to a stop about 20 feet from the fence. Out of the two-story gatehouse stepped 3 soldiers dressed similarly to those who'd been guarding the private jet at the airport. Like the soldiers at the airport, these men were carrying assault rifles, only these men were holding their guns waist-high, aimed at the van. I don't like this, Warren said. These guys look like kids. Stay cool, Jack said. He rolled his window down. Hi, guys. Nice day? The soldiers didn't move. Their blank expressions didn't change. Jack was about to ask them kindly to open the gate, when a 4th man stepped out into the sunlight. To Jack's surprise, this man was pulling on a black suit jacket over a white shirt and tie. In the middle of the steaming jungle, it was absurd. The other surprising thing was that the man wasn't black. He was Arab. Can I help you? The Arab asked. His tone was not friendly. I hope so, Jack said. We're here to visit Chicago. The Arab glanced at the windshield of the vehicle, presumably looking for some identification. Not seeing it, he asked Jack if he had a pass. No pass, Jack admitted. We're just a couple of doctors interested in the work that's going on here. What is your name? The Arab asked. Drive Jack Stapleton. I've come all the way from New York City. Just a minute, the Arab said, before disappearing back into the gatehouse. This doesn't look good, Jack said to Warren out of the corner of his mouth. He smiled at the soldiers. How much should I offer him? I'm not good at this bribing stuff. Money must mean a lot more here than it does in New York, Warren said. Why don't you overwhelm him with $100? I mean, if it's worth it to you. Jack mentally converted $100 into French francs, then extracted the bills from his money belt. A few minutes later, the Arab returned. The manager says that he does not know you, and that you are not welcome, the Arab said. Shucks, Jack said. Then he extended his left hand with the French francs casually stuck between his index finger and his ring finger. We sure do appreciate your help. The Arab eyed the money for a moment, before reaching out and taking it. It disappeared into his pocket in the blink of an eye. Jack stared at him for a moment, but the man didn't move. Jack found it difficult to read his expression, because the man's mustache obscured his mouth. Jack turned to Warren. Didn't I give him enough? Warren shook his head. I don't think it's going to happen. You mean he just took my money and that's that? Jack asked. Be my guest, Warren said. Jack turned his attention back to the man in the black suit. Jack estimated he was about 150 pounds, definitely on the thin side. For a moment Jack entertained the idea of getting out of the car and asking for his money back, but a glance at the soldiers made him think otherwise. With a sigh of resignation Jack did a 3-point turn and headed back the way they'd come. Phew. Lori said from the back seat. I did not like that one bit. You didn't like it? Jack questioned. Now I'm pissed. What's plan B? Warren asked. Jack explained about his idea of approaching Chicago by boat from Calais. He had Warren look at the map. Given how long it had taken them to get where they were, he asked Warren to estimate how long it would take to get to Calais. I'd say 3 hours, Warren said. As long as the road stays good. The problem is we have to backtrack quite a way before heading south. Jack glanced at his watch. It was almost 9 a.m. That means we'd get there about noon. I'd judged we could get from Calais to Chicago in an hour, even in the world's slowest boat. Say we stay in Chicago for a couple hours. I think we'd still get back at a reasonable hour. What do you guys say? I'm cool, Warren said. Jack looked in the rearview mirror. I could take you ladies back to Bata, and come back tomorrow. My only reservation about any of us going is those soldiers with the assault rifles, Lori said. I don't think that's a problem, Jack said. If they have soldiers at the gate then they don't need them in the town. Of course there's always the chance they patrol the waterfront, which would mean I'd be forced to use Plan C. What's Plan C? Warren asked. I don't know, Jack said. I haven't come up with it yet. What about you, Natalie? Jack asked. I'm finding it all interesting, Natalie said. I'll go along with the crowd. It took almost an hour to get to the point where a decision had to be made. Jack pulled to the side of the road. What's it going to be, gang? He asked. He wanted to be absolutely sure. Back to Bata, or onto a Calais? I think I'll be more worried if you go by yourself, Lori said. Count me in. Natalie? Jack said. Don't be influenced by these other crazies. What do you want to do? I'll go, Natalie said. Okay, Jack said. He put the car in gear and turned left toward the Calais. Siegfried got up from his desk with his coffee mug in hand and walked to the window overlooking the square. He was mystified. The cargo operation had been up and running for 6 years, and never had they had someone come to the gatehouse and request entrance. Equatorial Guinea was not a place people visited casually. Siegfried took a swig of his coffee and wondered if there could be any connection between this abnormal event and the arrival of Taylor Cabot, the CEO of Gensize. Both were unanticipated, and both were particularly unwelcome, since they came just when there was a major problem with the Bonobo project. Until that unfortunate situation was taken care of, Siegfried didn't want any stray people around, and he put the CEO in that category. Aurelio poked his head in the door and said that Dr. Raymond Leone was there and wished to see him. Siegfried rolled his eyes. He didn't want Raymond around either. Send him in, Siegfried said reluctantly. Raymond came into the room, looking as tanned and healthy as ever. Siegfried envied the man's aristocratic appearance and the fact that he had 2 good arms. Have you located Kevin Marshall yet? Raymond demanded. No, we haven't, Siegfried said. He took immediate offense at Raymond's tone. I understand it's been 48 hours since he's been seen, Raymond said. I want him found. Sit down, doctor. Siegfried said sharply. Raymond hesitated. He didn't know whether to get angry or be intimidated by the manager's sudden aggressiveness. I said sit. Siegfried said. Raymond sat. The white hunter with his horrid scar and limp arm could be imposing, particularly surrounded by evidence of his extensive kills. Let us clear up a point involving the chain of command, Siegfried said. I do not take orders from you. In fact, when you are here as a guest, you take orders from me. Is that understood? Raymond opened his mouth to protest, but thought better of it. He knew Siegfried was technically correct. And while we are talking so directly, Siegfried added, where is my retrieval bonus? In the past, I've always gotten it when the patient left the zone on his way back to the States. That's true, Raymond said tautly, but there have been major expenses. Money is coming in shortly from new clients. You'll be paid as soon as it comes in. I don't want you to think you can give me the runaround, Siegfried warned. Of course not, Raymond blurted out. And one other thing, Siegfried said. Isn't there some way you can hasten the CEO's departure? His presence here in Chicago is disrupting. Can't you use the patient's needs in some way? I don't see how, Raymond said. He's been informed the patient is capable of traveling. What more can I say? Think of something, Siegfried said. I'll try, Raymond said. Meanwhile, please locate Kevin Marshall. His disappearance concerns me. I'm afraid he might do something rash. We believe he went to Cocoa Beach in Gabon, Siegfried said. He was gratified with the appropriate subservience in Raymond's voice. You're sure he didn't go to the island? Raymond asked. We can't be totally sure, Siegfried admitted, but we don't think so. Even if he did, he wouldn't be apt to stay there. He would have been back by now. It's been 48 hours. Raymond stood up and sighed. I wish he would turn up. Worrying about him is driving me up the wall, especially with Taylor Cabot here. It's just something else in a long string of problems going on in New York that have threatened the program and made my life miserable. We'll continue to search, Siegfried assured him. He tried to sound sympathetic, but in actuality, he was wondering how Raymond was going to respond when he heard the bonobos were being rounded up to be brought into the animal center. All other problems paled in the face of the animals killing each other. I'll try to think of something to say to Taylor Cabot, Raymond said as he started for the door. If you could, I'd appreciate being informed the moment you hear about Kevin Marshall. Certainly, Siegfried said obligingly. He watched with satisfaction as the previously proud doctor beat the meek retreat. Just as Raymond disappeared from view, Siegfried remembered that Raymond was from New York. Siegfried dashed to his door, catching Raymond on his way down the stairs. Doctor, Siegfried called out with false deference. Raymond paused and looked back. Do you happen to know a doctor by the name of Jack Stapleton? The blood drained from Raymond's face. This reaction was not lost on Siegfried. I think you'd better come back into my office, the manager said. Siegfried closed the door behind Raymond, who immediately wanted to know how in the world the name Jack Stapleton had come up. Siegfried walked around his desk and sat down. He gestured toward a chair for Raymond. Siegfried was not happy. He'd briefly thought of relating the unexpected request for a site visit by strange doctors to Taylor Cabot. He'd not thought of relating it to Raymond. Just before you arrived I got an unusual call from our gatehouse, Siegfried said. The Moroccan guard told me that there was a van full of people who wanted to tour the facility. We've never had uninvited visitors before. The van was driven by Dr. Jack Stapleton of New York City. Raymond wiped the perspiration that had appeared on his forehead. Then he ran both hands simultaneously through his hair. He kept telling himself that this couldn't be happening since Vinnie Dominic was supposed to have taken care of Jack Stapleton and Lori Montgomery. Raymond hadn't called to find out what had happened to the two. He didn't really want to know the details. For $20,000, details weren't something he should have to worry about, or so he thought. If pressed, he would have guessed that Stapleton and Montgomery were somewhere floating in the Atlantic Ocean about now. Your reaction to this is starting to concern me, Siegfried said. You didn't let Stapleton and his friends in? Raymond asked. No, of course not, Siegfried said. Maybe you should have, Raymond said. Then we could have dealt with them. Jack Stapleton is a very big danger to the program. I mean, is there a way here in the zone to take care of such people? There is, Siegfried said. We just turned them over to the Equatorial Minister of Justice or the Minister of Defense along with a sizable bonus. Punishment is both discreet and very rapid. The government is eager to ensure that nothing threatens the goose that lays the golden egg. All we need to say is that they are seriously interfering with gen-sized operations. Then if they come back, I think you should let them in, Raymond said. Perhaps you should tell me why, Siegfried said. Do you remember Carlo Franconi? Raymond asked. Carlo Franconi, the patient? Siegfried asked. Raymond nodded. Of course, Siegfried said. Well, it started with him, Raymond said as he began the complicated story. You think it is safe? Lori asked. She was looking at a huge hollowed-out log canoe with a thatched canopy that was pulled halfway up the beach. On the back was a sizable, beat-up outboard motor. It was leaking fuel as evidenced by an opalescent scum that ringed the stern. Reportedly it goes all the way to Gabon twice a day, Jack said. That's farther than Congo. How much rent did you have to pay? Natalie asked. It had taken Jack a half hour of negotiations to get it. A bit more than I expected, Jack said. Apparently, some people rented one a couple of days ago, and it hasn't been seen since. That episode has driven the rental price up, I'm afraid. More than 100 or less? Warren asked. He too wasn't impressed with the craft's apparent seaworthiness, because if it was more than a C note you got took. Well, let's not quibble, Jack said. In fact, let's get the show on the road, unless you guys want to back out. There was a moment of silence, while the group eyed each other. I'm not a great swimmer, Warren admitted. I can assure you that we are not planning on going into the water, Jack said. All right, Warren said. Let's go. You ladies concur? Jack asked. Both Lori and Natalie nodded without a lot of enthusiasm. At the moment, the noonday sun was enervating. Despite being on the shore of the estuary, there was not a breath of air. With the women positioned in the stern to help lift the bow, Jack and Warren pushed the heavy pirogue off the shore and jumped in one after the other. Everyone helped paddle out about 50 feet. Jack attended to the motor, compressing the small hand pump on top of the red fuel tank. He'd had a boat as a child on a lake in the Midwest, and had a lot of experience fussing with an outboard. This canoe is a lot more stable than it looks, Lori said. Even with Jack moving around in the stern it was barely rocking. And no leaks, Natalie said. That was my concern. Warren stayed silent. He had a white-knuckle grip on the gunnel. To Jack's surprise, the engine started after only 2 pulls. A moment later, they were off, motoring almost due east. After the oppressive heat the breeze felt good. The drive to Calaong had been accomplished quicker than they'd anticipated, even though the road deteriorated in comparison to the road north of the Congo turnoff. There was no traffic save for an occasional northward-bound van inconceivably packed with passengers. Even the luggage racks on the tops had 2 or 3 people holding on for dear life. Calaong had brought smiles to everyone's face. It was indicated as a city on the map, but turned out to consist of no more than a handful of tawdry concrete shops, bars, and a few hotels. There was a cement block police post with several men in dirty uniforms sprawled in rattan chairs in the shade of the porch. They eyed Jack and the others with soporific disdain as the van had passed by. Although they had found the town comically honky-tonk and litter-strewn, they'd been able to get something to eat and drink as well as procure the boat. With some unease, they'd parked the van in sight of the police station, hoping it would be there on their return. How long did you estimate it would take us? Lori shouted over the noise of the outboard. It was particularly loud, because a portion of its cowling was missing. An hour, Jack yelled back, but the boat owner told me it would be more like 20 minutes. It's apparently just around the headland directly ahead. At that moment, they were crossing the 2-mile-wide mouth of Rio Kong. The jungle-covered shorelines were hazy with mist. Thunder had loomed above. 2 thunderstorms had hit while they'd been in the van. I hope we don't get caught out here in the rain, Natalie said. But Mother Nature ignored her wish. Less than 5 minutes later, it was pouring so hard that some of the huge drops splashed river water into the boat. Jack slowed the engine and allowed the boat to guide itself, while he joined the others under the thatched canopy. To everyone's pleasant surprise, they stayed completely dry. As soon as they rounded the headland, they saw Congo's pier. Constructed of heavy pressure treated timber, it was a far cry from the rickety docks at Calaong. As they got closer, they could see there was a floating portion off the tip. The first view of Congo impressed everyone. In contrast with the dilapidated and haphazardly constructed buildings with flat, corrugated metal roofs endemic to Bata and all of Calaong, Chicago was comprised of attractive, tiled, whitewashed structures reflecting a rich colonial ambience. To the left and almost hidden by the jungle was a modern power station. Its presence was obvious, only because of its improbably tall smokestack. Jack cut the engine way back as the town approached, so they could hear each other speak. Tied along the dock were several pirogues similar to the one they were in, though these others were piled high with fish netting. "I'm glad to see other boats," Jack said. "I was afraid our canoe would stand out like a sore thumb." "Do you think that large, modern building is the hospital?" Lori said while pointing. Jack followed her line of sight. "Yup, at least according to Arturo, and he should know. He was part of the initial building crew out here." "I suppose that's our destination," Lori said. "I'd guess," Jack said. "At least initially." Arturo said the animal complex is a few miles away in the jungle. "We might try to figure out a way to get out there." "The town is bigger than I expected," Warren said. "I was told it was an abandoned Spanish colonial town," Jack explained. "Not all of it has been renovated, but from here it sure looks like it has." "What did the Spanish do here?" Natalie asked. "It's nothing but jungle. They grew coffee and cocoa," Jack said. "At least that's my understanding. Of course, I don't have any idea where they grew it." "Oh, I see a soldier," Lori said. "I see him, too," Jack said. His eyes had been searching along the waterfront as they came closer. The soldier was dressed in the same jungle camouflage fatigues and red beret as the ones at the gate. He was aimlessly pacing a cobblestone square immediately at the base of the pier with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder. "Does that mean we switch to Plan C?" Warren questioned teasingly. "Not yet," Jack said. "Obviously, he's where he is to interdict people coming off the pier. But look at that shaky hut built on the beach. If we got in there, we'd be home free." "We can't just run the canoe up onto the beach," Lori said. "He'll see that as well." "Look how high that pier is," Jack said. "What if we were to slip underneath, beach the canoe there, and then walk to the shaky hut? What do you think?" "Sounds cool," Warren said. "But this boat is not going to fit under that pier." "No way." Jack stood up and made his way over to one of the poles that supported the thatched roof. It disappeared into a hole in the gunnel. Grasping it with both hands, he pulled it up. "How convenient," he said. "This canoe is a convertible." A few minutes later, they had all the poles out, and the thatched roof had been converted to a pile of sticks and dried leaves. They distributed it along both sides under the benches. "The owner's not going to be happy about this," Natalie commented. Jack angled the boat so that the pier shielded them as much as possible from the line of sight from the square. Jack cut the engine just at the moment they glided into the shade under the pier. Grasping the timbers, they guided the boat toward shore, being careful to duck under crossbeams. The boat scraped up the shady patch of shore and came to a stop. "So far so good," Jack said. He encouraged the women and Warren to get out. Then, with Warren pulling and Jack paddling, they got the boat high on the beach. Jack got out and pointed to a stone wall that ran perpendicular to the base of the pier, before disappearing into the gently rising sand of the beach. "Let's hug the wall. When we clear it, head for the Chicky bar." A few minutes later, they were in the bar. The soldier had not paid them any heed. Either he didn't see them, or he didn't care. The bar was deserted, except for a black man carefully cutting up lemons and limes. Jack motioned toward the stools and suggested a celebratory drink. Everyone was happy to comply. It had been hot in the canoe after the sun came out, and especially after the canopy had come down. The bartender came over immediately. His name tag identified him as Saturnino. In contradiction to his name, he was a jovial fellow. He was wearing a wild print shirt and a pillbox hat similar to the one Arturo had on when he picked them up at the airport the previous afternoon. Following Natalie's lead, everyone had Coke with a slice of lemon. "Not much business today," Jack commented to Saturnino. "Not until after 5, the bartender said. "Then we are very busy." "We're new here," Jack said. "What money do we use?" "You can sign, Saturnino." Jack looked at Lori for permission. Lori shook her head. "We'd rather pay," he said. "Are dollars okay?" "What you like," Saturnino said. "Dollars or CFA. It makes no difference." "Where is the hospital?" Jack asked. Saturnino pointed over his shoulder. "Up the street, until you get to the main square. It is the big building on the left." "What do they do there?" Jack asked. Saturnino looked at Jack as if he were crazy. "They take care of people." "Do people come from America just to go to the hospital?" Jack asked. Saturnino shrugged. "I don't know about that, he said. He took the bills Jack had put on the bar and turned to the cash register. Nice try, Lori whispered. It would have been too easy, Jack agreed. Refreshed after their cold drinks, the group headed out into the sunlight. They passed within 50 feet of the soldier who continued to ignore them. After a short walk up a hot cobblestone street, they came to a small green surrounded by plantation-style homes. It reminds me of some of the Caribbean islands, Lori said. 5 minutes later, they entered the tree-lined town square. The group of soldiers lolling in front of the town hall diagonally across from where they were standing spoiled the otherwise idyllic tableau. Whoa, Jack said. There's a whole battalion. I thought you said that, if there were soldiers at the gate they wouldn't have to have any in the town, Lori said. I've been proved wrong, Jack acknowledged. But there's no need to go over and announce ourselves. This is the hospital lab complex in front of us. From the corner of the square, the building appeared to take up most of the Chicago City block. There was an entrance facing the square, but there was also one down the side street to their left. To avoid remaining in view of the lounging soldiers, they went to the side entrance. What are you going to say if we are questioned? Lori asked with some concern. And walking into a hospital, you know it's bound to happen. I'm going to improvise, Jack said. He yanked the door open and ushered his friends in with an exaggerated bow. Lori glanced at Natalie and Warren and rolled her eyes. At least Jack could still be charming, even when he was most exasperating. After entering the building, everyone shivered with delight. Never had air conditioning felt quite so good. The room they found themselves in appeared to be a lounge, complete with wall-to-wall carpeting, club chairs, and couches. A large bookcase lined one wall. Some of the shelving was on an angle to display an impressive collection of periodicals from Time to National Geographic. There were about a half-dozen people sitting in the room, all of them reading. In the back wall at desk height was an opening fronted with sliding glass panels. Behind the glass a black woman in a blue uniform dress was sitting at a desk. To the right of the opening was a hall with several elevators. Could all these people be patients? Lori asked. Good question, Jack said. Somehow, I don't think so. They all look too healthy and too comfortable. Let's talk to the secretary, or whoever she is. Warren and Natalie were intimidated by the hospital environment. They silently followed after Jack and Lori. Jack rapped softly on the glass. The woman looked up from her work and slid the glass open. Sorry, she said. I didn't see you arrive. Are you checking in? No, Jack said. All my bodily functions are working fine at the moment. Excuse me, the woman questioned. We're here to see the hospital, not use its services, Jack said. We're doctors. This isn't the hospital, the woman said. This is the inn. You can either go out and come in the front of the building, or follow the hall to your right. The hospital is beyond the double doors. Thank you, Jack said. My pleasure, the woman said. She leaned forward and watched as Jack and the others disappeared around the corner. Perplexed, the woman sat back and picked up her phone. Jack led the others through the double doors. Immediately, the surroundings looked more familiar. The floors were vinyl and the walls were painted a soothing hospital green. A faint antiseptic smell was detectable. This is more like it, Jack said. They entered the room whose windows fronted on the square. Between the windows were a large pair of doors leading to the outside. There were a few couches and chairs on area rugs forming distinct conversational groupings, but it was nothing like the lounge they'd initially entered. But like the lounge, the space had a glass-fronted information cubbyhole. Jack again knocked on the glass. Another woman slid open the glass partition. She was equally as cordial. We have a question, Jack said. We're doctors, and we'd like to know if there are currently any transplant patients in the hospital? Yes, of course, there's one, the woman said with a confused look on her face. Horace Winchester. He's in 302 and ready to be discharged. How convenient, Jack said. What organ was transplanted? His liver, the woman said. Are you all from the Pittsburgh group? No, we're part of the New York group, Jack said. I see, the woman said, although her expression suggested she didn't see it all. Thank you, Jack said to the woman as he herded the group toward the elevators that could be seen to the right. Luck is finally going our way, Jack said excitedly. This is going to make it easy. Maybe all we have to do is get a look at the chart. As if that's going to be easy, Lori commented. True, Jack said after a moment's thought. So maybe we should just drop in on Horace and get the lowdown from the horse's mouth. Hey, man, Warren said, pulling Jack to a stop. Maybe Natalie and I should wait down here. We're not used to being in the hospital, you know what I am saying? I suppose, Jack said reluctantly, but I kind of think it's important for us to stick together in case we have to mosey down to the canoe sooner than we'd like. You know what I am saying? Warren nodded and Jack pressed the elevator call button. Cameron McIvers was accustomed to false alarms. After all, most of the time he or the Office of Security was called, it was a false alarm. Accordingly, as he entered the front door of the inn, he was not concerned. But it was his job or one of his deputies to check out all potential problems. As he crossed to the information desk, Cameron noted that the lounge was as subdued as usual. The calm scene bolstered his suspicions that this call would be like all the others. Cameron tapped on the glass, and it was slid open. "Miss Williams," Cameron said, while touching the brim of his hat in a form of salute. Cameron and the rest of the security force wore khaki uniforms with an Aussie hat when on duty. There was also a leather belt with shoulder strap. A holstered Beretta was attached to the belt on the right side and a handheld two-way radio on the left side. "They went that way," Corinna Williams said excitedly. She lifted herself out of her chair to point around the corner. "Calm down," Cameron said gently. "Who exactly are you talking about?" "They didn't give any names," Corinna said. "There were 4 of them. Only one spoke. He said he was a doctor," Cameron voiced. "And you've never seen them before?" "Never," Corinna said anxiously. "They took me by surprise. I thought maybe they were to stay at the inn, since we had new arrivals yesterday. But they said they had come to see the hospital. When I told them how to get there, they left straight away." "Were they black or white?" Cameron asked. "Maybe this wouldn't be a typical false alarm after all." "Half and half," Corinna said. 2 blacks, 2 whites. But I could tell from the way they were dressed they were all American." "I see," Cameron said, while he stroked his beard and pondered the unlikely possibility of any of the zone's American workers coming into the inn to say they wanted to see the hospital. "The one who was talking also said something strange about his bodily functions working fine," Corinna said. "I didn't know how to respond." Cameron repeated. "Could I use your phone?" "Of course," Corinna said. She pulled the phone over from the side of her desk and faced it out toward Cameron. Cameron punched the manager's direct line. Siegfried answered immediately. "I'm here at the inn," Cameron explained. "I thought you should be apprised of a curious story. 4 strange doctors presented themselves here to Miss Williams with the wish to see the hospital." Siegfried's response was an angry tirade that forced Cameron to hold the receiver away from his ear. Even Corinna cringed. Cameron handed the phone back to the receptionist. He'd not heard every word of Siegfried's invective, but the meaning was clear. Cameron was to get reinforcements over there immediately and detain the alien doctors. Cameron unsnapped the straps over both his Beretta and the radio simultaneously. He pulled the radio free and made an emergency call to base while he started for the hospital. Room 302 turned out to be in the front of the building with a fine view out over the square looking east. Jack and the others had found the room without difficulty. No one had challenged them. In fact, they hadn't seen a person as they made their way from the elevator to the room's open door. Jack had knocked, but it was obvious the room was momentarily empty, although there'd been plenty of evidence the room was occupied. A television with a built-in VCR was on, and it was showing an old Paul Newman movie. The hospital bed was moderately disheveled. An open, half-packed suitcase was poised on a luggage stand. The mystery was solved when Lori noticed the sounds of a shower behind the closed bathroom door. When the water stopped running, Jack had knocked, but it wasn't until almost 10 minutes later that Horace Winchester appeared. The patient was in his mid-50s and corpulent, but he looked happy and healthy. He cinched up the tie on his bathrobe and padded over to the club chair by the bed. He sat down with a satisfied sigh. "What's the occasion?" he asked, smiling at his guests. "This is more company than I've had the whole time I've been here." "How are you feeling?" Jack asked. He grabbed the straight-back chair and sat down directly in front of Horace. Warren and Natalie lurked just outside the door. They felt reluctant to enter the room. Lori went to the window. After seeing the group of soldiers, she'd become progressively anxious. She was eager to make the visit short and get back to the boat. "I'm feeling just great," Horace said. "It's a miracle. I came here at death's door and as yellow as a canary. Look at me now. I'm ready for 36 holes of golf at one of my resorts. Hey, any of you people are invited to any of my places for as long as you want to stay, and it will all be on the house. Do you like to ski?" "I do," Jack said, "but I'd rather talk about your case. I understand you had a liver transplant here. I'd like to ask where the liver came from." A half-smile puckered Horace's face as he regarded Jack out of the corner of his eye. "Is this some kind of test?" he asked. "Because if it is, it's not necessary. I'm not going to be telling anyone." "I couldn't be more grateful. In fact, as soon as I can, I'm going to have another double made." "Exactly what do you mean by a backquote double?" Jack asked. "Are you people part of the Pittsburgh team?" Horace asked. He looked over at Lori. "No, we're part of the New York team," Jack said. "And we're fascinated by your case. We're glad you are doing so well, and we're here to learn." Jack smiled and spread his hand palm up. "We're all ears. Why don't you start from the beginning?" "You mean how I got sick?" Horace asked. He was plainly confused. "No, how you arranged to have your transplant here in Africa," Jack said. "And I'd like to know what you mean by a double. Did you by any chance get a liver taken from some kind of ape?" Horace gave a little nervous laugh and shook his head. "What's going on here?" he questioned. He glanced again at Lori, and then at Natalie and Warren, who were still standing in the doorway. "Uh-oh," Lori suddenly voiced. She was staring out the window. "There's a bunch of soldiers running this way across the square." Warren quickly crossed the room and looked out. "Shit, man, they mean business." Jack stood up, reached out, and grasped Horace by the shoulders. He leaned his face close to the patient's. "You are really going to disappoint me if you don't answer my questions, and I do the strangest things when I'm disappointed." "What kind of animal was it? A chimpanzee?" "They're coming to the hospital," Warren yelled, "and they all have AK-47s. Come on," Jack urged Horace, while giving the man a little shake. "Talk to me. Was it a chimpanzee?" Jack tightened his hold on the man. "It was a bonobo," Horace squeaked. He was terrified. "Is that a type of ape?" Jack demanded. "Yes," Horace managed. "Come on, man," Warren encouraged. He was back at the door. "We got to get our asses out of here." "And what did you mean by a double?" Jack asked. Lori grabbed Jack's arm. "There's no time. Those soldiers will be up here in a minute." Reluctantly, Jack let go of Horace and allowed himself to be dragged to the door. "Damn, I was so close," he complained. Warren was waving frantically for them to follow him, and Natalie down the central corridor toward the back of the building, when the elevator door opened. Out stepped Cameron with his Beretta clutched in his hand. "Everyone halt!" Cameron shouted the moment he saw the strangers. He grabbed his gun in both hands and trained it on Warren and Natalie. Then he swept it around to aim at Jack and Lori. For Cameron, the problem was that his adversaries were on either side of him. When he was looking at one group, he couldn't see the other. "Hands on top of your heads," Cameron commanded. He motioned with the barrel of his gun. Everyone complied, although every time Cameron swung the gun toward Jack and Lori, Warren approached another step toward him. "No one is going to get hurt," Cameron said as he brought the gun back toward Warren. Warren had gotten within range of a kick, and with lightning speed his foot lashed out and connected with Cameron's hands. The gun bounced off the ceiling. Before Cameron could react to his gun's sudden disappearance, Warren closed in on him and hit him twice, once in the lower abdomen and then on the tip of the nose. Cameron collapsed backwards in a heap on the floor. "I'm glad you're on my team for this run," Jack said. "We got to get ourselves back to that boat." Warren blurted without humor. "I'm open to suggestions," Jack said. Cameron moaned and pushed himself over onto his stomach. Warren looked both ways down the hall. A few minutes earlier, he thought of running down the main corridor toward the rear, but that was no longer a reasonable alternative. Halfway down the corridor he could see some nurses gathering and pointing in his direction. Across from the elevators at eye level was a sign in the form of an arrow that pointed down the hall beyond Horace's room. It said, or, knowing they had little time to debate, Warren motioned in the direction of the arrow. "That way," he barked. "The operating room." Jack questioned, "Why?" "Because they won't expect it," Warren said. He grabbed a stunned Natalie by the hand and propelled her into a jog. Jack and Lori followed. They passed Horace's room, but the chubby man had locked himself in his bathroom. The operating suite was set off from the rest of the hospital by the usual swinging doors. Warren hit them and went through with a straight arm like a football running back. Jack and Lori were right behind. There were no cases underway, nor were there any patients in the recovery room. There weren't even any lights on except for those in a supply room halfway down the hall. The supply room's door was ajar, emitting a faint glow. Hearing the repetitive thumps on the operating room doors, a woman appeared from the supply room. She was dressed in a scrub suit with a disposable cap. She caught her breath as she saw the four figures hurtling in her direction. "Hey, you can't come in here in street clothes," she yelled as soon as she recovered from her initial shock. But Warren and the others had already passed. Perplexed, she watched the intruders run all the way down the rest of the corridor, to disappear through the doors leading to the lab. Turning back into the supply room, she went for the wall phone. Warren skidded to a stop where the corridor formed a T. He looked in either direction. To the left at the far end, was a red wall light indicating a fire alarm. Above it was an exit sign. "Hold up," Jack said, as Warren was preparing to dash down to what he imagined would be a stairwell. "What's the matter, man?" Warren questioned anxiously. "This looks like a laboratory," Jack said. He stepped over to a glazed door and looked inside. He was immediately impressed. Although they were in the middle of Africa, it was the most modern lab he'd ever seen. Every piece of equipment looked brand new. "Come on," Lori snapped. "There's no time for curiosity. We've got to get out of here." "It's true, man," Warren said. "Especially after hitting that security type back there. We've got to make tracks." "You guys go," Jack said distractedly. "I'll meet you at the boat." Warren, Lori, and Natalie exchanged anxious glances. Jack tried the door. It was unlocked. He opened it and walked inside. "Oh, for Christ's sake," Lori complained. Jack could be so frustrating. It was one thing for him to have little concern for his own safety, but it was quite another thing for him to compromise others. "This place is going to be crawling with security dudes and soldiers in nothing flat," Warren said. "I know," Lori said. "You guys go. I'll get him to come as soon as I can." "I can't leave you," Warren said. "Think of Natalie," Lori said. "Nonsense," Natalie said. "I'm no frail female. We're in this together." "You ladies go in there and talk some sense into that man," Warren said. "I'm going to run down the hall and pull the fire alarm." "What on earth for?" Lori asked. "It's an old trick I learned as a teenager," Warren said. "Whenever there's trouble, cause as much chaos as you can. It gives you a chance to slip away." "I'll take your word for it," Lori said. She motioned for Natalie to follow, and entered the lab. They found Jack already engaged in pleasant conversation with a laboratory technician wearing a long white coat. She was a freckle-faced redhead with an amiable smile. Jack already had her laughing. "Excuse me," Lori said, struggling to keep her voice down. "Jack, we have to go." "Lori, meet Rolanda Pfeiffer," Jack said. "She's originally from Heidelberg, Germany." "Jack," Lori intoned through clenched teeth. "Rolanda's been telling me something very interesting," Jack said. "She and her colleagues here are working on the genes for minor histocompatibility antigens. They're moving them from a specific chromosome in one cell, and sticking them into the same location on the same chromosome in another cell." Natalie, who'd walked over to a large picture window overlooking the square, hastily turned back into the room. "It's getting worse. An entire carload of those Arabs in black suits are arriving." At that moment, the fire alarm in the building went off. It featured alternating sequences of 3 ear-splitting shrieks of a horn followed by a disembodied voice. "Fire in the laboratory. Please proceed immediately to stairwells for evacuation. Do not use the elevators." "Oh, my word," Rolanda said. She looked around quickly to see what she should take with her. Lori grabbed Jack by both arms and shook him. "Jack, be reasonable. We have to get out of here." "I've figured it out," Jack said with a wry smile. "I don't give a good goddamn," Lori spat. "Come on." They rushed out into the hall. Other people were appearing as well. Everyone seemed confused as they looked up and down the hall. Some were sniffing. There was animated conversation. Many people were carrying their laptop computers. Without rushing, they moved en masse to the stairwell. Jack, Lori, and Natalie met up with Warren, who was holding the door. He'd also managed to find white coats which he distributed to the others. They all pulled them on over their clothes. Unfortunately, they were the only ones wearing shorts. "They have created some kind of chimera with these apes called bonobos," Jack said excitedly. "That's the explanation. No wonder the DNA tests were so screwy." "What's he carrying on about now?" Warren asked with irritation. "Don't ask," Lori said. "It will only encourage him." "Whose idea was it to pull the fire alarm?" Jack asked. "It was brilliant." "Warren's," Lori said. "At least one of us is thinking." The stairwell opened up into a parking lot on the north side. People were milling about, looking back at the building, and talking in small groups. It was deathly hot since the sun was out, and the parking lot was blacked up. A wailing fire siren could be heard coming from the northeast. "What should we do?" Lori asked. "I'm relieved we've gotten as far as we have. I didn't think it was going to be so easy to get out of the building." "Let's walk over to the street and turn left," Jack said while pointing. "We can circle around the area to the west and get back to the waterfront." "Where are all those soldiers?" Lori asked. "And the Arabs?" Natalie added. "I'd guess they're looking for us in the hospital," Jack said. "Let's go before all these lab people start going back into the building," Warren said. They tried not to rush to avoid attracting any attention. As they neared the street, they all glanced behind them for fear they were being watched, but no one was even looking in their direction. Everybody was captivated by the fire crew who'd arrived. "So far so good," Jack said. Warren was the first to reach the street. As he got a look to the west around the corner, he stopped abruptly and put his arms out to block the others. He backed up a step. "We're not going that way," he said. "They've got a roadblock at the end of the street." "Oh," Lori said. "Maybe they've sealed off the area." "You remember that power station we saw?" Jack said. Everyone nodded. "That power has to get over here to the hospital," Jack said. "I bet there's a tunnel." "Maybe," Warren said, "but the trouble is we don't know how to find it. Besides, I'm not thrilled about going back inside. Not with all those kids with AK-47s. "Then let's try walking across the square," Jack said, "toward where we saw the soldiers." Lori questioned with dismay. "Hey, if they're over here at the hospital, there should be no problem," Jack said. "That's a point," Natalie agreed. "Of course, we could always give ourselves up and say we're sorry," Jack said. "I mean, what can they do to us besides kick us the hell out? I think I've gotten what I came for, so it wouldn't bother me in the slightest." "You're joking," Lori said. "They're not going to accept a mere apology." Warren struck that man. "We've done more than trespass." "I'm joking to an extent," Jack agreed. "But the man was sticking a gun in our face. That's at least an explanation. Besides, we can leave a bunch of our French francs behind. Supposedly, that solves everything in this country." "It didn't get us past the gate," Lori reminded him. "All right, everything but get us in here," Jack said. "But I'll be very surprised if it doesn't get us out." "We've got to do something," Warren said. "The fire crew are already waiting for the people to come back in the building. We're going to be standing out here in this god-awful heat by ourselves." "So they are," Jack said, squinting against the sunlight. He found his sunglasses and put them on. "Let's try crossing the square before the soldiers return." Once again, they tried to walk calmly, as if they were strolling. They got almost to the grass, when they became aware of a commotion at the door into the building. They all turned to see a number of the black-suited Arabs push their way past the lab techs who were entering. The Arabs rushed out into the sun-drenched parking lot with their neckties flapping, and their eyes squinting. Each brandished an automatic pistol in his hand. Behind the Arabs came several soldiers. Out of breath, they stood in the hot sun, panting while scanning the neighborhood. Warren froze, and the rest of the group did the same. "I don't like this," Warren said. "The 6 of them have enough firepower to rob the Chase Manhattan Bank." "They kind of remind me of the Keystone Cops," Jack said. "I don't find anything about this comical at all," Lori said. "Strangely enough, I think we're going to have to walk back inside," Warren said. "With these lab coats on, they're going to wonder why we're standing out here." Before anyone could respond to Warren's suggestion, Cameron came out the door accompanied by 2 other men. One was dressed like Cameron, clearly a member of the security force. The other was shorter with a limp right arm. He too was dressed in khaki, but without any of the martial embellishments the other 2 sported. "Oh," Jack said. "I have a feeling we'll be forced to use the apology approach after all." Cameron was holding a blood-spotted handkerchief to his nose, but it didn't obstruct his vision. He spotted the group immediately and pointed. "That's them," he yelled. The Moroccans and the soldiers responded immediately by surrounding the trespassers. Every gun was pointed at the group, who raised their hands without being told. "I wonder if they'll be impressed with my medical examiner badge," Jack quipped. "Don't do anything foolish," Lori warned. Cameron and his companions walked over immediately. Silently, the ring around the Americans opened to allow them through. Siegfried stepped to the forefront. "We'd like to apologize for any inconvenience," Jack began. "Shut up," Siegfried snapped. He walked around the group to eye them from all directions. When he got back to where he started, he asked Cameron if these were the people he'd encountered in the hospital. "No doubt in my mind," Cameron said while glaring directly into Warren's face. "I hope you will indulge me, sir." "Of course," Siegfried said with a slight wave of dismissal. Without warning, Cameron punched Warren in the side of the face with a roundhouse blow. The sound was like a telephone directory falling to the floor. A plaintive whine escaped from Cameron's lips as he grabbed his hand and gritted his teeth. Warren did not move a muscle. He may not have blinked. Cameron swore under his breath and stepped away. "Search them," Siegfried commanded. "We are sorry if we," Jack began, but Siegfried didn't let him finish. He slapped him with an open fist hard enough to turn Jack's head in the direction of the blow and raise a red welt on his cheek. Cameron's deputy quickly relieved Jack and the others of their passports, wallets, money, and car keys. He gave them to Siegfried, who slowly went through them. After he looked at Jack's passport, he raised his eyes and glowered at him. "I've been told you are a troublemaker," Siegfried said with disdain. "I'd rather think of myself as a tenacious competitor," Jack said. Arrogant as well," Siegfried snarled. "I hope your tenacity comes in handy once you are turned over to the Equatoguinean military." "Perhaps we can call the American embassy and resolve this," Jack said. "We are, after all, government employees." Siegfried smiled, which actually only increased his scar-induced sneer. "American embassy?" he questioned with uncamouflaged scorn. "In Equatorial Guinea? What a joke. Unfortunately for you, it's out on the island of Biako." He turned to Cameron. "Put them in the jail, but separate the men and the women." Cameron snapped his fingers for his deputy. He wanted the four handcuffed first. While this was in progress, he and Siegfried drew off to the side. "Are you really going to hand them over to the Equatoguineans?" Cameron asked. "Absolutely," Siegfried said. "Raymond told me all about Stapleton. They have to disappear." "When?" Cameron asked. "As soon as Taylor Cabot leaves," Siegfried said. "I want this whole episode kept quiet." "I understand," Cameron said. He touched the brim of his hat and then went back to supervise the transfer of the prisoners to the jail in the basement of the town hall. Chapter 22. March 9, 1997, 4:15 p.m. Isla Francesca. "Something very strange is going on," Kevin said. "But what?" Melanie said. "Should we get our hopes up? Where could all the other animals be?" Candace questioned. "I don't know whether to be encouraged or concerned," Kevin said. "What if they're having Armageddon with the other group, and the fighting spreads to here?" "God almighty," Melanie commented. "I never thought of that." Kevin and the women had been virtual prisoners for over 2 days. They had not been allowed to leave the small cave the entire time of their confinement, and it now smelled as bad or worse than the outer cave. To relieve themselves, they'd been forced to go back into the tunnel, which reeked like a mini cesspool. They themselves didn't smell much better. They were filthy from wearing the same clothes and sleeping on the rock and dirt floor. Their hair was hopelessly matted. Kevin's face was covered with a 2-day stubble. They were all weak from lack of exercise and food, although each had eaten some of what was brought to them. Around 10 o'clock that morning, there'd been a sense that something abnormal was happening. The animals had become agitated. Some had rushed out only to return moments later, making loud cries. Early on, Bonobo number 1 had gone out, but had yet to return. That in itself was abnormal. "Wait a second," Kevin said suddenly. He put up his hands to keep the women from making any noise. He strained to hear, by turning his head slowly from side to side. "What is it?" Melanie asked urgently. "I thought I heard a voice," Kevin said. "A human voice?" Candace questioned. Kevin nodded. "Wait, I just heard it," Melanie said with excitement. "I did, too," Candace said. "I'm sure it was a human voice. It sounded like someone yelling back, "Quote okay." "Arthur heard it, too," Kevin said. They'd named the bonobo who most often stood guard at the lip of the small cave Arthur for no particular reason other than to have a waiter offer to him. Over the long hours, they'd had what could have been called a dialogue. They'd even been able to guess at some of the meanings of the bonobo words and gestures. The ones they were the most sure of included a rack, which meant away, especially when accompanied by the spreading of fingers and a sweeping arm motion, the same gesture Candace had seen in the operating room. There was also Hannah for quiet and Ziv for go. They were very sure of food and water, which were Bumi and Carrick respectively. A word they weren't too sure of was sta, accompanied by holding up one's hands with palms out. They thought it might be the pronoun you. Arthur stood up and loudly vocalized to the few bonobos remaining in the cave. They listened and then immediately disappeared out the front. The next thing Kevin and the others heard were several reports from a rifle, not an ordinary gun, but rather an air gun. A few minutes later, two figures in animal center coveralls appeared silhouetted against the hazy, late afternoon sky at the cave's entrance. One was carrying a gun, the other a strong, battery-powered lamp. "Help!" Melanie shouted. She averted her eyes from the strong beam of light, but waved her hands frantically, lest the men not see her. There was a loud thump that echoed around the inside of the cave. Simultaneously, Arthur let out a whimper. With a confused expression on his flat face, he looked down at a red-tailed dart that protruded from his chest. His hand came up to grasp it, but before he could, he began to wobble. As if in slow motion, he sagged to the floor and rolled over onto his side. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace emerged from their doorless cell and tried to stand upright. It took a moment for them to stretch. By the time they did, the men were kneeling at the side of the bonobo to give the animal an additional dose of tranquilizer. "My God, are we glad to see you," Melanie said. She had to steady herself with a hand against the rock. For a moment, the cave had begun to spin. The men stood up and shined the bright light on the women, and then on Kevin. The former captives all had to shield their eyes. "You people are a mess," the man with the light said. "I'm Kevin Marshall and this is Melanie Beckett and Candace Brickman." "I know who you are," the man said flatly. "Let's get out of this shithole." Kevin and the women were happy to comply on rubbery legs. The two men followed. Once out of the cave, the three friends had to squint in the bright, hazy sunlight. Below the face of the cliff were a half-dozen more animal handlers. They were busy rolling up tranquilized bonobos and reed mats, and lifting them onto a trailer, where they were carefully positioned side by side. "There's one more up here in this cave," the man with the flashlight yelled down to the others. "I know you too," Melanie said once she got a good view of the men who'd come into the cave. "You're Dave Turner and Daryl Christian." The men ignored Melanie. Dave, the taller of the two, pulled a two-way radio out of a holder at his waist. Daryl started climbing down the giant steps. "Turner to base," Dave said into the instrument. "I hear you loud and clear," Bertram said on the other end. "We got the last of the bonobos, and we're loading up," Dave said. "Excellent work," Bertram said. "We found Kevin Marshall and the two women in the cave," Dave said. "In what state?" Bertram asked. "Filthy but otherwise apparently healthy," Dave said. "Give me that thing," Melanie said, reaching for Dave's radio. Suddenly, she didn't like being talked about disparagingly by an underling. Dave fended her off. "What do you want me to do with them?" Melanie put her hands on her hips. She was incensed. "What do you mean want to do with them?" "Bring them to the animal center," Bertram said. "I'll inform Siegfried Spalek. I'm sure he'll want to talk with them." 10-4, Dave said. He snapped off the radio. "What's the meaning of this kind of treatment?" Melanie demanded. "We've been prisoners out here for more than 2 days." Dave shrugged. "We just follow orders, ma'am." "It seems as if you two have riled up the front office big time. What on earth is happening to the bonobos?" Kevin asked. When he'd first seen what the men were doing, he'd assumed it had all been for the purpose of their rescue. But the more he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the animals were being loaded onto a trailer. "The bonobos' good life on the island is a thing of the past," Dave said. "They've been warring out here and killing each other. We found 4 corpses as evidence, all bashed with stone wedges. So we're caging them at the staging area in preparation for taking them all to the animal center. It'll be 6-foot concrete cells from now on as far as I know." Kevin's mouth slowly fell open. In spite of his hunger, exhaustion, and aches and pains, he felt a profound sadness for these unfortunate creatures who had not asked to be created or born. Their lives had suddenly and arbitrarily been doomed to monotonous incarceration. Their human potential was not to be realized, and their striking accomplishments thus far would be lost. Daryl and 3 other men were now on their way up with a litter. Kevin turned to look back inside the cave. In the far shadows, he could see Arthur's profile near the lip of the chamber, where Kevin and the women had been kept. A tear formed in the corner of Kevin's eye as he imagined how Arthur was going to feel when he awoke to find himself encased in steel. "All right, you 3, Dave said. "Let's start back. Are you strong enough to walk, or you want to ride on the trailer? How do you move the trailer?" Kevin asked. We've got an all-terrain vehicle on the island, Dave said. I'll walk, thank you, Melanie said icily. Kevin and Candace nodded in agreement. We're awfully hungry, though, Kevin said. The animals have only been offering us insects, worms, and marsh grass. We've got some candy bars and soft drinks in a locker on the front of the trailer, Dave said. That should be just fine, Kevin said. The climb down the rock face was the hardest part of the trip. Once on the flat, the walking was easy, especially since the animal handlers had cleared the trail for the all-terrain vehicle. Kevin was impressed with how much the workers had accomplished in so short a time. As he emerged into the marshy field south of Lago Hippo, he wondered if the canoe was still hidden in the reeds. He guessed it probably was. There was no reason it would have been found. Candace was elated when she saw the earth-covered timber bridge, and said as much. She'd been worrying how they were going to get across the Rio Diviso. You people have been busy, Kevin commented. We had no choice, Dave said. We had to round up these animals in the quickest time possible. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace began to get seriously fatigued on the last mile segment from the Rio Diviso bridge to the staging area. It was especially apparent when they had to step off the trail for the all-terrain vehicle to pass on its way back for the last trailer load of omnibus. Stopping and standing just for a moment made their legs feel like lead. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief when they emerged from the twilight of the jungle into the bustling staging area in the clearing. Another half-dozen blue-covered workers were toiling under the hot sun. They were quickly unloading the bonobos from a second trailer and getting them into individual steel cages before the animals revived. The cages were 4-foot square steel boxes, making it impossible for all but the youngest animals to stand up. The only source of ventilation was through the bars in the doors. The doors were secured by an angled hasp that latched around the side beyond the animal's reach. Kevin was able to catch glimpses of terrified bonobos cowering within the cage's shadows. Such small cages were supposed to be used only for transport, but a forklift was laboriously moving them into the shade of the north-facing wall of the jungle, suggesting they were staying on the island. One of the workers was manning a hose from a gasoline-powered pump and spraying the cages and the animals with river water. I thought you said the bonobos were going to the animal center? Kevin asked. Not today, Dave said. For the moment, there is no place to put them. It'll be tomorrow or the next day at the very latest. There was no trouble getting over to the mainland because the telescoping bridge had been deployed. It was constructed of steel and had a hollow, drum-like sound as they trotted across. Parked alongside the bridge mechanism was Dave's pickup truck. Hop in, Dave said, while pointing into the truck's bed. Just 1 minute. Melanie snapped. They were her first words since leaving the cave. We're not riding in the back of a truck. Then you'll walk, Dave said. You're not riding in my cab. Come on, Melanie, Kevin urged. It will be more pleasant back here in the open air. Kevin gave Candace a hand. Dave went around and got in behind the wheel. Melanie resisted for another minute. With her hands on her hips, her legs spread apart, and her lips pressed together, she looked like a young girl on the verge of a temper tantrum. Melanie, it's not that far, Candace said. She reached out her hand. Reluctantly, Melanie took it. I didn't expect a hero's welcome, Melanie complained. But I didn't expect this kind of treatment. After the damp oppressiveness of the cave and the moist hothouse of the jungle, the breezy ride in the back of the truck was unexpectedly pleasant. The bed was filled with reed mats that had been used to transport the animals, and they provided adequate cushion. The mats had a rather rank smell, but the group guessed they did too. They lay on their backs and watched patches of the late afternoon sky appear between the branches of the overhead canopy of trees. What do you think they are going to do to us? Candace said. I don't want to go back in that jail. Let's hope they just fire us on the spot, Melanie said. I am ready to pack my bag and say goodbye to the zone, the project, and Equatorial Guinea. I've had it. I can only hope it will be that easy, Kevin said. I'm also worried about the animals. They've been given life sentences. There's not much we can do, Candace said. I wonder, Kevin said. I wonder what animal rights groups would say about this situation. Now, don't say anything like that until we get the hell out of here, Melanie said. That would drive everybody bananas. They entered the eastern end of town, passing the soccer field and tennis center on the right. Both were in use, particularly the tennis center. Every court was taken. An experience like this makes you feel less important than you thought you were, Melanie commented while glancing at the players. You're hidden away for 2 agonizing days and everything goes on just as it did before. They all pondered Melanie's comment as they unconsciously braced for the sharp right-hand turn they knew was coming up to take them to the animal center. But instead, after the truck slowed, it stopped. Kevin sat up and looked ahead. He saw Bertram's Jeep Cherokee. Siegfried wants you to drive directly to Kevin's house, Bertram called to Dave. Okay. Dave called back. The truck lurched forward as Dave pulled out behind Bertram. Kevin lay back down. Well, that's a surprise. Maybe we're not going to be treated that badly after all. Maybe we can get them to drop Candace and me at our places, Melanie said. They're more or less on the way. She looked down at herself. The first thing I'm going to do is take a shower and change clothes. Only then am I going to eat. Kevin got his legs under him and kneeled behind the truck's cab. He rapped on the rear window until he got Dave's attention. He then relayed Melanie's request. The response from Dave was a wave of dismissal. Kevin repositioned himself on his back. I guess you have to go to my house first, he said. As soon as they hit the cobblestones, the ride was so jarring that they all sat up. Rounding the last turn, Kevin looked ahead expectantly. He was as eager to take a shower as Melanie. Unfortunately, what he saw was not encouraging. Siegfried and Cameron were standing out in front of his house along with 4 heavily armed Equatoguinean soldiers. One of the soldiers was an officer. Oh, Kevin said. This doesn't look promising after all. The truck came to a halt. Dave hopped out and came around to put down the tailgate. Kevin was the first to climb out on stiff legs. Melanie and Candace followed. Preparing himself for the inevitable, Kevin walked over to where Siegfried and Cameron were standing. He knew Melanie and Candace were right behind. Bertram, who'd parked in front of the pickup truck, joined them. No one looked particularly happy. We had hoped you'd taken an unannounced holiday, Siegfried said scornfully. Instead, we find you have willfully disobeyed standing orders, not to trespass on Isla Francesca. You're all to be confined to quarters here, in this house. He pointed over his shoulder at Kevin's. Kevin was about to explain why they'd done what they had when Melanie pushed past him. She was exhausted and irate. I'm not staying here and that's final, she spat. In fact, I quit. I'll be leaving the zone just as soon as I can make arrangements. Siegfried's upper lip hiked itself up to exaggerate his sneer. After a quick step forward, he backhanded Melanie viciously, knocking her down. Reflexively, Candace dropped to one knee to aid her friend. Don't touch her, Siegfried shouted, as he drew his hand back, as if to strike Candace. Candace ignored him, and helped Melanie up into a sitting position. Melanie's left eye was beginning to swell, and a trickle of blood slowly ran down her cheek. Kevin winced and looked away, expecting to hear another blow. He admired Candace's courage, and wished that he shared some. But he was terrified of Siegfried and afraid to move. When another blow did not materialize, Kevin looked back. Candace had Melanie standing shakily on her feet. You'll be leaving the zone soon enough, Siegfried snarled at Melanie. But it will be in the company of the Equatoguinean authorities. You can try your insolence on them. Kevin swallowed with difficulty. Being given to the Equatoguineans was what he'd feared most. I'm an American, Melanie sobbed. But you are in Equatorial Guinea, Siegfried snapped. And you've violated Equatoguinean law. Siegfried stepped back. I've confiscated all of your passports. Just so you know, they will be given to the local authorities along with your persons. In the meantime, you are to stay here in this house. And I warn you, that these soldiers and this officer have been ordered to shoot if you so much as take one step outside. Have I made myself clear? I need some clothes, Melanie cried. I've had clothes for both of you women brought from your quarters and thrown into upstairs guest rooms, Siegfried said. Believe me, we have thought of everything. Siegfried turned to Cameron. See that these people are taken care of. Of course, sir, Cameron said. He touched the tip of his hat before turning to Kevin and the women. Okay, you've heard the manager, he barked. Upstairs you go and no trouble, please. Kevin started forward, but he deterred enough to go by Bertram. They were using more than fire. They were making tools and even talking with each other. Kevin walked on. He'd not seen any reaction in Bertram's face other than a slight movement of his perpetually elevated eyebrows, but Kevin was certain Bertram had heard him. As Kevin wearily climbed to the second floor, he saw Cameron already organizing an area for the soldiers and the officer to occupy at the base of the stairs. Up in the front hall, Kevin, Melanie, and Candace eyed each other. Melanie was still sobbing intermittently. Kevin breathed out. "This is not good news," he said. "They can't do this to us," Melanie whimpered. "The point is they are going to try," Kevin said. "And without our passports we'd have trouble leaving the country, even if we were to walk out of here." Melanie put her hands on either side of her face and squeezed. "I've got to get a hold of myself," she said. "I feel numb again," Candace admitted. "We've gone from one form of captivity to another." Kevin sighed. "At least they didn't put us in the jail." Outside they heard multiple car engines start and vehicles pull away. Kevin went out onto the veranda and saw all the cars leaving except for Cameron's. Glancing up into the sky, he noted that twilight was deepening into night. A few stars were visible. Turning back into the house, Kevin went directly to the phone. Picking it up, he heard what he'd expected to hear. "Nothing." "Is there a dial tone?" Melanie asked from behind him. Kevin replaced the receiver. He shook his head. "I'm afraid not." "I didn't expect so," Melanie said. "Let's take showers," Candace suggested. "Good idea," Melanie said, making an effort to sound positive. After agreeing to meet in a half hour, Kevin walked back through the dining room and pushed open the kitchen door. As dirty as he was, he didn't want to enter. The smell of roast chicken teased his nose. Esmeralda had leaped to her feet the moment the door opened. "Hello, Esmeralda," Kevin said. "Welcome, Mr. Marshall," Esmeralda said. "You didn't come out to greet us like you always do," Kevin said. "I was afraid the manager was still here," Esmeralda said. "He and the security man had come up earlier to say you were coming home, and that you would not be able to leave the house." "That's what they told me, too," Kevin said. "I've made food for you," Esmeralda said. "Are you hungry?" "Very much," Kevin said. "But there are 2 guests." "I know," Esmeralda said. "The manager told me that as well." "Can we eat in a half hour?" Kevin asked. "Certainly." Kevin nodded. He was lucky to have Esmeralda. He turned to leave, but Esmeralda called out to him. He hesitated, holding the door ajar. "There are many bad things happening in the town," she said. "Not only for you and your friends, but also for strangers. I have a cousin who works at the hospital. She told me that 4 Americans came from New York and went into the hospital. They talked with the patient who got the liver from the bonobo." "Oh," Kevin questioned. Strangers coming from New York to talk to one of the transplant patients was a thoroughly unanticipated development. "They just walked in," Esmeralda continued. "They were not supposed to be there. They said they were doctors. Security was called, and the army and the guards came to take them away. They are in the jail." "My word," Kevin commented, while his mind veered off on a tangent. New York reminded him of the surprising call he'd gotten a week previously in the middle of the night from the Gensi's CEO, Taylor Cabot. It had been about the patient Carlo Franconi, who'd been killed in New York. Taylor Cabot had asked if someone could figure out what had happened to Carlo from an autopsy. "My cousin knows some of the soldiers who were there," Esmeralda continued. "They said that the Americans will be given to the ministers. If they are, they will be killed. I thought you should know." Kevin felt a chill descend his spine. He knew such a fate was what Siegfried had in mind for him, Melanie, and Candace. But who were these Americans? Had they been involved with the autopsy on Carlo Franconi? "It is all very serious," Esmeralda said. "And I'm afraid for you. I know you went to the Forbidden Island." "How do you know that?" Kevin questioned with amazement. "In our town people talk," Esmeralda said. "When I said you were gone unexpectedly, and that the manager was looking for you, Alphonse Kimba told my husband that you had gone to the island. He was sure." "I appreciate your concern," Kevin said evasively, and preoccupied with his thoughts. "Thank you for what you have told me." Kevin went back to his own room. When he looked at himself in the mirror, he was surprised how exhausted and filthy he appeared. Running a hand over his beginning beard, he noticed something more disturbing. He was beginning to look a lot like his double. After a shave, shower, and clean clothes, Kevin felt revived. The entire time, he mused about the Americans in the jail under the town hall. He was very curious, and would have liked nothing better than to go and talk with them. Kevin found the two women were equally refreshed. The shower had transformed Melanie into her irrepressible self, and she complained bitterly about the selection of clothes she'd been offered. "Nothing goes with anything," she complained. They settled in the dining room, and Esmeralda began serving the meal. Melanie laughed, after looking around at the surroundings. "You know, I find it almost funny that a few hours ago we were living like Neanderthals. Then, presto, we were in the lap of luxury. It's like a time machine. If only we didn't have to worry about what tomorrow will bring," Candace said. "Let's at least enjoy our last supper," Melanie said with her typical wry humor. "Besides, the more I think about it, the less likely I think it is that they can just foist us off on the Equatoguineans. I mean, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. This is almost the beginning of the third millennium. The world is too small." "But I'm worried," Candace began. "Excuse me," Kevin interrupted. "Esmeralda told me something curious that I'd like to share with you." Kevin started by mentioning the phone call he got in the middle of the night from Taylor Cabot. Then he told the story about the arrival and subsequent incarceration of the New Yorkers in the town's jail. "Well, this is just what I'm talking about," Melanie said. "A couple of smart people do an autopsy in New York, and they end up here in Chicago, and we thought we were so isolated. I tell you, the world's getting smaller every day." "So you think these Americans came here following a trail that started with Franconi?" Kevin asked. His intuition was telling him the same thing, but he wanted reinforcement. "What else could it be?" Melanie questioned. "There's no question in my mind." "Candace, what do you think?" Kevin asked. "I agree with Melanie," Candace said. "Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence." "Thank you, Candace," Melanie said. While twirling her empty wine glass, she looked menacingly at Kevin. "I hate to interrupt this fascinating conversation, but where's some of that great wine of yours, bucko?" "Gosh, I totally forgot," Kevin said. "Sorry." He pushed back from the table and went into the butler's pantry that he'd filled with his mostly untouched wine allocation. As he was looking through the labels, which held little meaning for him, he was suddenly struck by how much wine he had. Counting the bottles in a small area and extrapolating it to allow for the entire room, he realized he had more than 300 bottles. "My word," Kevin said as a plan began to form in his head. He grabbed an armload of bottles and pushed through the swinging door into the kitchen. Esmeralda got up from where she was sitting, having her own dinner. "I have a favor to ask," Kevin said. "Would you take these bottles of wine and a corkscrew down to the soldiers at the foot of the stairs?" "So many?" she questioned. "Yes, and I'd like you to take even more to the soldiers in the town hall. If they ask what the occasion is, tell them that I'm going away, and I wanted them to enjoy the wine, not the manager." A smile spread across Esmeralda's face. She looked at Kevin. "I think I understand." From a cupboard she got the canvas bag that she used for shopping and loaded it with wine bottles. A moment later, she disappeared through the butler's pantry, heading for the front hall. Kevin made several trips back and forth from his wine collection to the kitchen table. Soon he had several dozen bottles lined up, including the couple bottles of port. "What's going on?" Melanie inquired after sticking her head into the kitchen. "We're waiting. And where's the wine?" Kevin handed her one of the bottles. He said he'd be a few minutes more, and they should start eating without him. Melanie rolled the bottle over to look at the label. "Oh, my, Chateau Ladder," she said. She flashed Kevin an appreciative grin, before ducking back into the dining room. Esmeralda returned to say that the soldiers were very pleased. "But I thought I'd take them some bread," she added. "It will stimulate their thirst." "Marvelous idea," Kevin said. He filled the canvas bag with wine and tested its weight. It was heavy, but he thought Esmeralda could handle it. "Let me know how many soldiers are at the town hall," Kevin said as he handed her the bag. "We'll want to make sure there is plenty for everyone." "There are usually 4 at night," Esmeralda said. "Then 10 bottles should be fine," Kevin said. "At least for starters." He smiled, and Esmeralda smiled back. Taking a deep breath, Kevin pushed through the door into the dining room. He wanted to see what the women thought of his idea. Kevin rolled over and looked at the clock. It was just before midnight, so he sat up and put his feet over the side of the bed. He turned off the alarm clock that had been set to go off at 12 page 1000 sharp. Then he stretched. During dinner, Kevin's proposed plan had sparked a lively discussion. In a cooperative effort, the idea had been refined and expanded. Ultimately, all three thought it was worth attempting. After making what preparations they could, they all decided to try to get a little rest. But Kevin had been unable to sleep despite his exhaustion. He was too keyed up. There was also the problem of the gradually increasing noise from the soldiers. At first, it had just been animated chatter, but during the last half hour, loud, drunken singing had reverberated from below. Esmeralda had visited both groups of soldiers twice during the evening. When she returned, she reported that the expensive French wine was a big hit. After her second visit, she told Kevin that the initial deliveries of bottles had been almost drained. Kevin dressed quickly in the dark, then ventured out into the hall. He did not want to turn on any lights. Luckily, the moon was bright enough for him to see his way to the guest rooms. He knocked first on Melanie's door. He was startled when it was opened instantly. "I've been waiting," Melanie whispered. "I couldn't sleep." Together, they went to Candace's room. She too was ready. In the living room they picked up the small canvas bags each had prepared and walked out onto the veranda. The vista was enticingly exotic. It had rained several hours earlier, but now the sky was filled with puffy, silver-blue clouds. A gibbous moon was high in the sky, and its light made the mist-filled town glow eerily. The jungle sounds were shockingly loud in the hot, moist air. They had discussed this first stage in detail, so there was no need for talk now. At the far end of the veranda in the rear corner they secured the end of 3 sheets that had been tied together. The other end was dropped over the side to the ground. Melanie had insisted on going first. She climbed nimbly over the balustrade and lowered herself to the ground with inspiring ease. Candace was next, and her cheerleading experience stood her in good stead. She had no trouble making it down. Kevin was the one who had difficulty trying to imitate Melanie. He pushed off with his feet. But then as he swung back toward the building he got twisted in the sheets, so that he collided with the stucco, scraping his knuckles. "Damn," he whispered, when he finally was standing on the cobblestones. He shook his hand, and squeezed his fingers. "Are you okay?" Melanie whispered. "I think so," Kevin said. The next stage of their escape was more worrisome. In single file, they inched along the back of the building within the shadow of the arcade. Each step took them closer to the central stairwell, where they could hear the soldiers. A cassette recorder playing African music at low volume had been added to the festivities. They reached the stall, where Kevin kept his Toyota Land Cruiser, and slipped in along the passenger side, until they reached the front. According to previously made plans, Kevin eased around the car to the driver's side door and quietly opened it. At that point, he was within 15 to 20 feet from the inebriated soldiers, who were on the opposite side of a reed mat suspended from the ceiling. Kevin released the emergency brake, and put the car in neutral. Returning to the women, he motioned to start pushing. At first, the heavy vehicle resisted their efforts. Kevin lifted his foot, to push against the house's foundation. That added amount of leverage made the difference. The car eased out of its parking slot. At the lip of the arcade, the cobblestones of the street slanted downward in a gentle slope, so rainwater would run away from the house. As soon as the rear wheels of the vehicle passed this point, the car gained momentum. All at once, Kevin realized that no additional force was needed. "Uh-oh," Kevin cried, as the car began to gain speed. Kevin ran around the side of the car, and tried to get the driver's side door open. Given the car's increasing momentum, this wasn't easy. The car was now halfway across the alley and beginning to curve to the right down the hill toward the waterfront. Finally Kevin succeeded in opening the door. In one swift move, he dove in behind the wheel. He got in position as quickly as possible, then jammed on the brakes. At the same time, he turned the steering wheel hard to the left, so as to better align the vehicle with the street. Fearful their efforts might have attracted the soldiers' attention, Kevin looked their way to check. The men were gathered around the small table supporting the cassette player and a half-dozen empty wine bottles. The soldiers were happily clapping and stomping their feet, oblivious to Kevin's maneuverings with the car. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. The passenger side door opened, and Melanie climbed in. Candace got in the back. "Don't close the door," Kevin whispered. He was still holding his ajar. Kevin eased up on the brake. The car did not move at first, so he shifted his weight back and forth, until he got the car rolling down the incline toward the waterfront. Kevin looked out the rear window, steering the vehicle as it began gathering speed. They rolled for 2 blocks. At that point, the hill began to flatten out, and the car eventually came to a stop. Only then did Kevin slip the key into the ignition and start the engine. They all closed their doors. They looked at each other in the half-light of the car's interior. They were all keyed up, and their pulses were racing. Everyone smiled. "We did it," Melanie asserted. "So far so good," Kevin agreed. Kevin put the car in gear. He turned right for several blocks to give his house a wide berth, and headed for the motor pool. "You're pretty sure no one will give us trouble at the garage?" Melanie said. "Well, there's no way to know for sure," Kevin said. "But I don't think so. The motor pool people live a life of their own. Besides, Siegfried has probably kept the story of our disappearance and reappearance a secret. He'd have to if he were truly planning on handing us over to the Equatoguinean authorities." "I hope you are right," Melanie said. She sighed. "I'm half wondering if we shouldn't just try to drive out of the zone behind one of the trucks instead of bothering with 4 Americans we've never met." "Those people got in here somehow," Kevin said. "I'm counting on their having had to plan to get out. Running the main gate should be considered our last-ditch option." They pulled into the busy motor pool facility. They had to squint under the glare of the mercury vapor lights. They continued until they came to the repair section. Kevin parked behind a bay with the cab of a semi up on a hydraulic lift. Several greasy mechanics were standing under it, scratching their heads. "Wait here," Kevin said, as he alighted from the Toyota. He walked inside and greeted the men. Melanie and Candace watched. Candace literally had her fingers crossed. "Well, at least they didn't bolt for the telephone the moment they saw him," Melanie said. The women watched as one of the mechanics sauntered off and disappeared through a door in the rear of the facility. He reappeared a moment later, carrying a lengthy hunk of heavy chain. He gave it to Kevin, who staggered under its weight. As his face turned a progressively brighter shade of red, Kevin stumbled back toward the Land Cruiser. Sensing he was about to drop the chain, Melanie hopped out of the car to open the luggage area. The vehicle lurched as Kevin dropped the chain onto the tailgate. "I told them I wanted heavy chain," Kevin managed. "It didn't have to be this heavy." "What did you say to those men?" Melanie asked. "I said that your car got stuck in some mud," Kevin said. "They didn't bat an eyelash. Of course, they didn't offer to come and help, either." Kevin and Melanie returned inside the Toyota, and they started back toward town. "You're sure this is going to work?" Candace asked from the rear seat. "No, but I can't think of anything else," Kevin said. For the rest of the trip, no one spoke. They all knew this was the most difficult part of the whole plan. The tension mounted as they turned into the parking lot for the town hall and doused the headlights. The room occupied by the army post was ablaze with light. As they got closer, Kevin, Melanie, and Candace could hear the music. This group of soldiers also had a cassette player, only theirs was cranking out African music at full volume. "That's the kind of party I was counting on," Kevin said. He made a wide turn, and then back toward the building. He could just make out the window wells for the subterranean jail within the shadows of the ground floor arcade. He stopped the car within 5 feet of the building, and put on the emergency brake. All three gazed into the room occupied by the soldiers. They couldn't see much of the room and none of the soldiers, because the line of sight was on an angle through an unglazed window. The window's shutter had been raised and hooked to the ceiling of the arcade. A number of empty wine bottles were on the sill. "Well, it's now or never," Kevin said. "Can we help?" Melanie asked. "No, stay put," Kevin said. Kevin climbed from the car and walked in under the nearest arch to stand within the shelter of the arcade. The sound of the music was deafening. Kevin's major concern was that, if someone looked out the window, Kevin would be seen immediately. There was nothing to hide behind. Looking down at the window well, Kevin could see the barred opening. Beyond the bars was utter darkness. There was not the faintest light within the cell. Getting down on his hands and knees first, Kevin lay on the stone floor with his head over the lip of the window well. With his face close to the bars, he called out over the noise of the music, "Hello, anybody in there?" "Just us tourists," Jack said. "Are we invited to the party?" "I understand you are Americans," Kevin said. "Like apple pie and baseball," Jack said. Kevin could suddenly hear other voices in the dark, but they were unintelligible. "You people have to realize what a dangerous situation you've gotten yourselves into," Kevin said. "Really?" Jack said. "We thought this was how all visitors to Congo were treated." Kevin thought that whomever he was speaking with would certainly get along well with Melanie. "I'm going to try to pull these bars out," Kevin said. "Are you all in the same cell?" "No, we have two beautiful ladies in the cell to my left." "Okay," Kevin said. "Let's see what I can do with these bars first." Kevin got up and went back for the chain. Returning to the window well, he threaded one end through the bars into the abyss. "Hook this around one of the bars a number of times," Kevin said. "I like this," Jack said. "It reminds me of an old Western movie." Back at the Toyota, Kevin secured the chain to the trailer hitch. When he got back to the window well, he gently pulled on the chain. He could see it was tied securely around the central bar. "Looks good," Kevin said. "Let's see what happens." He climbed back into the vehicle and made sure it was in its lowest four-wheel drive gear. Looking out the back window, Kevin cautiously eased the car forward to take the slack out of the chain. "All right, here we go," Kevin said to Melanie and Candace. He began to press on the accelerator. The heavy-duty Toyota engine strained, but Kevin couldn't hear it. The hum of the motor was drowned out by the frenzied beat of a popular Syrian rock group. Suddenly, the vehicle lurched forward. Hastily, Kevin braked. Behind them they heard a terrible clanging over the sound of the music, like someone hitting a fire escape with a curbstone. Kevin and the women winced. They looked back at the opening into the army post. To their relief, no one appeared to check out the awful sound. Kevin jumped out of the Toyota with the intention of going back to see what had happened, when he almost ran into an impressively muscled black man heading right for him. "Good job, man. My name's Warren and this is Jack." Jack had come up alongside Warren. "I'm Kevin." "Cool," Warren said. "You back these wheels up, and we'll see what we can do with the other opening." "How did you get out so quickly?" Kevin asked. "Man, you pulled out the whole friggin' frame," Warren said. Kevin climbed into the car and slowly backed up. He could see the two men had already detached the chain. "It worked," Melanie said. "Congratulations." "I must admit it was better than I thought," Kevin said. A moment later, someone thumped on the back of the Toyota. When Kevin looked, he could see one of the men wave for him to go forward. Kevin used the same driving technique he'd used the first episode. With approximately the same amount of power, there was the same sudden release, and unfortunately the same clanging noise. This time a soldier had appeared at the window. Kevin didn't move, and he prayed the two men he'd just met did the same. The soldier proceeded to bring a wine bottle to his lips, and in the process, knocked several of the empties off the sill. They shattered on the stone pavement. Then he turned and disappeared back into the room. Kevin got out of the vehicle in time to see two women being extracted from the second window well. As soon as they were free, all four rushed for the car. Kevin went around to detach the chain, but found that Warren was already in the process of doing so. They all climbed into the Toyota without discussion. Jack and Warren squeezed into the jump seats in the back, while Lori and Natalie joined Candace on the middle bench. Kevin put the car in gear. After a final glance at the army post, he drove from the parking lot. He didn't switch on the lights until they were away from Town Hall. The escape had been a heady experience for everyone. Triumph for Kevin, Melanie, and Candace. Surprise and utter relief for the crew from New York. The seven exchanged terse introductions. Then the questions started. At first, everyone spoke at the same time. "Wait a second, everybody," Jack shouted over the babble. "We need some order in this chaos. Only one person at a time." "Well, damn," Warren said. "I'm going first. I just want to thank you guys for coming when you did." "I'll second that," Lori said. Having cleared the central part of town, Kevin pulled into the parking lot for the main supermarket. There were several other cars. He stopped and turned off the lights and the engine. "Before we talk about anything else," Kevin said, "we've got to talk about getting out of this town. We don't have a lot of time." "How did you people originally plan on leaving?" "By the same boat we came in on," Jack said. "Where's the boat?" Kevin asked. "We assume it's where we left it," Jack said. "Pulled up on the beach under the pier." "Is it big enough for all of us?" Kevin asked. "With room to spare," Jack said. "Perfect," Kevin said with excitement. "I was hoping you'd come by boat. That way we can go directly to Gabon." He faced around quickly and restarted the engine. "Let's just pray it's not been found." He drove out of the parking lot and began a circuitous route to the waterfront. He wanted to stay as far from the town hall and his own house as possible. "We have a problem," Jack said. "We have no identification or money. Everything was taken from us." "We're not much better off," Kevin said. But we do have some money, both cash and traveler's checks. Our passports were confiscated when we were put under house arrest this afternoon. We were destined for the same fates as you, to be turned over to the Equatoguinean authorities. Would that have been a problem? Jack asked. Kevin let out a little derisive laugh. In the back of his mind, he could see the skulls on Siegfried's desk. It would have been more than a problem. It would have meant a hush-hush mock trial followed by a firing squad. No shit. Warren said. In this country, it is a capital offense to interfere with Gen-size operations, Kevin said. And the manager is the one who decides whether someone is interfering or not. A firing squad? Jack repeated with horror. I'm afraid so, Kevin said. The army here is good at it. They've had a lot of practice over the years. Then we're even more in debt to you people than we thought, Jack said. I'd no idea. Laurie looked out the side window of the car and shuddered. It was just sinking in how seriously her life was on the line, and that the threat was not yet over. How come you guys were in the soup? Warren asked. It's a long story, Melanie said. So is ours, Laurie said. I have a question, Kevin said. Did you people come here because of Carlo Franconi? Whoa. Jack said. Such clairvoyance. I'm impressed and intrigued. How did you guess? What exactly is your role here in Chicago? Me, in particular? Kevin asked. Well, all of you, Jack said. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace looked at each other to see who wanted to speak first. We were all part of the same program, Candace said. But I was just a minor player. I'm an intensive care nurse for a surgical transplant team. I'm a reproductive technologist, Melanie said. I provide the raw materials for Kevin to work his magic, and once he has, I see to it that his creations are brought to fruition. I'm a molecular biologist, Kevin explained with a sigh of regret. Someone who overstepped his bounds and committed a Promethean blunder. Hold up, Jack said. Don't go too literary on me. I know I've heard of Prometheus, but I can't remember who he was. Prometheus was a titan in Greek mythology, Laurie said. He stole fire from Olympus and gave it to man. I inadvertently gave fire to some animals, Kevin said. I stumbled on the way to move chromosome parts, particularly the short arm of chromosome 6 from one cell to another, from one species to another. So you took chromosome parts from humans and put them into an ape, Jack said. Into the fertilized egg of an ape, Kevin said. A bonobo to be exact. And what you were really doing, Jack continued, was custom designing the perfect organ transplant source for a specific individual. Exactly, Kevin said. It wasn't what I had in mind in the beginning. I was just a pure researcher. What I ended up doing was something I was lured into because of its economic potential. Wow. Jack commented. Ingenious and impressive, but also a little scary. It's more than scary, Kevin said. It's a tragedy of sorts. The problem is I transferred too many human genes. I've accidentally created a race of proto-humans. You mean like Neanderthals? Laurie asked. More primitive by millions of years, Kevin said. More like Lucy. But they're intelligent enough to use fire, make tools, and even converse. I think they are the way we were 4 or 5 million years ago. Where are these creatures? Laurie asked with alarm. They're on a nearby island, Kevin said, where they have been living in comparative freedom. Unfortunately, that's all about to change. Why is that? Laurie asked. In her mind's eye, she could see these proto-humans. As a child she'd been fascinated by cavemen. Kevin quickly told the story of the smoke eventually bringing him, Melanie, and Candace to the island. He related how they'd been captured and then rescued. He also told them about the creature's fate of facing lifelong internment in tiny concrete cells purely because they were too human. That's awful, Laurie commented. It's a disaster. Jack said with a shake of his head. What's the story? This world isn't ready for a new race, Warren said. We've got enough trouble with what we have already. We're coming up on the waterfront, Kevin announced. The square at the base of the pier is around the next bend. Then stop here, Jack said. There was a soldier there when we arrived. Kevin pulled over to the side of the road and turned off the headlights. He kept the engine running for the air conditioning. Jack and Warren got out the back and ran down to the corner. Carefully, they peeked around the bend. If our boat is not there, are there other boats around here? Laurie asked. I'm afraid not, Kevin said. Is there another way out of town besides the main gate? Lori asked. That's it, Kevin said. Heaven help us, Lori commented. Jack and Warren came back quickly. Kevin lowered his window. There's a soldier, Jack said. He's none too attentive. In fact, he might even be asleep, but we'll still have to deal with him. I think it best you all stay here. Fine by me, Kevin said. He was more than happy to leave such business up to others. If left to him, he wouldn't have had any idea what to do. Jack and Warren returned to the corner and disappeared. Kevin raised his window. Laurie looked at Natalie and shook her head. I'm sorry about all this. I suppose I should have known. Jack seems to have a penchant for finding trouble. No need to apologize, Natalie said. It's certainly not your fault. Besides, things are looking a lot better than they did only 15 or 20 minutes ago. Jack and Warren reappeared in a surprisingly short time. Jack was holding a handgun, while Warren was carrying an assault rifle. They got into the back of the Toyota. Any problem? Kevin asked. Nope, Jack said. He was very accommodating. Of course, Warren can be very persuasive when he wants to be. Does the Chicky Hut bar have a parking area? Warren asked. It does, Kevin said. Drive there. Warren said. Kevin backed up, took a right and then the first left. At the end of the block he pulled into an expansive asphalt parking lot. The darkened Chicky Hut bar was silhouetted ahead. Beyond the bar was the sparkling expanse of the broad estuary. Its surface shimmered in the moonlight. Kevin drove directly up to the bar and stopped. You all wait here, Warren said. I'll check on the boat. He climbed out with the assault rifle and quickly disappeared around the bar. He moves quickly, Melanie commented. You have no idea, Jack said. Is that Gabon on the other side of the water? Lori asked. It sure is, Melanie said. How far is it? Jack asked. About 4 miles straight across, Kevin said. But we should try to get to Cocoa Beach. That's about 10 miles away. From there we can contact the American Embassy in Libreville, who will certainly be able to help us. How long will it take to get to Cocoa Beach? Lori asked. I'd estimate a little more than an hour, Kevin said. Of course, it depends on the speed of the boat. Warren reappeared and came to the car. Kevin lowered his window again. We're cool, Warren said. The boat's there. No problem. Hooray, everybody replied in unison. They piled out of the car. Kevin, Melanie, and Candace brought their canvas bags. Is that your luggage? Lori teased. This is it, Candace said. Warren led the group into the darkened bar, and around to where there were steps to the beach. Let's move quickly, until we get behind the retaining wall, Warren said. He motioned for the others to precede him. It was dark beneath the pier, and everyone had to move slowly. Along with the sound of the small waves lapping against the shore was the noise of large crabs scampering into their sand burrows. We've got a couple of flashlights, Kevin said. Should we use them? Let's not take the chance, Jack said as he literally bumped into the boat. He made sure it was reasonably stable, before telling everyone to climb in, and move to the stern. As soon as everyone had done so, Jack could feel the boat become lighter. Leaning against the boat, he began to push it out. Watch out for the crossbeams, Jack said as he jumped aboard. Everyone helped by reaching for the wood piles and pulling the boat silently along. It took them only a few minutes to travel to the end of the pier, which was blocked by the floating dock. At that point they angled the boat out into moonlit open water. There were only 4 paddles. Besides the men, Melanie insisted on paddling. I want to get about 100 yards away from the shore before I start the motor, Jack explained. There's no sense taking any chances. Everyone looked back at peaceful-appearing Cocoa, whose whitewashed buildings shrouded in mist glimmered in the silver moonlight. The surrounding jungle limned the town with midnight blue. The walls of vegetation were like tidal waves about to break. The night sounds of the jungle fell astern. The only noise became the gurgle of the paddles passing through the water or their scraping along the side of the boat. For a time, no one spoke. Racing hearts slowed, and breathing tended toward normal. There was time to think, and even look around. The newcomers in particular were captivated by the arresting beauty of the nocturnal African landscape. Its sheer size was overwhelming. Everything seemed bigger in Africa, even the night sky. For Kevin it was different. His relief of having escaped Cocoa, and having helped others to do so as well, only made his anguish about the fate of his chimeric bonobos that much more poignant. It had been a mistake to have created them, but abandoning them to a lifetime of captivity in a tiny cage compounded his guilt. After a time, Jack Jack picked up his oar and dropped it into the bottom of the boat. "Time to start the engine," he announced. He grasped the outboard and tilted it down into the water. "Wait a second," Kevin said suddenly. "I have a request. Something I have no right to ask of you people, but it is important." Jack straightened up from bending over the gas tank. "What's on your mind, sport?" he asked. "See that island, the last one in the chain?" Kevin said while pointing toward Isla Francesca. "That's where all the bonobos are. They're in cages at the foot of a bridge to the mainland. I'd like nothing better than to go over there and release them." "What would that accomplish?" Lori asked. "A lot if I could get them to cross the bridge," Kevin said. "Wouldn't your cargo friends just round them up again?" Jack asked. "They'd never find them," Kevin said, warming to his idea. "They'd vanish. From this part of Equatorial Guinea, and stretching for 1,000 miles inland is mostly virginal rainforest. It encompasses not only this country, but vast regions of Gabon, Cameroon, Congo, and Central African Republic. It's got to be 1,000,000 square miles, parts of which are still literally unexplored." "Just let them go by themselves?" Candace asked. "That's exactly the point," Kevin said. "They'd have a chance, and I think they'd make it. They're resourceful. Look at our ancestors. They had to live through the Pleistocene Ice Age. That was more of a challenge than living in a rainforest." Lori looked at Jack. "I like the idea." Jack glanced at the island, then asked which direction was Cocoa Beach. "We'd be going out of our way," Kevin admitted, "but it's not far. 20-minute stops." "What if you let them out, and they stay on the island?" Warren said. "At least I could tell myself I tried," Kevin said. "I feel that I have to do something." "Hey, why not?" Jack said. "I think I like the idea too. What does everybody else say?" "To tell you the truth, I'd like to see one of these animals," Warren said. "Let's go," Candace said enthusiastically. "Okay by me," Natalie said. "I couldn't think of a better idea," Melanie said. "Let's do it." Jack gave the engine cord a few pulls. The outboard roared to life. Pushing over the helm, Jack steered toward Isla Francesca. Chapter 23. March 10, 1997, 1:45 a.m. Coco, Equatorial Guinea. Siegfried had dreamed the dream 100 times, and each time it had gotten a little worse. In it, he was approaching a female elephant with a young calf. He didn't like doing it, but the client couple demanded it. It was the wife who wanted to see the baby up close. Siegfried had sent trackers out laterally to protect the flank, while he and the couple neared the mother. But the trackers to the north became terrified when the huge bull elephant appeared. They ran, and to compound their cowardice, they failed to warn Siegfried of the danger. The sound of the enormous elephant charging through the underbrush was like the thunder of an oncoming train. Its shrieks built to a crescendo, and just before impact Siegfried woke up bathed in sweat. Panting, Siegfried rolled over and sat up. Reaching through the mosquito netting, he found a glass of water and took a drink. The problem with his dream was that it was too real. This was the incident through which he'd lost the use of his right arm, and had the skin of his face flayed open. Siegfried sat on the edge of his bed for a few moments, before he realized the shrieking he'd thought was from his dream was coming from outside his window. A moment later, he realized the source: loud West African rock music emanating from a cheap cassette player. Siegfried looked at the clock. Seeing that it was close to 2 a.m., he became instantly incensed. Who could be so insolent to make such noise at that time in the morning? Sensing the noise was coming across the green in front of his house, he got out of bed and stepped onto the veranda. To his surprise and dismay, the music was coming from Kevin Marshall's. In fact, Siegfried could see who was responsible. It was the soldiers guarding the house. Anger coursed through Siegfried's body like a bolt of electricity. Ducking back inside his bedroom, he called Cameron and ordered the security director to meet him over at Kevin's. Siegfried slammed the phone down. He pulled on his clothes. As he left the house, he grabbed one of his old hunting carbines. Siegfried walked directly across the green. The closer he got to Kevin's, the louder the music became. The soldiers were in a puddle of light beneath a bare light bulb. Sprinkled across the ground at their feet were numerous empty bottles of wine. Two of the soldiers were singing along with the music, while playing imaginary instruments. The other two appeared to have passed out. By the time Siegfried got to the scene, Cameron's car had careened down the cobblestone street and screeched to a halt. Cameron jumped out. He was still buttoning his shirt as he approached Siegfried. He glanced at the inebriated soldiers, and was clearly appalled. Cameron started to apologize when Siegfried cut him off. "Forget about explanations and excuses," is, he said. Get upstairs and make sure Mr. Marshall and his 2 friends are tucked in for the night. Cameron touched the tip of hat in faint salute. He disappeared up the stairs. Siegfried could hear him pounding on the door. A moment later, several lights went on in the living quarters. Siegfried fumed as he watched the soldiers. They hadn't even noticed his presence or Cameron's. Cameron came back looking pale and shaking his head. They're not there. Siegfried tried to control his anger enough to think. The level of incompetence with which he had to work was astounding. What about his Land Cruiser? Siegfried snapped. I'll check, Cameron said. He ran back, literally pushing his way through the singing soldiers. He returned almost instantly. It's gone. What a surprise, Siegfried said sarcastically. Then he snapped his fingers and motioned toward Cameron's car. Siegfried got in the front seat, while Cameron climbed in behind the wheel. Call and alert your security force, Siegfried ordered. I want Kevin's car found immediately, and call the gate. Make sure it hasn't left the zone. Meanwhile, take me to town hall. Cameron used his car phone as he maneuvered his vehicle around the block. Both numbers were stored in his phone's auto dealer, so it was a hands-free operation. Stopping on the accelerator, he headed north. By the time they neared the town hall, the official search for Kevin's car had been initiated. It was readily determined that the vehicle had not tried to go through the gate. As they turned into the parking lot, both heard the music. Uh-oh, Cameron said. Siegfried stayed silent. He was trying to prepare himself for what he now suspected. Cameron pulled to a halt at the building. His headlights picked up the debris that had resulted when the bar frames had been yanked out of the wall. The pile of chain was visible. This is a disaster, Siegfried said with a tremulous voice. He stepped out of the car with the carbine. Although he had to hold the gun with one hand, he was an accomplished marksman. In quick succession he pulled off 3 rounds, and 3 of the empty wine bottles on the windowsill of the army post burst into shards of glass. But the music did not falter. Gripping the gun tightly in his good hand, Siegfried went over to the army post window and looked in. The cassette player was on the desk with its volume pegged at maximum. The 4 soldiers were passed out either on the floor or slouched in the rickety furniture. Siegfried raised the gun. He pulled the trigger and the cassette player flew off the desk. In an instant, the scene was thrust into a painful silence. Siegfried went back to Cameron. Call the colonel of the garrison. Tell him what has happened. Tell him I want these men court-martialed. Tell him to get a contingent of soldiers here immediately with a vehicle. Yes, sir, Cameron intoned. Siegfried stepped beneath the arcade and looked at the bars that had been pulled from the jail cell windows. They were hand-forged. Looking at the openings, he could tell why they'd come out so easily. The mortar between the bricks under the stucco had turned to sand. To get himself under control, Siegfried walked all the way around the town hall. By the time he rounded the final corner, headlights were coming along the road. They turned into the parking lot. With screeching tires, the security patrol car came to a halt next to Cameron's car, and the duty officer jumped out. Siegfried cursed under his breath as he approached. With Kevin and the women plus the Americans missing, the Bonobo project was in serious jeopardy. They had to be found. Mr. Spalak, Cameron said, I have some information. Officer O'Leary thinks he saw Kevin Marshall's car 10 minutes ago. Of course, we can quickly confirm it, if it is still there. Where? Siegfried asked. In the lot by the Chicky Hut bar, O'Leary said. I noticed it on my last tour. Did you see any people? No, sir, not a soul. There's supposed to be a guard down there, Siegfried said. Did you see him? Not really, sir, O'Leary said. What do you mean not really? Siegfried growled. He was fed up with incompetence. We don't make it a point to pay much attention to the soldiers, O'Leary said. Siegfried looked off in the distance. In the further attempt to control his anger, he forced himself to notice how the moonlight reflected off the vegetation. The beauty calmed him to a degree, and he reluctantly admitted that he didn't pay much attention to the soldiers either. Rather than serving any truly utilitarian purpose, they were just there, one of the costs of doing business with the Equatoguinean government. But why would Kevin's car be at the Chicky Hut bar? Then it dawned on him. Cameron, was it determined how the Americans got into town? Siegfried asked. I'm afraid not, Cameron said. Was a boat searched for? Siegfried asked. Cameron looked at O'Leary, who reluctantly replied. I didn't know anything about looking for a boat. What about when you relieved Hansen at 11? Cameron asked. When he briefed you, did he mention he'd looked for a boat? Not a word, sir, O'Leary said. Cameron swallowed. He turned to Siegfried. I'll just have to follow up on this, and get back to you later. In other words, no one looked for a goddamn boat. Siegfried snapped. This is a comedy around here, but I'm not laughing. I gave specific orders for a search for a boat, Cameron said. Obviously, orders are not enough, you lunkhead, Siegfried spat. You are supposed to be in charge. You are responsible. Siegfried closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He'd lost both groups. All he could do at this point was have the colonel call the army post in the Kaliang in the unlikely event the escapees might land there. But Siegfried was far from optimistic. He knew that, if the tables were turned, and he'd been the one fleeing, he'd go to Gabon. All of a sudden, Siegfried's eyes popped open. Another thought occurred to him, a more worrisome thought. Is there a guard out at Isla Francesca? He asked. No, sir. None was requested. What about at the bridge on the mainland? Siegfried persisted. There was until you ordered it removed, Cameron said. Then, we're going right now, Siegfried said. He started for Cameron's car. As he did so, 3 vehicles sped down the street and turned into the parking lot. They were army jeeps. They swooped over to the 2 parked vehicles and stopped. All of them were filled with soldiers bristling with guns. From the front jeep stepped Colonel Bongamo. In contrast to the slovenly soldiers, he was impeccably attired in his martial finery complete with medals. Despite the fact that it was night, he wore aviator sunglasses. He saluted Siegfried stiffly and said he was at his service. I'd be very appreciative if you took care of those drunk soldiers, Siegfried said in a controlled fashion, while pointing toward the post. There's another group, where Officer O'Leary can take you. And tell one of these jeeps full of soldiers to follow us. We may need their firepower. Kevin motioned for Jack to slow down. Jack cut back on the throttle and the heavy pirogue quickly lost momentum. They had entered the narrow channel between Isla Francesca and the mainland. It was significantly darker than out in the open water, because the trees on either side formed a canopy. Kevin was worried about the rope for the feeding float, and he'd positioned himself in the bow. He'd explained it to Jack, so Jack was prepared. It's eerie in here, Laurie said. Listen to how loud the animals are, Natalie said. What you are hearing are mostly frogs, Melanie said. Romantically inclined frogs. It's coming up just ahead, Kevin said. Jack cut the engine then stood, in order to tip the outboard out of the water. There was a soft thud, and a scraping noise as the boat passed over the rope. Let's paddle, Kevin said. It's only a little way farther, and I wouldn't want to hit a log in the dark. The dense jungle on the right fell away as they reached the staging area clearing. Once again they were in moonlight. Oh, no. Kevin cried from the bow. The bridge is not deployed, damn. That shouldn't be a problem, Melanie said. I still have the key. She held it up, and it glinted in the low light. I had a feeling it would come in handy someday. Oh, Melanie. Kevin gushed. You're wonderful. For a moment there, I thought all was lost. A deployable bridge that needs a key. Jack questioned. That's mighty sophisticated for out here in the jungle. There's a dock coming up on our right, Kevin said. That's where we'll tie the boat up. Jack was in the stern. He used his oar to back paddle, so the boat turned toward the island. A few minutes later, they quietly bumped against wood planking. Okay, everybody, Kevin said. He took a breath. He was nervous. He knew he was out of character, since he was about to do something he'd never done before, be a hero of sorts. Here's what I suggest. You all stay in the boat, at least for now. I really don't know how these animals are going to react to me. They're unbelievably strong, so there is a risk. I'm willing to take it for the reasons I've already talked about, but I don't want to put any of you in jeopardy. Is that reasonable? It's reasonable, but I don't know if I agree, Jack said. Seems to me you are going to need some help. Besides, with this AK-47 it's not as if we can't defend ourselves, Warren said. No shooting. Kevin said. Please, particularly not for my benefit. That's why I want you all to stay here. If things go badly, just leave. Melanie stood up. I'm almost as responsible as you for these creatures' existence. I'm helping whether you like it or not, bucko. Kevin made an expression of exasperation. No pouting, Melanie said. She climbed out of the boat onto the dock. Sounds like a party, Jack said. He stood up to follow Melanie's lead. You sit down. Melanie said sternly. At the moment, it's a private party. Jack sat. Kevin got out his flashlight and joined Melanie on the dock. We'll work very quickly, he promised. The first line of business was the bridge. Without it, the plan would fail, no matter what the response was from the animals. Kevin put in the key. As he turned it on and pressed the green button, he held his breath. Almost immediately he heard the whine of a battery-driven electric motor from the mainland side. Then in slow motion the telescoping bridge extended across the dark river to make contact with the cement stanchion on the island. Kevin climbed up on it to make sure it was solidly seated. He tried to shake it, but it was rigidly in place. Satisfied, he got down, and he and Melanie hiked in the direction of the forest. They couldn't see the cages because of the darkness of the shadows, but they knew where they were. "Do you have any plan, or are we just going to let them all out en masse?" Melanie asked as they walked across the field. Kevin had the flashlight on, so they could see where they were stepping. "The only idea that came to my mind was to find my double, Bonobo number 1, Kevin said. "Unlike me, he's a leader. If I can make him understand, maybe he'll take the others." Kevin shrugged. "Can you think of a better idea?" "Not at the moment," Melanie said. The cages were all lined up in a long row. The smell was rank, since some of the animals had been in their tiny prisons for more than 24 hours. As Kevin and Melanie walked along, Kevin shined the light in each enclosure. The animals awoke immediately. Some backed against the rear wall, trying to shield themselves from the glare. Others stood their ground obstinately, their eyes flashing red. "How are you going to recognize him?" Melanie asked. "I wish I could count on seeing my watch," Kevin said. "But the chances of that are slim. I suppose it's up to recognizing that awful scar he has." "It's rather ironic that he and Siegfried have almost the same scar," Melanie said. "Don't even mention that man's name," Kevin said. "My gosh, look." The light illuminated Bonobo number 1's frightfully scarred face. He stared back defiantly. "It's him," Melanie cried. "Bad," Kevin said. He patted his chest as the bonobo females had done when he, Melanie, and Candace had first been brought to the cave. Bonobo number 1 tilted his head and the skin between his eye furrowed. "Bad," Kevin repeated. Slowly, the bonobo raised his hand and patted his chest. Then he said "bad" as clearly as Kevin had. Kevin looked at Melanie. They were both shocked. Although they had tentatively conversed with Arthur, it had been in such a different context. They'd never been entirely sure they were actually communicating. This was different. "Atta," Kevin said. It was a word they'd heard frequently starting from the moment Bonobo number 1 had yelled it when they'd first encountered him. They thought it meant come. Bonobo number 1 didn't respond. Kevin repeated the word then looked at Melanie. "I don't know what else to say." "Neither do I," Melanie said. "Let's go for it, and open the door. Maybe he'll respond then. I mean it is hard for him to come when he's locked up." "Good point," Jack said. He stepped around Melanie to reach back along the right side of the cage. With trepidation, Kevin released the latch and opened the door. Kevin and Melanie stepped back. Kevin directed the flashlight toward the ground, rather than shine it in the animal's face. Bonobo number 1 emerged slowly and stood up to his full height. He looked to his left and then to his right before redirecting his attention at the two humans. "Atta," Kevin said again while backing up. Melanie stayed in step. Bonobo number 1 started forward, stretching as he walked like an athlete warming up. Kevin turned his body around so he could walk easier. He repeated "Atta" several more times. The animal's facial expression didn't change as he followed. Kevin led to the bridge and climbed up on it. He again repeated "Atta." Bonobo number 1 hesitantly climbed onto the concrete stanchion. Kevin backed up until he was standing in the middle of the span. The bonobo came out onto the bridge warily. He glanced frequently from side to side. Kevin then tried something they'd not tested on Arthur. Kevin strung bonobo words together. He used "sta" from the episode when Bonobo number 1 tried to give the dead monkey to Candace. He used "sit," which Bonobo number 1 had used to get them to go to the cave. And finally he used "a rack," which they were quite sure meant to weigh. "Stazza the rack," Kevin said. He opened his fingers and swept his hand away from his chest, the gesture that Candace had described in the operating room. Kevin hoped his amalgamated sentence said, "You go away." After repeating the phrase once again, Kevin pointed to the northeast in the direction of the limitless rainforest. Bonobo number 1 rose up on the balls of his feet and looked over Kevin's shoulder at the dark wall of mainland jungle. He then looked back in the direction of the cages. Spreading his arms, he vocalized a series of sounds Kevin and Melanie had not heard, or at least not associated with any specific activity. "What's he doing?" Kevin asked. At that point the animal was facing away from him. I could be wrong, Melanie said, but I think he's making reference to his people. My God, Kevin said. I think he might have understood my meaning. Let's let more of the animals out. Kevin walked forward. The bonobo sensed his movement and turned to face him. Kevin hesitated. The bridge was about 10 feet wide, and Kevin was concerned about coming too close. He remembered all too well how easy it had been for the bonobo to pick him up and throw him like a rag doll. Kevin stared into the animal's face to try to see any emotion, but he couldn't. All he got was a repeat of the uncanny sensation that he was looking into an evolutionary mirror. What's the matter? Melanie asked. He's scary, Kevin admitted. I don't know whether to pass him or not. Please, not another Mexican standoff, Melanie said. We don't have much time. Okay, Kevin said. He took a breath and inched around the animal, while teetering on the edge. The bonobo watched him but didn't move. This is so nerve-wracking, Kevin complained when he climbed down from the bridge. Do we want him to stay here? Melanie asked. Kevin scratched his head. I don't know. He might be a lure to get the others over here, but then again, maybe he should come back with us. Why don't we just start walking? Melanie said. We'll let him decide. Melanie and Kevin set out for the animal cages. They were pleased when bonobo number 1 immediately climbed from the bridge and followed. They walked quickly, conscious that Candace and the other people were waiting. When they got to the cages they didn't hesitate. Kevin opened the door on the first cage, while Melanie did the second. The animals emerged quickly and immediately exchanged words with bonobo number 1. Kevin and Melanie went to the next 2 cages. Within only a few minutes, there was a dozen animals milling about, vocalizing and stretching. It's working, Kevin said. I'm sure of it. If they were just going to run off in the forest here on the island, they would have already done so. I think they all know they have to leave. Maybe I should get Candace and our new friends, Melanie said. They should witness this, and they can help speed things up. Good idea, Kevin said. He looked at the long row of cages. He knew there were over 70. Melanie ran off into the night, while Kevin went to the next cage. He noticed that bonobo number 1 stayed nearby to greet each newly freed animal. By the time Kevin had released a half-dozen more animals, the humans arrived. At first, they were intimidated by the creatures and didn't know how to act. The animals ignored them, except for Warren, whom they gave a wide berth. Warren had brought the assault rifle, which Kevin guessed reminded the animals of the dart gun. They are so quiet, Lori said. It's spooky. They're depressed, Kevin said. It could be from the tranquilizer or from having been imprisoned. But don't go too close. They might be quiet, but they are very strong. What can we do to help? Candace asked. Just open the cage doors, Kevin said. With 7 people working, it took only a few minutes to get all the cages open. As soon as the last animal had emerged into the night, Kevin motioned for everyone to start toward the bridge. Bonobo number 1, who'd been shadowing Kevin, clapped his hands loudly, just as he'd done when Kevin and the women had first come upon him in the cul-de-sac of the marshy field. Then he vocalized raucously, before starting after the humans. Immediately the rest of the bonobos quietly followed. The 7 humans led the 71 transgenic bonobos in a procession across the clearing to the bridge of their freedom. Arriving at the span, the humans stepped aside. Bonobo number 1 stopped at the cement stanchion. Stazza the rack, Kevin repeated as he spread his fingers and swept his hand away from his chest for the final time. Then he pointed toward the unexplored African interior. Bonobo number 1 bowed his head momentarily, before leaping up on top of the stanchion. Looking out over his people, he vocalized for a final time, before turning his back on Isla Francesca, and crossing the bridge to the mainland. The mass of the bonobos silently followed. It's like watching the Exodus, Jack quipped. Don't be blasphemous, Lori teased. But, as with all teasing, there was an element of truth. She was truly awed by the spectacle. As if by magic, the animals melted into the dark jungle without a sound. One minute they were a restive crowd milling about the base of the bridge. The next minute they were gone like water soaking into a sponge. The humans didn't move or talk for a moment. Finally, Kevin broke the silence. They did it, and I am pleased, he said. Thank you all for helping. Maybe now I can come to terms with what I did in creating them. He stepped up to the bridge and pressed the red button. With a whine, the bridge retracted. The group turned away from the stanchion and began to trudge back to the pirogue. That was one of the strangest pageants I've ever seen, Jack said. Halfway to the canoe, Melanie suddenly stopped and cried, "Oh, no, look!" Everyone's eyes darted across the river in the direction she was pointing. Headlight beams from several vehicles could be intermittently seen through the foliage. The vehicles were descending the track leading to the bridge mechanism. "We can't get to the boat," Warren blurted. "They'll see us." "We can't stay here, either," Jack said. "Back to the cages," Kevin cried. They all turned and ran toward the bulwark of the jungle. The moment they ducked behind the cages, the headlight beam swept across the clearing as the vehicles turned to the west. The vehicles stopped, but the headlights stayed on and the engines kept running. "It's a group of Equatoguinean soldiers," Kevin said. "And Siegfried," Melanie said. "I can recognize him anywhere. And that's Cameron McIver's patrol car." A searchlight snapped on. Its high-intensity light played along the row of cages, then swept the bank of the river. It quickly found the canoe. Even 50 yards away, they could hear excited voices responding to the discovery of the boat. "This is not good," Jack said. "They know we're here." A sudden and sustained burst of heavy gunfire shattered the tranquility of the night. "What on earth are they shooting at?" Lori asked. "I'm afraid they're destroying our boat," Jack said. "I suppose that's bad news for my deposit." "This is no time for humor," Lori complained. An explosion rocked the night air, and a fireball briefly illuminated the soldiers. "That must have been the gas tank," Kevin said. "So much for our transportation." A few minutes later, the searchlight went out. Then the first vehicle made a U-turn and disappeared back up the track leading to Chicago. "Does anybody have an idea what's happening?" Jack asked. "My guess is Siegfried and Cameron are going back to town," Melanie said. "Knowing we're on the island, they probably feel pretty confident." The headlights on the second vehicle suddenly went out, thrusting the entire area into darkness. Even the moonlight was meager since the moon had sunk low in the western sky. "I preferred it when we had some idea where they were and what they were doing," Warren said. "How big is this island?" Jack asked. "About 6 miles long and 2 wide," Kevin said. "But they're making a fire," Warren said, interrupting Kevin. A dot of golden light illuminated part of the bridge mechanism, then flared up into a campfire. The ghostly figures of the soldiers could be seen moving in the periphery of the light. "Isn't that nice?" Jack said. "Looks like they're making themselves at home." "What are we going to do?" Lori questioned despairingly. "We don't have a lot of choice with them sitting at the base of the bridge," Warren said. "I count 6 of them." "Let's hope they're not planning on coming over here," Jack said. "They won't come until dawn," Kevin said. "There's no way they'd come over here in the dark. Besides, there's no need. They don't expect us to be going anywhere." "What about swimming across that channel?" Jack said. "It's only about 30 or 40 feet wide, and there's no current to speak of." "I'm not a good swimmer," Warren said nervously. "I told you that." "This whole area is also infested with crocodiles," Kevin said. "Oh, God," Lori said. "Now he tells us." "But listen, we don't have to swim," Kevin said. "At least, I don't think so. The boat that Melanie, Candace, and I used to get here is most likely where we left it, and it's big enough for all of us." "Fantastic," Jack said. "Where is it?" "I'm afraid it's going to require a little hike," Kevin said. "It's a little more than a mile, but at least there's a freshly cleared trail." "Sounds like a walk in the park," Jack said. "What time is it?" Kevin asked. 3:20, Warren said. "Then we only have approximately an hour and a half before daylight," Kevin said. "We'd better start now." What Jack had facetiously labeled a walk in the park turned out to be one of the most harrowing experiences that any of them had ever had. Unwilling to use the flashlights for the first 200 to 300 yards, they had proceeded by a process that could only be termed the blind leading the blind. The interior of the jungle had been entirely devoid of light. It was so utterly dark it had been difficult for anyone to even know whether their eyes were open or not. Kevin had gone first to feel his way along the ground, making frequent wrong choices that required backtracking to find the trail. Knowing what kind of creatures inhabited the forest, Kevin held his breath each time he extended his hand or his foot into the blackness. Behind Kevin, the others had aligned themselves in snake-like single file, each holding onto the unseen figure ahead. Jack had tried to make light of the situation, but after a time even his usually resourceful flippancy failed him. From then on, they were all victims of their own fears as the nocturnal creatures chattered, chirped, bellowed, twittered, and occasionally screamed around them. When they finally deemed it safe to use the flashlights, they made better progress. At the same time, they shuddered when they saw the number of snakes and insects that they encountered, knowing that prior to the use of the flashlights they had been passing these same creatures unawares. By the time they reached the marshy fields around Lago Hippo, the eastern horizon was faintly beginning to lighten. Leaving the darkness of the forest, they mistakenly believed the worst was behind them. But it wasn't the case. The hippopotami were all out of the water grazing. The animals looked enormous in the pre-dawn twilight. They may not look it, but they are very dangerous, Kevin warned. More humans are killed by them than you'd think. The group took a circuitous route to give the hippopotami wide berth, but as they neared the reeds where they hoped the small canoe was still hidden, they had to pass close by two particularly large hippos. The animals seemed to regard them sleepily until without warning they charged. Luckily, they'd charged for the lake with a huge amount of commotion and crashing noise. Each multi-ton animal created a new wide trail through the reeds to the water. For a moment, everyone's heart fluttered in his chest. It took a few minutes for everyone to recover before pushing on. The sky was now progressively brightening, and they knew they had no time to lose. The short hike had taken much more time than they had anticipated. "Thank God it's still here," Kevin said when he separated the reeds and found the small canoe. Even the styrofoam food chest was still in place. But reaching the canoe posed another problem. It was quickly decided the boat was too small and too dangerous to carry 7 people. After a difficult discussion, it was decided that Jack and Warren would stay in the reeds to wait for Kevin to bring the small canoe back. Waiting was hell. Not only did the sky continue to get lighter and lighter, presaging imminent dawn and the possible appearance of the soldiers, but there was always the worry that the motorized canoe had disappeared. Jack and Warren nervously alternated between looking at each other and their watches, while fighting off clouds of insatiable insects. And on top of everything else, their exhaustion was total. Just when they were thinking that something terrible had happened to the others, Kevin appeared at the edge of the reeds like a mirage, and silently paddled in. Warren scrambled into the canoe followed by Jack. "The powerboat's okay?" Jack asked anxiously. "At least it was there," Kevin said. "I didn't try to start the engine." They backed out of the reeds and started for the Rio de Viso. Unfortunately, there were lots of hippos and even a few crocodiles, forcing them to paddle twice the usual distance just to keep clear. Before they slipped into the foliage hiding the mouth of the jungle-lined river, they caught a glimpse of some soldiers entering the clearing in the distance. "Do you think they saw us?" Jack asked from his position in the bow. "There's no way to know," Kevin said. "We're getting out of here by the skin of our teeth," Jack said. The waiting was as hard on the women as it had been on Jack and Warren. When the small canoe pulled alongside, there were literal tears of relief. The final worry was the outboard motor. Jack agreed to attend to it, because of his experience with similar engines as a teenager. While he checked it over, the others paddled the heavy canoe out of the reeds into the open water. Jack pumped the gas, then with a little prayer, pulled the cord. The engine sputtered and caught. It was loud in the morning stillness. Jack looked at Lori. She smiled and gave him the thumbs-up sign. Jack put the motor in gear, gave it a full throttle, and steered directly south, where they could see Gabon as a line of green along the horizon. Epilogue. March 18, 1997, 3:45 p.m. New York City. Lou Soldano glanced at his watch as he flashed his police badge to get him into the customs area of the International Arrivals Building at Kennedy Airport. He'd hit more traffic than he'd expected in the Midtown Tunnel, and hoped he was not too late to greet the returning world travelers. Going up to one of the skycaps, he asked which carousel was Air France. "Way down the end, brother," the skycap said with a wave of his hand. "Just my luck," thought Lou as he broke into a slow jog. After a short distance he slowed, and for the 1,000,000th time vowed to stop smoking. As he got closer, it was easy to see which carousel he was looking for. Air France in block letters showed on a monitor. Around it, the people were 4 deep. Lou made a half-circuit before seeing the group. Even though they were facing away, he could recognize Lori's hair. He insinuated himself between other passengers and gave Lori's arm a squeeze. She turned around indignantly but quickly recognized him. Then she gave him a hug so fierce, his face turned red. Okay, I give up, Lou managed. He laughed. Lori let him go, so that he could give Jack and Warren a handshake. Lou gave Natalie a peck on the cheek. So, you guys have a good trip, or what? Lou questioned. It was apparent he was all keyed up. Jack shrugged and looked at Lori. It was okay, he said non-committally. Yeah, it was okay, Lori agreed. The trouble was nothing happened. Really? Lou said. I'm surprised. You know, being Africa and all. I haven't been there, but I've heard. What have you heard, man? Warren asked. Well, there's lots of animals, Lou said. Is that it? Natalie asked. Lou shrugged embarrassingly. I guess animals and the Ebola virus. But like I said, I've never been there. Jack laughed, and when he did, so did all the others. What's going on here? Lou said. Are you guys pulling my leg? I'm afraid so, Lori said. We had a fabulous trip. The first part was a little harrowing, but we managed to survive that, and once we got to Gabon, we had a ball. Did you see any animals? Lou asked. More than you could imagine, Lori said. There, see, that's what everybody says, Lou remarked. Maybe someday I'll go over there myself. The luggage came, and they hoisted it onto their shoulders. They breezed through customs, and passed through the terminal. Lou's unmarked car was at the curb. One of the few perks, he explained. They put the luggage in the trunk, and climbed in. Lori sat next to Lou. Lou drove out of the airport, and they were immediately bogged down in traffic. How about you? Lori asked. Have you been making any headway back here? I was afraid you weren't going to ask, Lou said. Things have been going down, like you wouldn't believe. It was that Spoleto funeral home that was the gold mine. Right now, everybody is lining up to plea bargain. I even got an indictment on Vinnie Dominic. That's fantastic, Lori said. What about that awful pig, Angelo Faxiolo? He's still in the slammer, Lou said. We have him nailed on stealing Franconi's body. I know it's not much, but remember Al Capone was reeled in on tax evasion. What about the mole in the medical examiner's office? Lori said. Solved, Lou said. In fact, that's how we have Angelo nailed. Vinnie Amendola has agreed to testify. So, it was Vinnie. Lori said with a mixture of vindication and regret. No wonder he's been acting so weird, Jack said from the back seat. There was one unexpected twist, Lou said. There was someone else mixed up in all this who has taken us by surprise. He's apparently out of the country at the moment. When he comes back into the country, he's going to be arrested for murder of a teenager by the name of Cindy Carlson over in Jersey. We believe Franco Ponti and Angelo Faxiolo did the actual killing, but it was at this guy's behest. His name is Dr. Raymond Leone. Do either of you guys know him? Never heard of him, Jack said. Nor I, Lori said. Well, he had something to do with that organ transplant stuff you people were so interested in, Lou said. But later for that. Right now I'd like to hear about the first part of your trip, the harrowing part. For that you'll have to buy us dinner, Lori said. It's kind of a long story. Glossary. Bonobo, an anthropoid ape classified as a species in 1933. Related to chimpanzees, they occasionally walk upright, and are found only in the localized area of Zaire. The estimated population is less than 20,000. Centromere, a specialized portion of a chromosome, that plays an important role in the reduplication of the chromosome during cellular division. Chimera, a combination of a lion, a goat, and a serpent in Greek mythology and literature. A chimera is a creation of the imagination, an impossible mixture. In biology, a chimera is an organism that contains genetically distinct cell types. In genetics, a chimera is an entity containing a mixture of DNA from different sources. Chromosome, an elongated structure in the nucleus of a cell that contains DNA. In humans and anthropoid apes, there are 23 pairs of chromosomes for a total of 46. Cicatrix, a scar crossing over, the exchange of parts of chromosomes between chromosome pairs during meiosis. DNA, the acronym for deoxyribonucleic acid, which encodes genetic information. Endothelialization, the healing of the inner surface of blood vessels by the cells that cover such surfaces. Forensic pathology, a branch of pathology that relates pathological science with civil and criminal law. Gene, a functional unit of heredity that is composed of a sequence of DNA located at a specific locus or place on the chromosome. Genome, the complete complement of genes of an organism. In humans, the genome contains approximately 100,000 genes. Granuloma, a growth of the mixture of specialized cells as a result of chronic inflammation. Histocompatibility, a state when two or more organisms can share organs or tissue, for example, identical twins. Homologous chromosome, chromosomes that are similar with respect to their genes and visible structure, for example, each chromosome of a chromosome pair. Homologous transposition, the exchange of corresponding portions of DNA between homologous chromosomes. Lymphokine, an immunologically active hormone produced by certain immune cells called lymphocytes. Meiosis, a special type of cellular division that occurs during the creation of sex cells, eggs, and sperm, resulting in each sex cell having half the usual number of chromosomes. In humans, each sex cell has 23 chromosomes. Mitochondria, self-replicating entities in cells that produce energy. Mitochondrial DNA, DNA necessary for mitochondrial replication. It is inherited only through the maternal line. Meiosis, a stage in the life cycle of some parasites that enables the organism to disperse and infect additional cells within the host. Parasite, an organism that lives on or in another organism or host. A parasite does not help the host. In fact, it typically harms the host. Parasitology, a branch of biology dealing with parasites. Pathology, a branch of medical science involving the cause, the process, the anatomic effects, and the consequence of disease. Recombinant DNA, a composite molecule of DNA that has been formed in the laboratory with DNA from separate sources. Recombinant DNA technology, the applied science of separating, producing, and recombining segments of DNA or genes. Ribosomal proteins, the proteins that form a ribosome. The DNA that codes for these proteins is species-specific, and is used to identify the species of tissue, for example, to determine if blood is human blood or blood of a particular species of animal. Ribosome, a cellular entity responsible for manufacturing all cellular protein. Transgenic, an organism whose genome contains one or more genes from another species, for example, pigs containing human genes, to facilitate human reception of pig heart valves. Vaccine, a substance given to an individual to produce resistance to disease or infection. Xenograft, an organ or tissue taken from one species and transplanted into another species. Generally, a xenograft refers to an animal organ or tissue that is transplanted into a human, for example, a pig heart valve.